Time will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces, being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Got a backbone made of steel, make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk, I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you tasting, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
on my side, drawn the front line. You want a safe face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the B-side. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You want a safe face, came to the face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. 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 I give the peace sign.
wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces, being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Got a backbone made of steel, make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk, I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked. They're dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes. We're here live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Today's the final day for the PMWI Main Tournament. I'm here with Cal Loris. We've already casted 2 days of matches. We're here in the final day. What are you thinking about it?
Looking good for coming into this final day, right? Of course, you've got Vampire Esports looking unreal. This is a historic run that they're currently on, and Tony K putting on a performance of an absolute lifetime. He's currently looking like the GOAT. If he can continue this into the next day, I don't know what the competition's supposed to do.
I mean, Tony K has etched his name in PUBG Mobile history, a performance we've never seen before. Now, if there's one team that could possibly catch up to them, who do you think it is?
I'm going to have to go with 628, man. I think that what we saw from them, especially at the end, on Miramar, was fantastic. They were able to show some great map knowledge, holding down that high ground, being able to blast everything in the lobby. They're bringing some of that PEL fire to the battlegrounds here. I want to see them try and push on further.
Well, they have a 51-point difference. They definitely have the most momentum coming in today, but they're going to have one heck of a performance. So much money on this on the line, $2 million. Who's going to get the biggest chunk of that cheddar? We're about to find out.
Well, the sun has risen here over the land of the heroes. We determine who is our PMWI 2023 champions. And right now, it's looking like it's going all the way here of Vampire Esports. But the real question is, how much money could they potentially take home here at the end of the day? We'll find out. As I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, and as you saw the two handsome gentlemen to my left-hand side, your right side on the screen, we've got Maxman and Seven Worlds Gaming.
Don't know what that was.
I don't know what that was either. I thought you were going to be like, Forest.
That's for later. That's for another segment. We'll see.
That's for later. But obviously, I have to give a big shout out here to our sponsor, Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. And Honor, self-developed GPU.
X.
No, you forgot the Turbo.
Turbo X.
Thank
I
you.
was just looking. It was so beautiful, man.
That's, yeah,
I was lost.
we have one of these on the desk, and we actually have
we
some
have
security tags on it as well. So if Maxman tries to steal it, it won't be happening. But welcome everyone to our Savvy pre-show as we start to break things down over the last course of our 2 days of action and leading into the final day. And the story, of course, has to be Vampire Esports. I don't know what you're going to have to do. Dig into the folklore, get your rice, get your garlic, get your silver, get something. Because nothing has worked to stop this team.
Yeah, uncursable.
Yeah.
very, very clearly entering into PMWI. I mean, they already mentioned it earlier, right, with Hodrix and Kalaris. It's just this team has etched their name in PUBG Mobile history right now. The team to beat, can they be beaten? I'm not too sure, but you're going to have to get some good results in if you want to make it happen.
The scary part, too, is that now they're playing with such a confidence that they know that they're not going to pretty much lose that first place. We saw them do it yesterday in the last match. I think they ran over Star Wars in a place that usually teams are a little bit more tactical and they tend to be a little bit more patient. Vampire Esports was like, you know what? We will like that spot.
Yeah.
I think we're going to take that
The
spot.
thing is, you could see them potentially play survival mode, but we don't expect that to happen, right? We expect them to try and aim for those wins and try and break even more records, if that's even possible.
I'm just glad you have your shirt slightly unbuttoned so I can tell that there's no Vampire Esports jersey under there. Because I have flashbacks to the regional championship where you did have your Alpha7 one on, and well, I don't think we're going to see much of that today. Or will we? I don't know. But for you guys at home, if you guys missed out on yesterday, if you missed out on the first day, we did have a little competition with all the teams on who has the best player intro in our event. You guys were obviously voting over in chat. But let's take a look at who our third place team is. And they win themselves a chunk of money here. $6,000 for Alpha7 Esports. 4,000, sorry. I can't read because I don't have my glasses. But my question is, does Carrillo get a cut of that when he wasn't even there?
Doesn't seem fair.
I don't think he should.
I don't think he should.
5 players, just give 1K
I
to
think
the others.
I think the sub player should actually get some money.
Just get the sub on him.
just give all the 4K to him.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Who's in second place, though?
Who's in second place? I think we all know who's in second place.
Oh,
Alter Ego.
it's actually Alter Ego.
They got the mask on, looking good, win themselves $6,000.
The mask was a good investment, and they made that money back. Pretty
Yeah,
quickly.
it's like 30 bucks for the mask, and you make yourself $6 grand. That is the smartest investment plan I've ever seen. But who's first place? We all know who's going to be first place.
Oh, wow.
Because they're going to just get wins no matter what here in this event, whether it's going to be in the final results or if it's going to be in our record breakers.
They would think any other one was going to win. They were like,
Into
they were
Ravenclaw. I thought I was going to be the one shooting you. That's not fair.
No.
No, I didn't agree to that. Okay.
You would
wasn't
think,
ready.
Max, after how many years of working with us, that you would know that you would always be the victim.
True. No, yeah, actually.
we do put you in the middle for a reason.
I don't enjoy it, but yeah, true.
Yeah, we put you in the middle for a reason, and we all know what happens before we come on air. $2 million for the main tournament here. $400,000 for first place. $200,000 for second. But of course, we have a battle for second if we can get there. But not only do Vampire want to win this tournament, they want to break some records here because they have quite a few of them at the moment. And one of them has already been broken with the most eliminations in the event. We have, I think, 44 right now for Tony K. So he's already broken it by another 7. And he has 6 matches left to go today.
Yeah, just trying to make sure he doesn't get caught back up, entering these matches. But this is the reason why I thought that they're not going to play survival mode here, 7. They need to try and get as many eliminations, as many chicken dinners as humanly possible, because if they can get themselves an extra few, they can just break 2 records potentially in the game, potentially also most rescues, and also most podium finishes. So they can make absolute bank again this year in this event. It's mental.
I think by the time we come back tomorrow, I mean, not tomorrow, next year, this graphic is just going to be all Vampire Esports.
Yeah. So we have 6 top 3 finishes for Vampire. So they just need 3 more and they break that record. Schweppes has 11 rescues, so he needs 4 more to break that record. They've already broken the record when it comes to eliminations. They need one more chicken dinner to beat that record, which was themselves, but they want to be the only team up there, right, as you can see. Yeah, this is getting pretty crazy. I cannot wait to be at PMWI 2027 with PUBG Mobile 2 and Vampire Esports still holding the 24 eliminations in one match record. That would be insane.
It's been 84 years. Back in my day, I was having beats and Vampire. Tony K got 44K.
Pretty much. We'll have to change the branding to just orange because that's just how it's going to go for Vampire for future events.
That'll be next year. It's just everything's orange because Vampire will have won it if they do close things out today. But there is still a chance, though it is not a very big one here for teams like 628, Alpha7 Esports, Alter Ego, because Vampire, they basically have to, you have to score more than 10 points they get per match.
Yeah.
If they score 10 points in a game, guess what? You better have gotten 20 if you want to close in on that lead.
The thing is, Jason, do you expect them to have bad games?
Well, as you saw yesterday, their bad games are like 13 points, so I don't know. They have to have some really bad games, but it's almost turned into a battle of second place, and we have a couple of teams with that chance for it, right? We've got Alpha7, we got 628 battling for second place, we got a couple of other teams in there as well, Alter Ego maybe. There still is a chance for some teams to really up their prize earnings by like 75, if not $150,000.
Yeah, because Vampire Esports took so many of the points to themselves, it's actually relatively close here, 7 for the teams on that first page, except for Vampire Esports, of course. And at DK Esport, not going to lie, I would love to see a chicken dinner. They have been looking a little bit more confident, a little bit more willing to take those aggressive off angles in finishing moments. And a chicken dinner could maybe allow them to not only make it up to third place, but close that gap with 628.
You're not talking about chicken dinners. One team that I'm going to be looking at right now that's within this top 5 that doesn't have a chicken dinner, DK Esports. I was talking about
I never knew who you were going to say there. I couldn't guess.
They were a team that was able to step it up in a big way. Day 2, day 1, it was mostly just one player, Satan, and then day 2, we kind of started seeing the whole squad being able to come to life, and I feel like day 3 is going to be their time to shine, being able to get that chicken dinner, and they are within range to get that second place. And I mean, who wouldn't mind $200,000 in your pocket?
I don't think anyone would mind that,
If you do, then you already have too much.
I hope you have a really big pocket to hold $200,000. I'm just trying to imagine how stacked your pockets are. But as we are talking about the battle for second place, why don't we take a look at two teams who are in close contention for it with 628 and Alpha7. Now, the stats you're going to see here are all from day 1. Keep that in mind because we'll be looking at day 2 in just a second. And you can see 628 able to put up some really good numbers here compared to Alpha7, but Alpha7 still able to win when it came to the elims.
Yeah, and actually 628, most of their stats come in purely from Miramar here, 7. I mean, looking at day 1, they're 2 Miramars. A second place was 7 elimination. A second place was 12. And then on day 2, so yesterday, a second place was 8 eliminations. And that huge chicken dinner with 19 eliminations, currently setting the record for most eliminations on a chicken dinner match. Though we haven't seen anything outside of those battlegrounds, like a wrangle, which is maybe the opportunity for Alpha7 to get back in second place.
And that is the big question mark for me so far for 628 and how they're going to be playing Erangel when we go to it today, right? Yesterday, they ended up in a 9th place, and 16th place. Big question mark for me.
Well, let's actually take a look here at day 2 as well, because that's going to be a big pivoting point as Alpha7 have just unfortunately fallen down a little bit. You can see that in the damage numbers alone. But also, I mean, 628 were able to rise up and get themselves that chicken dinner that they previously weren't unable to obtain here.
That's the big difference right there for me. 628 being able to 45 elims, and it comes down to what you were saying, right? That win that they were able to get in the last Miramar with those 19 elims, they were able to just outperform everybody and put up such a great performance, especially in the last 2 Miramars. They were so good.
Yeah, I want to say, though, the last 2 Miramars, maybe a little bit of an outlier because those circles were not fun to play for a lot of the teams, so
well,
they
you know
have to try
what?
to adapt.
I think on this point of talking about Alpha7, we got to talk about our players to watch. And Maxman, you didn't choose it this time. 7. Who did you choose as our player to watch?
Let me just put this on real quick. There you go. Yep, that's right. Carrillo from Alpha7. And the reason why is because we saw a big drop-off actually yesterday in regards to his performances. The main thing, it came down to his survival.
Give this man a solo shot here with his Alpha7 jacket.
Oh, I don't think they're going to. But his survival time fell off in a big way. And it came down to something that I've been pointing out for the past 2 days, which is I like it when Carrillo is playing with the squad. I don't like it when Carrillo is out by himself. I actually got a chance to talk to his coach, and his coach was saying he is the IGL, so he tends to just wander off at times. So Carrillo, I know you don't speak English, but if you're watching this, please try to stay with your squad. Let Mafioso be the off angle because we have seen it work wonders for them. And when they switch back and forth with Rebel, it's just such a good play. I would like to see Carrillo being able to get some more eliminations, and I would like him to play close to his squad.
That's so weird, by the way, to have Carrillo be the in-game leader because in my head, he's still a star player.
Yeah.
Like, he's the person you want to send in as a fragger. So for him to take like a back-end role or kind of backseat role, that's weird to me.
It's even weirder because he has had success in this tournament because they did revert that play of having like KIA on the back line, sending some other players, sometimes it's Mafioso and other players, onto the front line, and he was actually set up so much more and being able to frag out, which is what we were lacking from him, especially in Americas, it feels like. So this is the most we've seen from KIA in a long time, but it feels like they're still testing the ground to see how things are working out, but it's weird to see him go back to that position of like scouting and sometimes being in danger.
I think knowing some of the teams from Brazil, they usually, and it's kind of a weird way to put it, but they usually go by the team, by the player that has probably the most experience, right? Which in this case, for that team right now, it is going to be KIA. I would like them to see it mix it up, and I would like for them to make sure they start off hot today. That's one of the big question marks for this team, and that's something that their coach was even talking with me. They need to be able to carry that momentum through today. If not only are they going to have to worry about losing that second place that they already lost to 6-8, they're going to have to worry about losing a bunch of more players to a lot of teams that are actually fairly close to them.
Especially got to be careful on those rotations because they got caught out a few times in the last, especially 5 matches of yesterday, so the early game is important for Alpha7.
Well, you can see here the timer is counting down. We're about to head to the stage here to kick off our final day of PMWI with Barney and Atik.
PUBG Mobile esports fans around the world. Welcome to the final day of the 2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational. It's been a wild journey, and our teams have all been fighting for the past 6 months to make it to this point. But today, we will crown our 2023 PMWI Champion. That's not the only thing that's wild. As some of you more avid fans and players may be aware, the PUBG Mobile have released their most recent update and collaboration with Dragon Ball Super. One of the biggest updates ever launched earlier this week, where you can play the Dragon Ball Super themed modes. Play as your favorite characters, collect all 7 of the Dragon Balls, summon Shenron, and receive powerful in-game buffs, iconic abilities, skins, and so much more. So if you haven't logged in already, you definitely should. We embarked on an adventure, and we collected all 7 of the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron here today to grant us a wish. So, for those of you watching at home and here in the Gamers8 arena, are you ready to make your wish to Shenron? Oh, and by the way, when the dragon appears, make sure to be the first to make your wish. Eternal Shenron, by your name, I summon you forth. I wish that for everyone who gets to experience this collaboration enjoys it. So, what are you waiting for? An unprecedented gaming experience and fun with this major update and collaboration mode unique to Dragon Ball Super. And if you want to experience what it's like to summon Shenron in-game, make sure you check it out in PUBG Mobile today. With that being said, let's head over to the desk to begin Championship Sunday.
Well, I think we know who got his wish quickly in there because someone grew a little bit taller.
You guys didn't make a wish? Hey, man, I wish for me to be taller. So this is what it feels like, Jason, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
It must be nice.
Hi, Max. I wanted to be like you, my boy. I'm actually taller. Nice. This is
There's no boxes. All the boxes are gone.
Now,
What boxes? This is all him.
Yeah.
So just
what are you talking
walk
about?
out in front of the camera here in front of the desk.
About that.
No, about that. We can't do that because we got to talk about the survey. Going to be linked over in chat. Make sure you guys pay attention to that because we want to hear your thoughts about the show and obviously about the event. I'm so jealous, by the way, of Barney getting to summon Shenron. I always wanted to do do that.
We
The
tried
Dragon
to do
Balls
it
are set
yesterday.
everywhere. You can't go find them. Yeah.
We tried to do it yesterday. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
We're
we
so
were one
close.
short. We were one short, man. Made me sad. I wonder what we would have wished for if we got it.
I mean, you can get
Ooh.
superpowers or loot in game.
I got a lot of level 3.
I would have wished for skill.
I
I don't think Shenron can grant that, unfortunately. Let's head back into, obviously, the event with what's at hand here. We talked a lot about 628, talked a lot about Alpha7, but we got a lot of other teams out there, right? We got G Gladiators looking to potentially move themselves up in the leaderboards, hopefully improve on what they've been able to do. I didn't mean to laugh at that in the last 2 days. Alter Ego as well. I think we actually saw them on our way back over here after getting all pretty looking. And I think they're looking good. I think they're looking confident. They seem like there's no pressure on them.
Yeah, they're definitely looking confident. Talk with a coach a little bit. Seem like they're looking good entering this day because they are in a position where they could contest with Alpha7 and 628. Clearly, it's just going to require some really strong games because the game actually they ended up winning was that weird school finish, which could have been really anyone's game at that point. So I want to see like just a strong, dominant presence from them if they do secure chicken dinner. And if they do it, I mean, we saw that they understand the map and the points of interest. So this might be the opportunity for them to get a win and to finally aim for that second spot.
So there's only a 12-point difference between these two teams, but you can see the damage is extremely close between them. Obviously, eliminations, 7, not too far off, actually, as well. So very likely that we could see G Gladiators actually pass them, but this is what kind of scares me here, 7. Look at that difference in healing.
It does. Something I really want to talk about with Alter Ego, though, that I didn't like is how many players they had at the end of every single game, especially the last 3 games. I felt like it was a big issue. Yes, they did end up winning that madness right in the school area. But then when we went to the Miramar matches, I kind of saw the same thing where they ended up with just 2 players alive. That's not going to end up working out, especially if they really want to be able to get that win. It's not... Obviously, you want to be able to have the most players you can have alive there at the end. I'm hoping they're able to keep a little bit more of their players alive towards the end. That way they can have more to work with and they can actually try to get more elements as well.
And actually, we saw that in the very first game, right, of the main tournament, where Potato clutched it out and actually secured a second place against Flux and Stalwart Esports, Gladiators, Jumbo, etc. So if they do back up that fragging power with just sheer numbers, I do believe there's a very clear chance we could see a winner-winner chicken dinner coming out from them, just a little bit more confident and maybe less messy than that score finish. But I tell you, the potential is there. We just need to see a bit more structure as how they approach that late game. Well,
speaking of Dplus KIA, as you guys have mentioned, I was looking back at their numbers. They're currently sitting in 8th place at 65 points, so 1 point behind G Gladiators. But I think for me, the big step up for them is they did have a slow start in this main event. They ended off day 1 with 15 eliminations. They ended off day 2 with 29 eliminations. So a huge increase, almost doubling the amount of limbs they were to pull off between day 1 and day 2. And they did start to look more confident. We got to see Forrest finally... you know, we got to see him come back a little bit here. And I think that's another contender that we really can't necessarily count out. Yes, 628 have 114 points. Yes, they're about, well, actually, they're about 50 points ahead of Dplus KIA. But there is a chance that we could see Dplus, you know, Gaming Gladiators, Box Gaming, GK, Alter Ego as well. Like, we could see a lot of mix-ups in what's going to happen in our leaderboards.
You want to know which is my surprise team for today? It's going to be Stalwart Esports. I feel like this is...
Did you two switch teams?
I think we did.
Alpha7, let's go.
Yeah, I'll give you the jacket. This is a team that usually, when they do this kind of bad in a tournament, they usually want to kind of save face in the final day, and we kind of see that over and over again with them. I wouldn't be surprised if this team is able to jump all the way from 10th place to possibly a top 5 finish.
Top 5,
The question is, did Top dye his hair last night?
We haven't seen that, actually. That would help.
Let's see. Oh, wait. No, he's not there.
I didn't get it. I mean, you got the wish, so you didn't get the hair
Yeah,
change,
you
I
could have
think.
wished for anything, and you wished for height.
Yeah, I mean, typically we see a comeback from
It went
Star
away.
Wars if they have a bad day on day 2, on these short events, right? And unfortunately, yesterday, still not present after that one big chicken dinner on game 1 of day 1. I don't know if we can really expect anything. Maybe a small comeback. As you said, top 5, that'll be great, and I would be happy to see a top 5 from Star Wars Esport. Aiming for anything higher than that, I think, is going to be tough when the competition is so close at the top of the rankings, just below Vampire. We need to see a huge day, but I don't know if we're going to see it.
I think what we're kind of painting here is there's technically like 3 mini battles happening, right? There's Vampire hold on to number 1. There is the battle for second, because there is a big discrepancy between second or third and fourth place with 628 Alpha7. And then there's like this big cluster of grouping of points, right? You're looking at Alter Ego at 78 points in 4th place. You go down the list here, you got Fireflux at 56 in 9th place, and realistically, that's not too far of a gap. That can be caught. So you have these like 3 little battles happening for a bigger portion of this price pool.
Yeah, and one of the teams that's actually going to be trying to aim for as high a price pool as they can towards that then top 5, top 6 position you mentioned is Box Gaming, that we mentioned on a few occasions when they do have those strong finishes. And one player that stands out to me as like the MVP of the team, not sure if you agree here, Seven, is Gosu. And he has been like a fragger that's been just excelling so often in his matches, but in a similar sense to, for example, what we mentioned about Alter Ego Ares, sometimes in the late game, 1-2 players alive, and it's just not quite enough to wrap up a game. So we need to see some teams try and just have 3-4 players alive, close up the games, because that would make a massive dent in the teams just above you in the rankings.
For me, when we talk about Box Gaming, the biggest question mark has been that Miramar. They really haven't been able to perform that well in Miramar. I mean, yeah, they ended up with the 4th place finish in day 1. But then after that, right, the first Miramar that we ended up playing, I think they ended up in a 15th place yesterday. They ended up with a 10th place and then a 15th place again with 0 Ilms. That's going to hurt you in a big, big way, especially with some of these teams that are going to be want to hunt down the top 5. I mean, I was talking about Stalwart. If Stalwart does end up making that push from 10th place all the way up to 5th place, they are almost doubling their prize pool money. So you got to, I'm pretty sure Top right now with the tournament that he has had, he's looking to being able to improve it. And you can see right here, action with 2,800 damage. Top 2,300 damage, which is good. But how does that translate when we go to actual eliminations? And right now, he's currently sitting at 0, Max.
That can't be. I mean, I know it's right, but that can't be right.
Hold on, is that for yesterday or the whole tournament?
I think that's the whole tournament.
That's the whole of tournament, yeah. I mean, it would make sense with their stats, yeah.
We have found out that Top's power comes from his hair, just like Blank said on cast yesterday.
Okay, it's been broken down. That's all the analysis you really need from them, but yeah.
Dessert as well, right? That's another player you really focus on, and this kind of makes me think of Vampire in some kind of aspect of they bring in like these people who can pick up these big elimination games. But for some reason, the old stars of the team just, well, Top in this case, just is non-existent.
I would say the reason why we saw Star Wars Esports be so successful in the past is because they had the same roster that never really changed for so long. It was Top, Action, then you had Pika and Scry. Pika being the IGL / long-range player, and of course Scry being the scouter and off-angle player for the squad, the support mostly. And changing that worked great in their home region of South Asia, in the championship more specifically. Playing outside of their region, now in PMWI, they're really putting this new roster to the test. And unfortunately, the test has not been as successful as they really wanted. So might have to bring some changes to the table once PMWI ends.
And hold on, I was going to say for Top, how demoralizing is it too that you're currently, after 2 days, a player that a lot of people thought was one of the best players in the world, currently has 0 Ilms. He's been able to put up damage. He's actually been able to get 9 knocks. He just hasn't been able to convert that into Ilms. I feel like that's going to be messing with his head, and coming into this final day, I'm pretty sure he's looking to put up a good performance here and at least get some Ilms under his belt.
Well, you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're about to drop into game. Not sure if we can head over to our casters just yet, as we have Sandhawk coming up here in just a few seconds. But we'll be going on over to them here. So, gentlemen, it is time to get into our final day, our first match. Hot Jukes and Kalaris, I can't have the energy. You bring it, Hot Jukes.
Don't you worry, Jason. The energy has arrived. The arena is sparkling. My arms are tingling. It's the final day of the PMWI Main Tournament live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Kalaris, 2 days down. It all comes down to this. You ready?
I'm very ready, as all of these teams need to be ready for Sandhawk for potentially a brutal playing path. I mean, technically on Sandhawk, you can kind of always get anywhere you need to get anyway. It is the smaller battleground, but still not exactly the greatest of playing paths to start things off for these teams. And I guess the questions I'm going to pose that I posed at the end of yesterday, I'm going to pose again. 1. How hard can Vampire win this tournament? How many points can they rack up at the top? Or 2, could someone make the miracle run and try and catch up? Those are my 2 questions for today.
It's going to have to be one heck of a run. It's going to be a marathon, as a matter of fact, here at this point. Not to mention, you know, this playing path, it's actually a really good one for Vampire. You know, it's right down their main line. They're going to be one of the fastest teams to drop right there on Ruins, so they're going to be able to get looted up quick. It's a favorable circle for them as well. So it's going to really depend on how it starts off today. Literally, all their goal has to be is just match the teams that are right behind them. As long as they do as good, it's in the bag.
Absolutely, absolutely. And even those teams would then need to have a massive, massive day to try and catch up to the literal deities that are sitting at the top at the moment. But Vampire, the one question you pose for a team like this as well, given the position that they're currently in, is, okay, so we're on the Southwest Island. Our big question right now is, how would we transfer to the mainland if we need to? There are some ways. The bridge north of Painan can sometimes be open. You can sometimes make that happen. However, sometimes you don't want to risk that too much, so you sometimes have that kind of wider rotate coming in round. You would try and go maybe south, but for the most part, I don't think they're too stressed.
I don't think so either. There's plenty of time left on the clock, but look what, you know who's stressed out? GK. Again, hot dropping in Paradise Resort. So this entire tournament, this is what they've been doing. They do not want to give it up. And honestly, it's a pretty big surprise to me here because they are in 5th place. The difference in prize pool from 5th on up jumps significantly every single placement. So GK risking a fight here is going to be interesting. I think, like them to see just give this up. You know, hey, get the loot, take off, deal with the fighting in the late game because you're most likely going to lose a couple in the process. Yeah,
I mean, look at the adaptation from, as we see a few more rotates against one another. Got to be careful about Fire Flux in the distance. The adaptation is quite different. Oh, Ketch is actually charging up an aid here.
Uh-oh.
This could actually hit big. Really big. Oh! Really big! Oh! He was a firecracker in his region, and now he's going to be a firecracker here as well to start things off. Rejects is in full retreat.
Wow! Catch! Unbelievable. Does get caught by Reiji in the process, but Solus has his back. What a play there. Laid down nade, so they have no clue where he is.
Yep.
Right? Then sees him drive away, stands up, beams them out the US. What a play there from Fireflux.
These are the kind of plays we're used to seeing from him in our region. He is absolutely blasting usually. So good for Fireflux to try and make that catch-up happen. They're currently middle of the table, 4 elim points on the board. And for them, yeah, I mean, brilliant stuff so far. But I do briefly want to go back to the Dplus KIA situation up against GK. Both teams are being far more passive than the previous 2 Sandhawks. They realize the severity of the situation. They're currently coexisting with one another. I am going to make the bold claim that I think both teams get out with 4 and go elsewhere.
I think that's the great play, honestly. I mean, at a certain point, you have to just look at each other and be like, it's not worth it, boys.
Absolutely.
You know, because even if they do win the fight, like I talked about earlier, they're going to lose a player, lose 2. And where they're sitting at in the leaderboards, they just cannot afford it right now. So I'm looking forward to seeing them kind of have that little small. Let's take a look at this replay, though. Look at that. Catch with the nade, pops him out the ride, run over on top of it from Solus. Just beautifully executed.
It was very well orchestrated, right? As you say, like with the execution coming on in here from them, very, very well done. They had that kind of 1-2 punch straight away of the nade into the spray, into the car, the reinforcements coming along. So Ketch had a great amount of time to be able to plan that as he was kind of just, you know, chilling, waiting for it to occur. Really, really good stuff.
Got to watch out for those snakes in the grass, that's for sure. Yep. Now, let's talk about the whole totality here at the tournament. Remember, guys, there's $2 million here at stake. $400,000 for first place, $200,000 for second, and it goes down from there. Now, just to kind of reiterate the craziness of Vampire's performance, they literally could almost come into today and not play at all and still win first place.
Probably, yes.
That's how insane it is. I mean, Stalwart Esports, a team majority of the roster here, picked to win this tournament. They got 50 points in 2 days of play.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see a team do that here in one. And, that is 6-8. One of the teams that needs to do a performance like that, and they're going to lose 2 players early on. That's a huge pickup for Gladiators.
It's a huge deal. If you're wanting to make a miracle run here from second place to try and get yourself to first, even at all, this is very important for 6-8 to get out of a situation. But losing people this early, yeah, it slowly crumbles.
100%. Now, Gladiators, they are sitting in 7th place. So if they're going to take out any team, 6-8 is the one, because catching Vampire, it's not in the cards. But maybe trying to steal a second-place performance with a monster day?
Yep.
Heck, that's how you started off there. So they are going to start off with 2 eliminations. That's going to definitely help them out. The nerves are going to kick in big time here in that final stage because there's just so much on the line. Next zone, about to pop on over. All right, is it going to center up, and we're going to have to deal with 2 split islands? Will it hard shift? Let's see.
Let's indeed. For Gladiators, obviously, up at that trifecta, they've got good transition paths if they need it from that position that they've just fought 6-8 in. We've seen them time and time again just defend that location, try and scramble for it. It is quite the divide on this. A little bit mainland leaning, but there is still enough of that southwest island in play to cause concern for these teams.
100%. Yeah, I think a lot of these teams are going to try to get in that Pinon area so that we can kind of just hedge their bets. But this is a tough zone. I mean, you have to really take a gamble. Where do you think the circle's going to go? Is it going to center up again? Hard shift on either side? It could pretty much go anywhere. Meanwhile, we see Vampire, our top team in the lobby, hanging out on the edge like they usually do. They stay so quiet. Wait for teams to kind of get into the mix of things, and then just steal eliminations as they go.
I mean, whilst we've been in the back watching the games that we're not casting, you've done a great job of identifying when Vampire can strike out from those edge plays, right? We saw it on Miramar, where, halfway through the game, they're kind of on an edge situation, not really in the middle, not really in the midst of all the fighting, but they know exactly when to make those rotations. We saw it on Miramar yesterday as well.
Yes.
When they were on the west side, and they were moving into those troughs that were kind of alongside those roads. So I can only imagine here. We haven't seen that many Sandhawks, so we have a small sample size to go from here regarding Vampire, but they're very, very adept at being able to know when to transition mostly, as opposed to just kind of going for a crazy send too early or too late.
Yeah, and I think they have such a just magnificent understanding of this game and the competitiveness of this lobby, because all these other teams are scrambling to get a really good spot. Meanwhile, they're one of the only ones that are just hanging out on the edge to say, you know what?
Right.
We know that we're so far ahead. All we have to do is just survive. Just put a few points on the board. It's GG, right?
You were talking to them, and they're baffled almost at the other teams. Baffled by how well Vampire's been able to cope, right?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. I was having dinner with some of the players, some of the coaches last night, and we were just joking and laughing at how crazy this performance is. Some of them thinking, is it luck? Some of them credit it to Tony K's use of the Mini 14. They're saying that, you know what, we're all studying the Mini now because they say, you knock player? Boom! Tony K, Mini 14, pop, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah.
And so he's like, all of our players are not focusing on the Mini 14. But other than that, they said that they had a harder time in the All-Star stage.
Yes. Yeah, technically, at the moment, yes, definitely.
They were like, they had a harder performance then compared to now, and this lobby's insane.
I mean, you make a good point about the Mini and the DMR and looking at how he's been able to use it so far. One of the absolute critical things about when you pick up a Mini and you're able to get it is having an extended mag on it. If you've only got 10 shots, yeah, okay, you might knock someone, and yeah, you're not really able to follow up with the complete thirst overall, but having 20 shots on it with extended makes all the world of difference. You can very rapidly follow up a knock and then get that confirmation on the elimination. So, yeah, I mean, as long as you've got the right tools for the job, man, like that Mini, the DMR meta, I think it's rapidly approaching for these teams.
I think so, too. And the thing about their strategy, it seems to always be hanging out on the edge, waiting for teams to fight, and they just watch. They stay really quiet. They don't want any attention on them. Then they see a player get knocked, and they have such good sights with that Mini that they just go pop, pop, finish the elimination, and just steal points. I wish we had a counter that could show how many eliminations were with the mini and how many were stolen. And I guarantee you with Vampire, it's going to be through the roof.
You think Tony K is just absolutely blasting? I mean, we're already witnessing it. We are witnessing it in motion here. And again, what we've seen so far from them over the last 2 days is nigh on unthinkable. But let's see what they're able to do in day number 3, as their stiffest competition in 628 so far is not having a good start here on Sanhok. Bit of a rough one. The circle's already shifted as well. We have mostly mainland now in play. That's going to edge these teams towards that mainland, trying to get themselves a good spot. But quite a lot of room is already taken up by the likes of Fireflux, by the likes of Box, that have got themselves a decent center compound.
And that has a lot to do with this last zone. You know, since it was so split between 2 islands, there was a lot of congestion on either side. But now that it's really shifted towards mainland, all those spots, like you mentioned, they're taken. Meanwhile, we're seeing Team Falcons, Tianba, GK, all on the edge of that circle. They're going to have to push here the next few minutes. I'm keeping an eye on these top teams to see how they handle a circle like this.
And GK is one of those teams that we were mentioning from that Paradise Resort situation, right? They've found themselves in boot camp currently. They do have Ragnar forwards here to try and scout things out. Ultimately, it's a very mature decision to not take things absolutely, aggressively in Paradise Resort when this is your last opportunity on Sanhok to get some points. Both of those teams, as we kind of predicted, did get out as a full 4 force. And now, Tiamba's going to take some shots over towards 6. Does not quite get him. Gets him a few clipped shots. Oh, but GK will follow it up. Gets the knock.
Hope with a nice take right there. You can see him going to go for that finish. And he does most likely get that confirmed. I'll tell you what, getting these confirms right now is so important. I think a lot of these teams did their homework and just saw how dire it is to, a second you get that knock, instantly thirst, because if not, it's going to get stolen.
The steals, especially in the later stages of the game. We talked about it in day number 1 where teams, because it's such a higher level lobby, are surviving longer into that mid to late game. So steals are far more likely. You need to be voracious about that knock and then eventually the finish, the confirm.
Next zone about to pop on over. 40 seconds still left on the clock. You can see the intensity in these players' eyes. They are locked, loaded, and ready to go. Fnatic getting a nice shot there onto Rules OG. Tianba over again. Battling it out with GK. They do get their revenge here and get another player. Beautifully done for them. Team Falcons pushing. This is a very interesting play from Dplus KIA. They do get 1 knock. Osol is on the full laydown right now, and meanwhile, Team Falcons are stuck in the blue zone.
The QBZ map specifics able to do quite a lot of damage from distance. M16 though from Gosu hitting Falcons once again. Falcons is really bleeding out here, and for the most part, Dplus KIA might be able to hold them out completely.
And I believe those were steals as well.
Done.
So yeah, I mean, Dplus KIA getting stolen a couple by Box Gaming, and that is the nature of the beast. They did end up getting 2 of those eliminations though. Meanwhile, this is a huge battle. This is 628 versus Vampire. The first place team versus the second. 628 needs to stop them now if they want to have a chance of going for that championship title.
Yeah, because 628 lost people earlier, their rotations have been disrupted quite a bit, and that has kind of dragged them into the Vampire situation, who are happy to play edge. Tian Yu, though, will be able to take out another member of GK. GK slowly bleeding out. Yes, they're in 4th place because of the 2 elims they've been able to garner so far, but this is very difficult for them up in the north. I don't know if they're able to continue on this game in the campaign.
They're trying to hold it down. They only have 2 players up. It's going to be tough for them, and it's going to be tough as well for 628 since they did lose 2. Meanwhile, Alpha7, they want to take that 2nd place title back away from 628. They are battling it out with Fireflux. Senetexa trying to get those shots underneath the vehicle onto Solke. Here comes the Molotovs. It's looking real good. Solke does stand up, but getting picked off once again. Meanwhile, Senetexa from the back line. He's going to throw the nade. Does he connect? He does.
It's an important fight for an important location here, and it will be Alpha7 taking out Fireflux quite quickly on all of this. Now that Alpha7 here has got to bunker down and try and hold on, because there's the potential other teams come up on this. If you're thinking about Infinity IQ, they're currently on the east side of them. Sending it up this hill from the compound that they're in is kind of important, being on the edge that they are. I think Alpha7's got to weather the storm and ready up for the next one to come.
Yeah, you saw them instantly throwing out those smokes towards Infinity IQ, just trying to buy some time for themselves to get those reses, and they do get them. So they are going to have 4 players up. Meanwhile, we see GK getting picked apart. Gladiators on the job of gatekeeping the rest of these teams. You can see Tixi up front, keeping an eye on Tianba. Oh, okay, Tian Yu tried to get the finish, and I believe he did. He did get it onto Ragnar, but he's going to go out in the process with only 3 eliminations.
Can't get out of that Northern situation there when you're outside the circle. Another push on here. DRS trying to deal with Alter Ego. DBS in hand. Delta able to do quite a bit of damage against Potato. He will go down, but at the same time, Fnatic coming in here to try and go for the trade, but they're going to be eliminated here. Killer on the reses. DRS with some points on the board.
Beautiful shutdown there, and they keep everyone alive. That is what's so important. Meanwhile, we see Gladiators getting beat up by Papa Blue as they're starting to creep into this next circle. They do make it in on time. Next zone gonna pop, most likely gonna head towards that mainland.
Yeah.
Where exactly does it go? Okay, all the way up in the north. You know, Box Gaming, Alpha7 are really happy about this.
This is fortunate for Gladiators as well. Generally, unless it's a circle that's on that northwest island, they're very slow about approaching circles on Sandhawk. Obviously, you can't be slow if you're on the northwest island. That's where you drop, you know, that's how it goes. But with this, Gladiators is very used to this. They've just got to be mindful, though, of the potential that 628 might try and sneak in behind them, and then they should be sitting pretty.
Yeah, 100%. In a zone like this, Gladiators need to be focusing on their backs. Everybody that is in that edge of that circle need to clear that backside before it pops on over to the next zone, because there's going to be a lot of teams creeping it in. And one of those squads, Twisted Minds, other, DRS, even Vampire Esports about to go ahead and pop into this next circle.
I'm going to be honest, in Painan, Twisted Minds is way too spread thin. Like, they're going to be encroached on very, very quickly here by Vampire, and I don't think you can hold that kind of split this late into a game when this many teams are still alive. So I think Vampire's got the potential of really, really punishing Twisted Minds here.
Well, you know, speaking of getting punished, DRS, Infinity IQ, about to get punished by the blue zone as it is creeping in on them. Alpha7 are waiting, so they're going to battle that out between each other, and I think this is definitely the play. You want to get those eliminations because you're going to need those points, because trying to battle Alpha7 in their position, good luck with that. Meanwhile, Mafioso, you can see him, yeah, just waiting for them to come towards him.
Vampire getting the worst end of this here, as they were also shot from STE on the other side. And Rollkiss will be able to take a big fight against them. The S12K trying to work on out, but Flukiv will go down. And Vampire absolutely dunked on the west side of Painan. Excuse me, Twisted Minds dealt with it all right.
Hey, 0 points for Vampire, a very rare occurrence here at the start of the final day. Meanwhile, Alpha7 starting to heat things up. Carrillo getting caught by Ferrari. That's going to make it tough. He tries to get another shot, but it's going to be Box Gaming that are going to take him out. So a big help there on the side of Alpha7. Meanwhile, Mafioso busting up the DBS. Oh, what an angle! Are you kidding me?
Very nicely done here. Mafioso really racking it up here for the team. 7 limbs on the board here for Alpha7. They have a great opportunity here to catch up to 628, as right now, just going to be moving on up very nicely.
Yes, 628 and Vampire are already eliminated. This is Alpha7's time to shine. 9 eliminations. They have the zone. They could not ask for anything more. They need nothing less than a chicken dinner with more than double-digit eliminations, and the chance is here. It's on a silver platter.
Yeah. Fun fact, actually, up until one of those got confirmed down the line, this was going to be Vampire's only 0-point game of the main tournament. However, it is still, with only 1 point, their lowest scoring game of the main tournament. So there is an opportunity. It's a slim one, but you know what? If that continues, maybe.
I wouldn't say that the door has been opened just yet.
Yes.
But there's a hand on the knob.
I get you.
You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying.
It's on the knob. You know, is it too hot and you can take it off, or are they going to turn it? We'll see here. It really depends on how Alpha7 finishes this off. Meanwhile, you're going to have them with the high ground in a perfect position. Ooh. This is where they thrive. Meanwhile, every other team is struggling trying to get into this next circle.
Mafioso's popping off on the other side. Alpha7 is having a right run of this game at the moment here. They're taking fights in long range against Box, against Twisted Minds. They're holding them up on the left-hand side as well here, but looks like Stalwart trying to make a move up here as well. Against the teams on this west side, they're holding out Gladiators, as well as looking at how we're seeing Dplus KIA trying to hold it. It's not going to be for them, though, but this could be Stalwarts to win.
100%. Let's see who's going to take it. Oh, Stalwart do get the circle as well. So circle blessed right at the perfect moment. Meanwhile, Mafioso is putting a lot of pressure onto them. They do lose 1 player. So now Alpha7 will have the player advantage going into the rest of this match, but they do not have the circle. One thing that they do have, though, is that high ground. How are they going to use it? Meanwhile, Gladiators trying to continue to put some points on the board. They want a big chunk of that prize pool, but it's Box Gaming trying to hold them down. Kitsune up in the front line, getting a beautiful knock there, and it's just Duck left, and he's wide in the open, and he's out of there.
Yeah, no way he was able to weather that, as now Box is done here. Meanwhile, actually a really decent angle for Stalwart against what we're seeing from Alpha7, but that being said, they still have a little bit of a ridge line that they can play with some of these rocks, etc., with some of these trees, but as the circle's going to bear on down, I don't know how you solve the Stalwart problem.
Oh my goodness, Alpha7 is heating up, 14 eliminations. They don't have the zone, nothing they can do there, but they do go out with one heck of a performance. Now it's Stalwart's time to shine. It's 3 versus 1. Can Kitsune pull off a miracle?
He's a great player, but I think Stalwart might have had the bee's nest kicked coming into day number 3. They had obviously a very rough time in the previous. Goes for the nade, tries to connect, does a bit of damage.
Oh, and now with the off angle, Kitsune, nothing he could do. Beautifully done from Stalwart there. Great teamwork to get the chicken dinner when they need it, and that is a good, solid finish.
Yeah, a nice start here for Stalwart for day number 3, considering there was a bit few question marks around them. Let's talk about this, though. In the last 2 Sandhawks that they played before this, half of their points almost came from those 2 Sandhawks. So if you think about actually what they're doing here, they're very proficient on this battleground. They're excellent, but it doesn't account for enough games for them to be able to make that proper rise. So Erangel and Miramar has got to tighten up here.
Yep, 100%. And I will say this. If there was one map where they had a chance to possibly catch up on these leaders, it was going to be Sandhawk, right? Perfect scenario for those teams 3rd place on down. You had 628 and Vampire go out with practically nothing. Alpha7 really capitalized on that. And look at top, you're going to see...
He doesn't look happy.
You're going to see a lot of frustration in these players' face, because right now, even a 18-point chicken dinner, you need more.
I'm going to reel it in, right? This team is capable of more than what we've seen from them over the last 2 days. They are capable of more. This could be the launch pad they need to have a brilliant last day. But we'll see here. It's a lot of points for them to be able to put on the board, start moving up those leaderboards. But for a team like this, they expect top 3.
Yep.
They expect that to be their
No popping off for them just yet. Ultimate focus in their eyes and ultimate focus on the desk. Let's bring it on over to them.
Some might even say they might be blasting off here, because Stalwart Esports, I know a certain person on the desk that's extremely happy to see this victory, and it's not Maxman, it's 7 Worlds Gaming.
I was talking about them. I was hoping that they would end up making that push from what was it, 10th place to hopefully a top 5. I think it might just happen, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect timing to leave that compound on the road, right? Because if you go a little bit too early, the side of Alpha7 are going to be taking shots at you, and you can't really secure those off angles. And the fact they just timed it when Alpha7 initiated that push downhill is when they can't really take those shots as efficiently, so they can really set up the angle.
Deserved, right? Was in a great position behind the wall. He takes down, I think that was Mafioso trying to come down the hill, and then it was just all downhill from there. I didn't mean to say that twice.
Nice.
Let's take a look actually at the match rankings here in this one. And also, we have to mention 628 losing 2 players extremely early, allowing Alpha7 to pick up a bunch of points and close this gap for potentially 2nd place. 14 eliminations. I think that's one of the best games, if not the best game we've seen out of Alpha7.
Yeah, in recent memory, that definitely is going to be the case right here, 7. And a game that they need, because 628 not able to really get some points there. And it's not Miramar 2, so we still need to see Alpha7 do well on that battleground. But onto the lower side of things, we are seeing, in fact, that no points are getting picked up by Vampire Esports. So if the stars align properly, things could be happening up there.
Well,
it really needs to align perfectly,
we'll set it up for now, 7, but...
Yeah, you know what? At least they're trying to catch up to 628 first. Once they catch up to that one, then they can worry about Vampire Esports. Another team that we saw there on the 2nd page, Alter Ego. This was a team that we're talking about. Currently was within the top 5 whenever we started off the day. That's going to hurt them in a big, big way. And also, to be fair, in regards to Stalwart, I feel like we got flashbacks to day 1, first match, where Stalwart ended up getting fed that circle. They were able to take advantage of it, which is ultimately what you want out of a team. But we need to see something happen in the next couple of games. I want to see what's going to happen with this team whenever they don't end up getting that circle. And once again, even though they did get the chicken dinner, Top was a player that got eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, it's the stalwart rules right now. If the circle doesn't go towards their drop location, they don't get the win. Okay, they just don't want to move away from their drop location, but a little bit of damage coming out from all of these players.
Yep.
Looking at that conversion rate for Top, did he get himself his first elim? He did not. Unfortunately, still not happening for him. Not sure what quite is going on their side, but so Top needs to bring in the points because he was an MVP contender, I would even say, going into this event, but things have just not been going his way at all so far.
I mean, Action and Top were like the duo. We first saw Stalwart rise through the ranks here in PUBG Mobile, but yeah, we don't know exactly what's going on with him. I think he needs to dye his hair, get that power back in. I don't know what color is going to unleash him if he'll come back with red, orange. Orange.
It's been working for Vampire. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Top going to Vampire. Never mind. Confirm. Maxman said it.
Yeah.
Well, let's start to talk about maybe a couple other teams here. Well, one team in particular, right?
Yes.
Alpha7.
Yes.
We did have Carrillo as our player to watch today. And it looks like you have something to say about that.
But at this point, and I mean, I kind of mentioned him when I was talking about Carrillo as well. I mentioned Mafioso. His gameplay so far this tournament, I feel like it has been very impactful to his team. We saw what he was able to do when they took on Fireflux. We saw what they were able to do against DRS and also Infinity IQ. It was just him alone being able to get those off angles, and you see it here perfectly. 1100 damage out of this player. I hope that they continue on with the current strat that they have. Allow him the freedom to move around. Allow him the freedom to get those off angles, because if he can give you these numbers, and you're still not being able to get the chicken dinner, that's fine. Because guess what? This kind of numbers is going to allow you to maintain that second place. You might not be able to catch on to Vampire, which a lot of us think it's impossible, but this is good for the team.
Yeah, and I adore the way they especially aimed for that mountaintop really early. I think it was on phase 2. Flux was on that mountaintop position. It's an early fight to take, but when you see where the circle was at the time, you know how valuable a position like that actually can be in the late game. The fact they took the fight, won it so quickly, then they could eliminate all the teams entering late, like Infinity IQ, DRS, the rest of Twisted Mind. So that position, they knew how strong it was, which it then enabled them to get so many elims, because that high ground spot and with the rocks all around it make it such a threat to the teams trying to push up.
I mean, even while we were watching, we were kind of like looking at Alpha7. We're like, they're just hunting for eliminations now. It looks like they got that confidence back. And I hate to always go back to this point, but I have to say it. Why the heck are Alpha7 always starting so slow in these events, man? I mean, obviously we did have the All-Star event into the main tournament, but we were expecting more. And if they continue to play like this, we kind of wonder to ourselves, if they started off like this, would they be the team in #1?
You know what it is now? I feel like I need to start seeing a little bit more consistency out of Alpha7. It's not even being able to start slow, because they did have a great day one. Yesterday, they started off pretty good, and then it slowed down in a big way. This team needs to just find a way to be able to be consistent. Whether it's kind of like what we were talking about Vampire, right? Vampire Esports. Whenever they have a bad match, it's a great match if you compare it to some of the other teams. It's a bad match for them, but they're still able to put up those numbers. If Alpha7 can just find a way to still get those numbers, to still find those placement points as well, because we have seen them being able to get the elims, and then when we look at those placement points, it's 0. They need to find a good marriage between the both of them. But overall, I feel like this is what I wanted to see out of Alpha7 coming into today. I wanted them to start off hot. I wanted them to get those elims. I wanted the players especially to build up their confidence, because knowing the players, and I've gotten a chance to talk to them plenty of times, they are players that lets that get to their head. So I'm really happy that they were able to start off the day like this.
I mean, we know they're a very streaky team, right? They just get a win and then they just keep getting more every time. And I don't know what that was.
I like it.
So hopefully they can keep results like that flowing after this one. Hopefully it's going to be the confidence boost they needed. But it's just, as you said, we did see that at the start on the first 2 days. Good result, then kind of fall off. We cannot afford to see that again today.
And the thing for Alpha7 is, I think they need to keep in mind, is that they got a little bit lucky for the fact that GG was able to take down 2 players from 6 to 8 here. And we're actually seeing the result of this because of the damage that they had taken. They weren't able to be as aggressive that they wanted to. They weren't able to get as many eliminations that they wanted to. And this allowed Alpha7 to springboard themselves forward. But you can't depend on that to happen every match, right? Obviously, they picked up 4 eliminations for Alpha7. But closing out the games, I know the zone didn't necessarily go their way at the very end. But they got to be consistent here, because they still need to claw back some of this discrepancy they have in points.
With 6-8, I feel like now is the time to shine going into Erangel. I was mentioning at the beginning of the show, this team hasn't really been able to put up great numbers in Erangel. Yeah, they have had I think day one they did have a good match, but yesterday they ended up with 9th place, and it's just not where you want to be. They were able to get some elims here and there, but I'm pretty sure Alpha7 is going to continue the way they just did here in Sandhawk. It's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a race for that 2nd place, and I'm excited, and I'm hoping, I mean, who knows, right? We don't know what can happen. If for some reason one of these teams that's currently in 2nd place or 3rd place decides to pop off and continue to pop off, and Vampire Esports continues to not get those points that we have seen out of them, even on the bad matches, we might end up with something close. And that's just me being hopeful, right? That's just me wanting to see
There's a chance it could
close
happen,
finish. Yeah.
literally. I mean, it is going to be that close at the top.
It is. I mean, I never thought I'd be saying this, but we did see Vampire actually lose to Twisted Minds.
Yes, I wanted to bring that up, actually. That was a big surprise of a fight because Twisted Mind weren't really organized too much, but no, sometimes Twisted Mind can bring something back from the brink of death.
Yep. It's going to be tough, but it is going to be doable here for a lot of these teams to bump themselves up in prize pool, but they still have 5 matches left to go. We've got 3 Erangels, we've got 2 Miramars, we've got a packed house as well, and honestly, who knows what's going to happen by the end of this day. But I'm going to ask you a prediction here. As you can see, we're about to load in our first Erangel. 7. In one word, which team?
7.
This match.
7.
Max?
Plus.
Okay, well, you got your predictions in right there. I believe we can go to our commentators very shortly here to drop us into our 2nd match of the day. And honestly, things are only heating up from here. So let's drop in to our commentators to kick off our very first Erangel of the day with Hot Jukes and Kalaris.
Woo! Here we go, baby. First Erangel of the day. PMWI Main Tournament, of course, presented to you by the Honor Magic 5 Pro. This is where you are going to be battle-tested, baby. Erangel. No better map, in my opinion. We're going to play a whole bunch of them today, and this is where Vampire, you can see the man right there. Tony K has had his way with everybody.
He's ascended.
Yes,
He has ascended to a position that nobody's going to be able to challenge by the looks of things. And you're right, the classic, Erangel, the grassy pastures. We have got ourselves a great playing path as well to kick things off for a triple helping of Erangel. It's the team's bread and butter is Erangel. They know it the best, they play it the best, and throughout these next 3 games, this could quite easily determine what's going to happen on those standings.
Oh yeah, and I'll tell you what, if you are Alpha7, if you're 6-8, I think your goal right now is to just put up a monster game. You need another 20-point play. Now, if that were to happen, if we're going to see Alpha7 or 6-8 do that, then maybe one more, and then after that, then the talk of, okay, are we going to see them drop on Vampire and try to take them out early? But I'll tell you what, with this zone, a lot of those plans I think are going to go right out the door.
Give me that cheeky mini Milter finish where it's ridiculous. I'm all about down there, but I mean, we've still got a lot of locations that it could be. One thing for sure, though, is that for a lot of those teams in the chase, they're all west side teams. They're all west dropping teams. You've got Alpha7 up in the north with that heavy Zaki and North George split, which does have its vulnerabilities, but I don't think they're going to be punished. I think Vampire's going to stay away from them. Already a fight is brewing, though, here between Alter Ego and Infinity IQ.
Oh, Infinity IQ can't afford to lose players early on, but yeah, Alter Ego Potato is going to pick up that one. That's going to be the first one on the board for this final Erangel. And guess what? We're seeing those mini 14s get picked up.
Yeah, we are. It's especially rough as well because Bensu's looked great for Infinity IQ.
True.
So to have him lost early is rough, but I tell you what's not rough. Everybody at home, you can get yourself the special PMWI crate that's currently available between July the 15th and August the 15th. And you can also head over to the Esports Center as well. There's lots of great goodies here whilst PMWI is on, and it's a good time for PUBG Mobile fans.
100%. So many giveaways, so much action, so much money given away here in this tournament. It's absolutely blown my mind how much this sport has grown in just a few short years. It's only going to get bigger and better, baby. Make sure you spread the word. Of course, use that hashtag 2023 PMWI while you're at it.
Yeah, and not only do you get a win, obviously, with hundreds and thousands of dollars if you get first place, but you also get to stand in the Hot Jukes Dome. Yeah. As Hot Jukes, the man himself. You took a picture with Vampire earlier.
I did.
That was a lovely picture.
I did. The first thing I asked them was like, hey, you know, so what you buying?
What you buying?
What you
Yeah,
buying? What's
yeah.
in the shopping cart right now? You know, I heard a couple ideas. I heard Sertani already added some things to the checkout, so that's good to hear from him.
I'm not
because,
surprised.
I mean, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to see how this team performed. Sertani's wrists were absolutely red, you know, from doing so many cartwheels last night.
Yeah, yeah.
Once
okay.
again, so I definitely feel for him.
Maybe there's a world where his wrists are weighed down by the amount of watches
That's
he's going to
correct.
buy in the future. Who knows?
My also hope is for Tony K, because Tony K is going to have a hard time, I think, after this tournament, because he has to be very careful, because he does play with his hands. He is a mobile gamer.
Yes, yes.
And I think his hands could reach a lot of risk from counting so many $100 bills.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while. And he might get mobbed by fans. And, you know, I mean, he's probably made hundreds of thousands, probably new fans after watching something like this go down. Because people are looking at him and thinking to himself, actually, this is GOAT level play.
It is.
Like, if he does this in future tournaments as well, GOAT level play. That's terrifying.
You know, it's so crazy because before in past tournaments, the player that comes to mind that had the greatest performance ever was Paraboy.
Of course.
Right? But
Everyone knows the name.
But I have never seen Paraboy have a performance like this.
It's not the same.
At this level. It's just not. And not to mention how improved, like how more intense the gameplay has gotten at this level. It's crazy, right? There aren't any more feeder teams. All these teams in this lobby are stacked.
Yeah, but also how improved I would say Tony K is as well. We've known him in the past, you know, previously on FaZe. We've seen him, you know, do decently, you know, it's exciting and stuff like that. But what seems to be clear here is that, and it is not just a one-man show, it's the enabling of the rest of the team around him for it to actually occur, actually happen. And yeah, so far, every piece is slotted together. It goes in the square hole.
Yes, it does.
So we keep
Yes, it does.
saying in the
square hole, yes.
Yeah, for these guys, it's been looking fantastic.
It's crazy. Yeah, I was when I got to the hotel last night, I saw a lot of the players, coaches having dinner. I said, everybody stop eating, right?
Stop now, stop.
now.
Everyone.
Find out what Tony K is eating, right? Eat the same,
Yeah.
right? Whatever he's drinking, same drink, same amount of water, right? Because it's crazy. It's crazy. Well, you know what? We can go on about, you know, Tony K and Vampire's performance thus far, but this tournament's not over yet. I mean, yeah, the lead is still insane. I do like that we saw some life, though, from Alpha7. Meanwhile, we're going to see Tianba get into it with Infinity IQ. And Infinity IQ is a really solid team, but I'm so shocked to see them currently sitting in last place.
Yeah, they can't catch a break here at the moment. This game especially has been an absolute disaster for them. A bit of a train wreck. Ferrari and Hugo going to try and move on past the buildings, or even just maybe crash into Tiamba. They have an M249 just pre-fire. A pre-nade. I do like that kind of strat. It's very, very strong. But actually, they're going to ride on past and look for somewhere else.
Yeah, that's going to keep things interesting here, because once I saw them do that push, to me, that was a give-up push. That was a push just saying,
like,
yeah,
well,
we're at the bottom of the leaderboards, just so yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's so crazy, because, again, even in you're in AIQ's place, last place, that's some good chunk of change, and it's only going to get bigger and bigger as it goes up. A good couple performances, I mean, these guys could jump all the way to 10th or higher.
Yeah, you get a win, and then you're right up there. And it's still possible for a team like this in the lobby like this. They proved that they're able to hang with a decent portion of this lobby thanks to the All-Stars. And now they've found themselves a decent compound here along the road between Milta, running all the way over to Milta Power. These compounds have got extremely high value. The only problem I foresee when you take a center spot like this as a two-man and you're kind of wounded as a team is that eventually teams will crash you. And holding it off as a two can be difficult. That's why sometimes we see duos that have, you know, lost people early on try and take a compound that's not exactly the most prio compound, because they feel like eventually good teams are probably just going to crash the prio ones.
Sir, indeed. Speaking of crash, we're going to see a lot of these crashes come up here in the next few minutes. The zone is about to pop. Ferrari with a nice shot there. Love to see that bolt action come out. It's bolt action versus Mini 14. Who's going to win? Oh,
the boltsy!
It's the bolt, baby! Ferrari showing them how it's done. Attaboy.
Going at 100 miles an hour. Love it. He's only actually got 30 shots to his name here with this, but the 8 times on the car is going to be able to do quite a bit. Big fan of this, man. And I know you are too. I know you are.
I want to see more bolties. I want to see more bolties. Hopefully we can see that in the future of competitive. But I'll tell you right now, Infinity IQ, hopefully that hypes them up. They're in last place. That's still $25,000. If they were to make a jump to like 10th, that's $49,000.
You got to do it.
So, I mean, that is almost double, and that is what you want. Let's take a look here as the zone does pop on over right back to a farm. I'll tell you what, 628's happy about that shift.
A farm finish, I'll take that one. I mean, there's lots of great compounds along these roads, but if you can get farm, lock this down, it becomes a fortress. There is a lot of open area around it. To the east, yes, there's an open area between it. Let's take a look at the pulley. He was driving! He was driving!
So he already popped TQ out. We missed that earlier. Beautifully done. Let's see this one again. What a shot. Ferrari.
Yes.
That is how you do it. Finally, a nice, sick bolt headshot. I can finally fill that out of my bingo card for this tournament. Let's
there
go.
you go. A cheeky double almost. A cheeky double. But anyway, yeah, let's take stock of where we're at. Again, as I say, farm, an extremely strong location. There is a tower you can use a little bit northwest of it, which is pretty strong as well. But Vampire Ravenclaw's already embroiled in a fight. He needs the rest of his team here to reinforce. Will not hold down on his own.
Nice shot there from Gosu. I'll tell you what, 628 Alpha7 fans are now Box fans. You were hoping that Box Gaming takes out this team because they need to go out early if these other squads have a chance at passing them up. A beautiful nade, though, from Flux is going to shut that down. Is Box Gaming going to take advantage of this? They don't know it's Vampire yet. They haven't gotten to finish. A nice nade, though, from Tony K. Trong, can he find this angle? He takes the UAS instead.
Yeah, I think this was a salvage play. I don't think he anticipated falling down the way he did, so now he's kind of making the most of what he's going to do here. Big spray coming in from Tony K, not able to hit too much with it. Box gets out with the tail between the legs.
Wow, so Box Gaming absolutely feeding Vampire. But you know what? Gladiators want to take advantage of this. Tixie has the angles. He does get popped in the process. Fortunate for him, he doesn't get finished. Kitsune steals the elimination from Vampire. Oh, it gets a nice shot onto them. That's 2 knocked. They need to take advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can get away with this, that would be fantastic. Ravenclaw also in a lot of trouble, throwing down some smokes, trying to cover his position due to the fact that they're so open. Schweppes dodging and weaving, trying to get into this building. The shots are still raining through, goes through the window, gets away. But, I mean, everybody else on Vampire is going down.
Well, right now, nobody knows that it's Vampire that is knocked, right? They will find out the second one player does get finished, and they will. So we'll see 3 players from Vampire done and out.
Wow.
This is back-to-back the worst performances we've seen so far from them here in the last day.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. They might have a huge lead, but if this continues, maybe they don't get many points on the board at all for today. As Schweppes here, what he's going to do now, he's going to sit in there for as long as he possibly can and wait this out. Gladiators, though, what a brilliant win for them. What a pickup.
Huge start for Gladiators right now. So great for them, and not to mention a big hype-up moment for them to take out the monstrous Vampire Esports. So again, I said that Vampire's doing so well that they could not come in today and still win, right? It's possible. Yep. But I'll tell you what, 628 and Alpha7, after seeing those eliminations, I want to see a fire lit in them right now. I want to see them go crazy because they need to.
Yeah, a proper burn. Let's see what is going to occur here. For 628, they're coming in from that west side. They're actually leapfrogging ahead of Schweppes here. So for Schweppes, that gets dicey. He's very much on the edge of this circle. The circle popped, and we're going kind of east of farm location. Alpha7 has a great 2-2 split across 2 very prio compounds, but again, it's kind of in the north side of this. Eventually, they probably may need to get together because sometimes holding both of those compounds at the same time, they have great lines of sight on each other, but if someone crashes from the west on that west compound or the east on the east compound, it's hard to get those reinforcing shots.
Absolutely. Alpha7 does a great job of defending certain points like that.
Yeah.
That's, I think, where they really, really thrive because their gun skill is just that good. But even though you have some of the best gun skill in this lobby, getting full sent on by a full squad, if you do not bust out that car, they are going to take you out, and you're going to be down to 2 players. So Alpha7, I think they definitely know better. This is still a little bit of a big zone. They got to play it carefully. I think after this circle, though, we'll definitely see them join up.
628, very much so on this west side. Stalwart, actually, here got themselves not too bad a compound, but again, in terms of the positioning, usually you would expect it to kind of shift away from this bridge down the line. So eventually you're going to have to transition against Rejects that we're seeing a little bit ahead of them, kind of towards the middle of that circle. We've seen Stalwart, they'll be able to make some decent pushes on against it. As long as they've got some smokes, you can kind of make that transition happen. And they've got a lot of nades as well to try and get into those buildings.
Yeah, they need to make sure that they hold that utility to the absolute end.
Yeah,
Circle
yeah.
like this, they're going to definitely need it. Meanwhile, we're seeing DRS climb up the bridge from their Novo loot spots. We're seeing GK full send it around, trying to find a spot open in the circle. But this is very, very risky. They're going to be driving right past Box Gaming in their Wizard Tower. And so far, so good. Seeming to make it out alive. Now we see them take some shots, but just a little bit too late.
Trying. GK, as you say, with the big send on through, they may have been one of the candidates to try and rumble one of the Alpha7 compounds, but it's not going to be here. They're kind of wiggling around. A little bit indecisive around this farm area. When you're driving through this area, as I said before, it's very open, but they're going to crash into the side of what is farm. Hope goes down, and I don't know, man. It just seemed like a bit of a mishmash to me. Not
That
much
was
direction.
that was a good luck send. That was one where you just say, come on, let's find an open spot. And they do end up making it safe there for now, those two players at least. Let's see where this next circle is going to pop, though. It's going to go to farm. It hits on over to Milta. Okay, we have a nice little Milta finish here. Now I think we're going to see Alpha7 definitely get on the road. But it does look like Matic is a little bit ahead of the game on them.
Not many teams actually committing to Milta earlier in this game here, so there is still room for teams to actually crash into that. Usually if teams are in there, but at the same time, Satan here trying to hold on off Dplus KIA, but it's not going to be it. GK will go down. But, I mean, there is room for these teams to crash into Milta, get themselves a spot. Just depends on if the circle's going to end there.
Yeah, we'll find out where that zone decides to go. It does look like we are going to have a party at Milta, though. Meanwhile, Fireflux still up, full squad away. And this is going to be a close one here. So many storylines, so many things to cover here. You got Gladiators really putting off a nice performance. But before that, let's talk about Twisted Minds with a beautiful nade onto Tianba. That's going to be a nice knock as well. But Dami will get the double there. Nice suppressive fire. They want to be able to confirm those knocks. So many smokes here, though, are making it difficult for them.
Yeah, very good start for the Twisted Minds boys to try and now get themselves some off angles. Crypto's moved up here and is going to be using the vehicle to his advantage. He actually needs to smoke off the vehicle. He's not only protecting himself, he's protecting the car wheels as well, so he can use that to transition later.
Meanwhile, watching Alter Ego try to hold their own against Fireflux, but we're going to go back to the Twisted Mind fight with Tianba as there is an absolute battle going on over trying to throw a nade from that top rope. Gets hit by Crypto. Beautiful nade from him. Now it's just Tian Yu, and it's gonna be the nades to finish him off.
Never mind the nade from the top rope. That was an elbow drop from the top rope here.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds dealing with that really, really rapidly, and very importantly to do so. The circle is away from them here, Hot Jukes. They need to start transitioning through, and the field above where Rejects is might end up being like a spot that they go, but it's such a desperate send.
Oh, speaking of desperate, Alter Ego with 2 down are desperate. They need to be able to get some help from Rosemary from across the field. He is trying to get back up. Meanwhile, Soulk is up front, applying the pressure. Gladiators on the other side of the road, making it that much more difficult for Alter Ego to do anything. So Fireflux definitely getting the last laugh here on Alter Ego.
Trying, holding down with DBSs at the moment. Lutz will reinforce, and as you say, in terms of being able to seize this location away, it is almost dead center. It's a great little move here from Fireflux, who are usually also excellent at defending compounds. So if they can hold on to this location and, you know, kind of coexist with Alter Ego here for a moment, I think they'll be sitting pretty.
Yeah, Alter Ego, we're looking to pass up GK since they went out early, but losing 2 players early on is definitely not the optimum scenario. Meanwhile, you still have Gladiators, 628, Alpha7, Box Gaming right above them, looking to make a break time to be able to get some more money in the bank. Gladiators, 5th place right now, $80,000. You know they're hungry to possibly even take 3rd, maybe even 2nd. 3rd place, $125,000. Such a massive difference.
I'm surprised Prep's still alive here, but he still has a lot of room or a way to go before he starts getting into those placement point locations. Here comes our circle shift where let's go into Milta. Let's cause chaos.
Milta. Come on.
I would be
Urban
happy with
finish.
it. It would cause absolute bedlam.
I do not want to see a lumberyard finish.
Ooh,
okay.
That's enough.
All right, that is enough of Milta to make me happy. This road is dangerous. There are some nice little checkpoints, couple little dips on the high ground here in this area, but there's not a lot of cover unless you are on that Milta side. So we'll see how Alpha7 wants to handle this as they move into the next circle.
It's funny because normally we talk about landmarks as metaphorical checkpoints, but there's an actual literal checkpoint on that road.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, so there's definitely somewhere you can take.
100%. Right now, it's Alter Ego with that checkpoint. They're there as a duo. They're checking tickets. Meanwhile, Schweppes trying to check some points for his team as their whole squad got wiped out a little bit earlier from Gladiators. Uh-oh, Duck. You got to take the shots? No! He turns around.
Ooh, okay.
I'm shocked. I thought he was taking that for sure.
This is important. Where's he going to get to? I mean, he might just try and crash into Milta from the north side here. But again, you're going to be going past a lot of teams and probably weathering a lot of fire.
Thought he was headed towards the checkpoint. Instead, he's going into the middle of the open. Yeah, he's going to take this dip here, most likely. It's a dangerous dip, though. There's definitely a lot of sight lines from Fireflux's side. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it where it's like it's almost he's invisible as they drive in.
Yeah, nobody shot. Nobody really shot. Schweppes here has moved back off the back of the position that nade was able to land. So, but still kind of moving around in the field somehow.
This is what I'm talking about. I don't know how he does it.
Be very quiet.
It's so crazy. They have like the most quiet vehicles ever. Nobody prioritizes them. It's really insane to see here. Meanwhile, we're watching Team Falcons on the south side of Milta, trying to hold it down. Oh, the bad nade. He knows it. Yep. Pops on over. Meanwhile, gets pieced up in the process. So this is going to be an absolute battle of attrition. It's going to be tough to get these finishes, but since Six is by himself, if he gets knocked, he's done for.
Top probably feels like bad luck Brian at this moment. He just can't get something going in this tournament. And then he's trying to throw a nade through the window and it bounces back on him from the ledge. It is really rough.
Extremely rough, but I'll tell you what, this is rough. 6-2-8 versus Alpha7.
Big fight.
This is a massive battle. Alpha7 has to hold on. 6-2-8 needs to take them out as well. There's only a 2-point differential from these players, and here come the nades.
They're taking a lot of damage to this here, and I think for 6-2-8, they need that location so that they can use it to their advantage as well. They know that their back was clear from the north side if they were able to wrestle this away. Mafioso down to very little health. Box has actually gone down here in 14th, but again, this bombardment might continue here from 6-2-8.
Oh, it needs to, because there's a $75,000 difference between second and third place, right? At a certain point, you got to forget about trying to go for first. You want to secure at least second, and it is way too close for comfort. Yeah, that nade barely being out of range. Sunan getting a knock onto Senatexa, but Dplus KIA taking out one of the players from 6-2-8. Makes it difficult. It's an absolute battle. 6-2-8, lose 2 players, and now Alpha7 is just down to Carrillo.
Yeah. The fact that Dplus KIA can also see this as well is making this so difficult for 6-2-8. They're taking shots at them all the time. The smokes start to dissipate, and they do get some shots off themselves. They're slowly whittling down the resources of Alpha7, but while this is going on, I mean, the circle has moved away from them, and they're taking losses themselves here, so I don't know, a Pyrrhic battle here.
Yeah, and if you're Dplus KIA, you realize that this is Alpha7 and 6-2-8. I think you have to be more aggressive here. You want to take them out because you want to be able to catch up to them on the leaderboard. So Dplus KIA, I think, finally recognizing the situation here and are going to start pressing the issue little by little. A little bit of hesitancy, though, that could fight them in the end. Meanwhile, Carrillo is still up alive, just right behind the broken vehicle.
That's the thing. Dplus KIA is happy to take it slow, but eventually they're going to have to try and send it far east, and that's not slow at all here. Carrillo, though, will be able to deal with one of the remaining players. STE goes down in total. They were trying to make something happen in a desperate situation, and it did not work out.
Instead, they feed Carrillo an elimination. He gets a playoff here.
No way.
Can he take out Satan? Satan is so lit up. Carrillo with the nade. Carrillo from downtown. Can he hit it right on the money? It looks good.
Maybe a bounce.
Ooh, just a little bit too short, but he's going to get it done with his UMP. Jumps up. Just runs right into Fabian.
Yeah.
A nice effort, but it's not going to cut it in the end.
Truly didn't account for Fabian as the third man coming in on that reinforcement. Schweppes here, though. Mayano going down. He might just look straight for this flush, but he's going to go up against Rejects. Tries to go for this double.
Drop shot!
Down. Oh my God! What a salvage here. They were not looking at any points at all. That was great from him.
And Schweppes is down to 1 HP and still alive.
Oh.
How does Schweppes do it? How does Vampire still manage to outperform Alpha7 in this scenario? It makes no sense.
Ridiculously, 2 eliminations is going to be enough for the moment.
True.
Just any little extra points that they can gain here, especially in a game like this where I thought I counted them completely out, considering how many they lost earlier.
Yeah, and this is a really unfortunate time because that was a real big chance for both 628, Alpha7, even Box there.
Yeah.
But now it's Gladiators' time to shine, okay? They are the top team in the lobby that's still alive. They have 4 eliminations, a lot of them being from onto Vampire Esports, so you know these guys are pumped up and ready to go.
I'm hoping that Gladiators still has some vehicles as well, because there is a world where they can kind of blast into Milta, the north side of it, and be able to then start transitioning from building to building. So there is room for them still in Milta. Normally that's not the case. Normally that is not the case with the usual Milta circle, but they're going to try.
Dplus KIA with 9 eliminations so far. They're having a monster performance, but Solke is looking to stop that here and now with a nice knock on to Fabian. He gets in the vehicle to try to get some sight lines, does get caught by Osel. Where's the rest of the Fireflux team to help him out? I'm surprised to see Lutz here still in the building.
Yeah, if he was out, could provide a bit more reinforcing fire. Osel now throwing down more smokes.
Wow, they lost Solke there.
That's rough.
That is a rough loss. I mean, what is Fireflux doing? They have the insane man advantage. It's 2 against 1. Okay, finally, we see catching Osel and taking Dplus KIA out.
Going to be on Ketch and Lutz to try and do something here. Here comes Gladiators to start now making a dent in Alter Ego, and then beyond that try and start making a move into Milta. They don't necessarily need to finish this fight if they wanted to move into Milta, but because Alter Ego is so wounded, but they do want the elimination points and they see it as an easy pickup.
Meanwhile, you see Gladiators still applying pressure onto Alter Ego. Let's take a look over here at Stalwart going against Team Falcons. Icy does get knocked all the way from DRS Gaming across the way, and they are doing a great job at disrupting these fights, making it that much more difficult for these teams to finish each other.
Yep, Team Falcons here on one corner of this Milta circle. Meku down. They need him up here because Matic's going to move across and will actually clean up the rest of Alter Ego, so that's a good dislodging. But this took a little longer than expected, and Fireflux is actually going to kind of try and punish the position that they find themselves in.
Matic, I thought, did a great job there of making sure that he was able to finish that fight and not get knocked, but Fireflux was waiting for this. So now, Callous Gladiators going to be able to take care of this. You see Tixie with those smokes, drives across. He's going to apply some pressure to those shots, but the clock is ticking, and Matic is going down. McHugh goes down as well. Fireflux looking really good here, and this is tough for Gladiators.
I can't help but think Gladiators stayed in the theater of conflict for just too long in this area. Again, they could have tried to send it through to Milta. Maybe they weren't working on that much information about who was in the buildings below them, but you've got to get that information. You've got to try and look for it, and maybe just play for the victory as opposed to some eliminations.
Stalwart, like, I'll take all these extra eliminations as I can get them, and then it's with that mini. That is like the kill steal gun right there. You get those eliminations just like that with that mini.
Yeah, especially when you've got things like roofs and stuff like that. Wait, Top has 3. Top has 3 eliminations. Max in the distance is dancing around. There you go. But they've got themselves a really decent spot in Milta. I posed the question. Stalwart, of course. So many points on Sandhawk. What can they do on Erangel? They're fighting back here. They're fighting back as a team that was pegged as one of the very favorites for the tournament.
Are they going to bounce back here the final day? They had a nice start here in the first match of Sandhawk, looking to have another performance in Erangel, but catch, wow, with the tight peaks.
Big.
Beautiful shots there from that M4.
Icy was looking for a really cheeky angle at the top of those stairs. Doesn't quite catch it, though. Hoping that some of those bullets are just going to curve slightly down against Ketch's position into that smoke, as Tixie here still laying in some aggressive fire. Gladiators is still alive. I mean, of course, I've been a little bit harsh on them about moving down into Milta, but they are still alive. But now, this location where they could have sent to is taken and in a war zone.
Well, it's a war zone right now. This is a perfect opportunity for them to come down and third party this.
Maybe.
Because DRS is going against Infinity IQ, but Gladiators a little bit slow to this fight. They want to take their time here. We'll see if that ends up being the right play. Rules OG. Looking to press the stairs. On to Huiga. He sees him. Oh,
Easy.
wow.
Easy
Easy elimination.
The mind boggles for me because the warehouse is still available in Milta as well. Nobody's been able to scout this out at all, and that is a very important location in these next coming circles. But at the same time, everybody's kind of holding each other from every angle, so nobody's really wanting to make this move happen.
Well, they're going to have to. Gladiators
I think
realize
Gladiators
it.
goes.
Yeah, they have to. 6 Stalwart made it that much more difficult for them to press up, but they took too much time. Now DRS Gaming has the full focus on them, and these are easy eliminations. Even Lutz is going to go ahead and steal that one in the process, and Gladiators out of there, just like that.
Some big points for Fireflux here, getting themselves at least a top 3, but at the same time, how, as Fireflux, do you make a transition against this? DRS has completely taken the warehouse now. Very important location for this circle. How's Stalwart going to respond? Ooh, a peek around the corner, and Top, another knock here on the board.
Top finally started to turn things up here in the final day. Meanwhile, Fireflux have just been annoying all these squads. This duo has been so deadly, just like taking their time, waiting for teams to fight, and then just picking them off little by little with that beautiful off angle. Here comes Stalwart, throwing the smokes out. This is circle number 9. This zone is about to go to nothing. And here it comes.
Yes, and DRS right now with the warehouse looking lovely. How is this? The thing is that this zone goes down to the road. So eventually, everybody's going to be pushed out into the open, and you can see the smokes already blooming here to try and take advantage of it.
Killer YT with a full lay down here, trying to catch the angles. I think DRS have the advantage with this hill being so close to the center of the zone. Not to mention, Stalwart trying to creep from the buildings little by little, but they have beautiful sight lines from Fireflux. So Fireflux are going to make it that much more difficult for Stalwart. And it looks like, yeah, Stalwart is the team that everyone is looking at. DRS Gaming applying that pressure. And Icy going down. It looks like it's all DRS to win this chicken dinner.
It does look that way here. Stuck on those walls at the moment. DRS has to be effectively the one that moves last. You can see Top now being pushed by the blue. All you have to do, hold this angle, pre-fire the wall. He's hitting the wall with a pan because why on earth not? DRS with a big win here.
And I think he was trying to go out to the blue zone, deny the point. You see him panning the wall there. But DRS actually hit a beautiful nade to take that last HP and take the elimination there. So a big win here for DRS, and it's only match number 2.
Yeah.
Still so much action left to go.
In terms of them trying to move up the leaderboards, yes, a big win here. But for the most part, I mean, they were sat in Milta for a long time. They didn't have to scrap with too many of these teams, so kind of just waited things out. And again, kind of when we're seeing them move through that north side of Milta, the way they were moving from building to building, very calm, very calculated. And that's kind of what you have to do when you've got a situation where it is kind of this urban finish. As much as not many teams are even in there, a lot of teams are still thinking to themselves, but do we commit to Milta? But do we commit to Milta? It gave them a bit more room than a normal urban ending.
I think so, for sure. There's still so many areas where you can go in that spot. Milta, always a fun zone to be able to see towards the end. We definitely got what we wanted, but I'll tell you what, 2 teams that I know didn't, 628 and Alpha7. You know, they saw Vampire get punished so early on, and it just so happens they had to go against each other and got cleaned up in the process from Fireflux. Man, that definitely, I think, is going to hurt them. One team in particular that I really thought kind of missed the mark a little bit was Gladiators. They had a great, solid finish there, but if they would have recognized that fight between DRS and full sent it, I think we could have definitely seen a nice performance.
Yeah, you've got to get yourself into Milta at least. And I mean, you could wrestle away the north side of Milta, which became eventually the winning location.
Yep, well, we got a lot more action, guys. Don't go nowhere. We'll go to a nice break.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of Magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
The Honor Magic 5 Pro powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor self-developed GPU. Ooh, this is an interesting shot. GPU Turbo X. I don't even know which camera I'm looking at here, but we're both in there. And all three of us made it in the end. Big shout out to them as they are one of our main sponsors here for this event. And obviously all of the players are using this device. And right now it's helped DRS get themselves a victory, but not before. I mentioned you guys over looking at TikTok. Make sure you search for the hashtag PMWI 2023 and join in all the activity. And make sure you get your own videos as well, because there will be in-game rewards that you need to pick up.
All right.
I want some of that.
I know.
I wish we could do content as good as the Indo talent, because their
True.
TikToks, Instagrams are amazing. And whenever I try to get us to do silly dances, it doesn't end well.
It's a bit cringe, yeah.
It's a bit cringe.
Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
Tiny bit.
Talk about
Let's take a
cringe
look
goes
at
to your solo shot.
Speaking of cringe, let's take a look at the match rankings here. 15 points for Stalwart picked up. Again, another good game for them. They don't close things out with the victory, but this is them starting to get on par with what we expected come into this event, Maxman.
They've woken up. I love to see more of that, please, from Stalwart Esports. Yeah, I mean, this game pretty much melted down to like the bare minimum. 7 is the winning team from the west side of the road, the winning team of the southern eastern side of the road, and the winning team of the northeastern side of the road. And then it ended right on top of it, which I'm not going to lie, 7, I didn't really expect, but one team that came out on top then was DRS, who was just able to clear all the teams in Milta in strong fashion. Not as many limbs as I initially expected from a finish like that, but at least a lot more aggressive in a similar way to what we saw from them in All-Stars.
Yep, and I enjoyed the patience that they showcased early on. I think at one point we saw a nice 4-man split that they have in Malta, and then they decided to put it together. Once they saw the chance, they decided. I think maybe they had like 8 we had like 8 teams left. They had 0 elims, and then all of a sudden, that's when they start fragging out, and that's when we saw the players from DRS take on Infinity IQ. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, I'll talk about it a little bit later because I actually agree with something that Hotchix was saying. But Delta X, 462 damage.
He's a standout player. Look at that. Oh, the rules is going to be the one to get himself 2 limbs. Yeah, as we said, not as elimination fragging heavy. Though I do, as you said, you have that split from DRS, so they slow things down a little bit. And I feel if a team went a lot faster than what DRS displayed in this game, then you're going to be fighting Falcons on the edge. You wanted to let teams try and leapfrog their position in the city so you could maneuver your way through, which was a good approach from DRS. Sometimes you have to play passive, and I feel like this is a situation that did definitely call for that.
Yeah, and for me, what I wanted to mention, I wish G Gladiators would have decided to push onto, try to third party, right? DRS and Infinity IQ, they would have ended up winning the match.
Even before that, I feel like the moment Infinity IQ go like towards the warehouse position, you can breach it. I feel like that fight versus Alter Ego was unnecessary. And because of that, Flux get involved, take a few extra shots, and Gladiators just don't take the move. Because the early rotations were really smart in the northern edge around, I think you had 628, you had Alpha7. I like that, but that was the game-winning play we needed from Gladiators, and unfortunately, they didn't pull the trigger on it.
You know what I liked, actually, was something that I think the casters noticed, and we noticed. That Top, able to finally get his first elimination here at PMWI. So take a look at his stats across the days. I mean, thing is, these are averages, and we obviously haven't had too many games so far today, just 2 of them. But you can see he's already on track to perform much better than he was in the previous days.
This is the big one right here. 0 elims, 0 elims, 2.5. This is kind of what we expected out of him, right? We always talk about the top players being able to have, what, a 3 average elim?
Okay.
And look at the survival time. Insane.
Okay. Night and day, fair to say here, coming out. I mean, 2 nights and 1 day so far for Top.
I mean, maybe this has been what Stalwart's been lacking, right? Maybe some underperformance out of Top, and they've obviously been struggling quite a bit. They came in as the majority of the talent's favorite to win this whole event as well. So maybe it's just been Top's underperformance, whether it's just him individually, maybe something within the team. Yeah. But the answer is that Stalwart performing so much better with Top on the roster playing.
We talked about this team so much in the past, right? When you're looking at when they still had Scry and PCAM, we said that Top and Action, despite being such gifted, talented fraggers in PUBG Mobile Esports, Scry and PK always played a very integral role for those 2 players to frag out the way they did. And Zed and IC completely changed that dynamic entering in this year. So I feel like maybe they still need to find that synergy that's not present just yet. Ooh. What?
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Stalwart in 5th place?
Yeah, it only took 2 matches for them to be able to jump up that much. The big question mark for me for Stalwart so far, yeah, they have had 2 good games, but the circle hasn't been that far away from where they usually end up landing, and I feel like that is something that I still feel like I need to be answered out of Stalwart Esports.
So it is good that it happened on an Erangel, because we've got 2 more now, so hopefully we can see a continuation of that from them, though Alter Ego not quite able to capitalize on this game, do fall off a little bit, but 5 Flux. Still need more limbs.
Alter Ego going from 4th place all the way down to 9. You know they're currently, oh my goodness.
Well, let's be honest, right? That's how close, like, let's be fair to, that's how close standings were at that point in our leaderboard. So it's not like they just kind of had a massive amount of performance to other teams are starting to perform better than them that were lower. But also Vampire, speaking of underperforming, 3 points on the day, but luckily enough for them, Alpha7 and 628 haven't had the best of days just yet. So they're looking pretty secure to holding down that 1st place prize.
Yeah, Alpha7 got himself a few eliminations at least, so it is kind of good in their fight versus 628, but we're starting to get, towards the end now, you don't have that much time to make those impactful moves in the rankings, so Alpha7 628 need to start getting even more points on the board.
Talking about the Alpha7 fight real quick, Carrillo going by himself, mind of his own, gotta stay with your team, please, Carrillo, no!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into our halfway point of the day. We've got 4 matches left to come. Match 3 coming up right here, right now. It's Erangel, and it's Hotchix and Kalaris.
Here we go! Second Erangel of the day, match number 3. Only 3 more to go after this one. And it is getting interesting. I'm taking a look at the leaderboards right here. Obviously, Vampire Esports are, big chillin'. Big chillin' here.
Very big chillin'.
I don't think they got anything to worry about. If they were to possibly worry, here's the scenario I think that has to happen. They have to go out 0 points here this game. And we have to see 628 or Alpha7, 20 elimination chicken dinner.
Which is possible.
It's possible.
We've seen it happen.
We've seen it happen.
We've seen
But-
Vampire go out early, and we've seen big wins. So these two scenarios could coincide.
That's correct.
There you go.
But
That's my analysis.
That is the exact scenario that has to happen. But I'll tell you what, it's going to be hard when you're looking at the top players, and all of them happen to be on the Vampire side.
Yeah, I mean, maybe throughout the day we could see that changing. Look at that. Being able to take one of the top spots in terms of knockouts. So maybe it seems slowly encroaching on the land of Vampire Esports here on good old Transylvania.
Oh, okay.
And that circle favors 6-2-8 to start things off. But I will say, I know you want to talk.
No,
but
go ahead. No, go ahead.
When we last saw a circle that favored 6-2-8, down here we saw eventually Flux being the victors with that farmhouse near the field. And 6-2-8 didn't get much converted on a game like that. So I think they need to just be a bit more proactive in this circle compared to the previous ones that they were. And maybe job's a good one.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Where is that zone going to go? Are we going to have a similar one like we saw the other day? Or is it going to possibly hard shift on up the hospital, you know? Maybe even down and have a full-fledged Primorsk finish? That'll make things interesting. Here we go. Match number 3. And we're off. Looking right now as we see Twisted Minds in Pachinki, Big Chillin', Tiamba over here in Milta. Top teams in the lobby. Vampire all the way up in Stalber, baby.
They're far.
What do you think about that?
They are far. I don't know. I'm theorizing an insane boat rotation, but I don't think it's going to be the case. They'll come in on the land. They'll try and come in probably on the north, past hospital and ruins, etc. But anyway, as you can see, already beached the boat as Jing, who was up there in terms of knockouts, gets to Primos very, very quickly. And the rest of his team's going to try and slowly loot through Ferry Pier because ultimately you don't need all 4 in Primorsk at this point. You know that no teams are dropping down here alongside you. Spread yourself out, get that loot on the board. And again, I feel like start to take some of those priority locations a little bit north of you.
Yeah, I think you want to definitely get set up as early as you possibly can. And we're still seeing pretty similar timing when it comes to rotations. I think here, as we see Alpha7 full sending it on most likely North George. Yep, they're going to be heading over here to North George, looting it all up. And then most likely he's going to take that bridge on down into the zone. Fireflux, Soulless, hopping in the ride as well. Fireflux currently sitting in 10th place, all right? Good game here. They could jump all the way to 4th place.
They could.
That is crazy. It's honestly nuts. We haven't really talked about that, how nuts the difference in points from pretty much 10th all the way to 4th place is.
So usually I describe that as how big the mid pack is, right? If you think about it. So yeah, as you say, 88 points, 4th place, Gladiators, down to, as you say, Fireflux, 10th place, 72 points. So the difference in 6-7 spots is only about 15 points. Jeez. So huge moves could quite easily make a seismic shift in how much money you're walking away with out there. It's really, really down to the wire for a lot of these guys who know at this point they're probably out the running for #1, but there is so much more for them to play for.
100%. So much more to play for indeed. Let's see how it's all going to work out here because, you know, when you have such an amazing prize pool that we see here, it really just incentivizes teams to just give it their all.
Every game.
Even those squads at the bottom. Looking at it right now, so we're talking about that difference, right? From 4th place, just $100,000.
It's all right.
You know, just $100,000.
Pretty good, I'm going to be real.
No big deal, you know?
Yep.
10th place, $49,000.
Okay.
Okay, that's a big difference.
And anybody in that range could easily jump and leap and attack that 4th place location, is what you're saying.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what? I will say, $100,000, not bad for today's work.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good indeed, right? It's absolute insanity here. Okay, we're seeing some nice, interesting rotations from Dplus KIA.
I've got 5 on them, showing that as a replay later on. They like showing their car flips and things like that.
So, You know what they really do? They always seem to kind of like a nice little boogie over. Yeah. Meanwhile, we're watching Tianba rotate over here. Next, this zone, man. Oh, we're seeing a nice migration come from the top. I am not shocked to see Vampire coming into this circle ultra late. I think they're just looking to play it just safe as possible, put a couple points on the board, just take the back home.
There's some teams that could easily hold them out. I'm hearing some cheering going on as well.
Yeah.
As the fans in the crowd at the moment here, looking hopefully for some of their favorites to be able to make a splash here, and it's getting to midnight. It's getting to those later hours, not literally, but in terms of the tournament as a whole, it's getting towards the very end by which you can start racking up those points. So it's a slow start here for this one, basically because again, for a lot of these teams, the playing path was just very far away from this circle, so nobody really wants to have to fight one another. They just want to get to the circle first, then we can figure out those tussles.
Okay, so for this match in particular, I think this is a massive match for Gladiators and Stalwart.
Yeah.
Okay, because obviously those guys want to at least take away that second place prize pool. They're so close to each other, but there is a nice little gap between third and fourth. So I think this is the one where if you want to make sure you try to get that second place prize pool, you need a good performance here and now, more than ever.
I would say so. I mean, looking at how much they've been able to, well, Stalwart's been able to rack up so far throughout the day, there's an opportunity for a huge leap for them, considering where they started. And for Gladiators, they did enough in the previous game. I did want to see them be a bit more gung-ho about trying to get towards some of the winning circle situations. I think the fight against Alter Ego, yeah, again, it's guaranteed 2 points, but then you suddenly open yourself up to Fireflux quite quickly, and then it really hampers and slows down your potential move in towards Milter and things like that. But I mean, regardless, they're coming in late alongside Vampire. They are up at the top here. We're on board with Tixie, who's currently in the blue, doing the rotating things.
Yes, they are. Everyone's doing them rotating things. Now we're starting to see that congestion here on the south side. Meanwhile, we see Icy. He does have that Car 98 in hand, but he's about to blow up. He knows it. Hops out the ride, blows it up himself. The Roadster completely taken out. Icy stuck in a really bad spot. You can see Ren there. Yep, catching some toes. And Icy is down.
Caught him dead to rights. Transitioning through these fields can be very, very tricky, I think, because if you've got teams sat up in these woods and the like, then they'll be happy to take some of these shots very, very quickly. The rest of Stalwart are going to be moving on, realize they can't really salvage all of that. Okay, so it's relatively similar of a circle as what we had when we saw that Fireflux win come down, but the difference here is so many teams are center compared to that previous scenario already.
And Stalwart going out, losing a player here really hurts because they're that team I just talked about, right? They're trying to catch up to that Alpha7, and that is a 25, 26-point difference for them. So they are going to have to pull out something huge here. Meanwhile, we are looking at the zone. We're seeing Vampire, Gladiators pushing on right through, and they do take out one of the players from Vampire.
Time to 4-9 here for Tony K, trying to make something happen. And against, already goes down, actually Ravenclaw helping out from the distance with that Scar. Looking for more reinforcing shots. Tony K is down. If they lose people here, man, it could be another disappointing game for Vampire.
Tony K is gone. He is gone, so he's not getting picked back up here. So it is just 2 players from Vampire. Could be another goose egg finish, or actually, I think their first goose egg finish if they go out here. And from where they're sitting, it is not looking good.
Nope, not at all. So rough times for Vampires to start off the day. It does show that they can bleed here in a lobby like this and get caught off on these rotations.
We can see him down there. Tony K looking really nervous.
Yeah.
So nervous. I think they're shaking.
Maybe not that much.
Maybe not that much shaking. Oh, well, that didn't seem so calm.
They're playing it out. They're playing it out, eh? And I think ultimately, again, they still know that they have such a cushion to actually play with, but, you know.
Oh, my goodness. It's incredible. I mean, legendary performance, and I think right now is just the victory ride out. But, you know, there's still this game and 3 more later. Like I said, the scenario where that door will start to creep open. Alpha7, 628 saw 2 heavy hitters from Vampire gone.
Yep.
20 elimination chicken dinner. Nothing less, in my opinion. They need that.
This game, you could get your foot in the door.
Yep.
How do you do that? Let's take a look at where they actually are here. As Gladiators coming in from the north, they're going to be fine. They don't mind playing the north on a circle like this. That's the plane, going to drop something, and if we take a look at this circle, this is great, because this is exactly what I want to see. Where is 628, and where is other contenders here, Alpha7? Right now, relatively close to one another. As this circle pops, you can see 628 kind of fanned out far to try and work for a potential possible wide rotate, especially if it was to pop north. They'd be in a great spot to try and strike out at that. Alpha7, God Compound. They've got a really good location at the moment here for this.
Oh.
And it does go north. So 628, if they send hard east now, could take a very important hillside that will be instrumental in a circle like this.
There are some really good hillsides here.
Yeah.
Radio tower still available as well. That is a nice spot to have here in this next zone. Alpha7 are going to be maintaining that position down. I do want to give some information. I did talk to the coach from Alpha7, right? So I said, like, hey, what are you going to do to catch Vampire? You know, and he looked at me and said, there ain't nothing we gonna do to catch Vampire. You know, he's like, what do you mean, do? What are we gonna do here at this point? So, you know, hearing that in my mind, obviously, you know, getting that second place position is priority number one, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So right now, trying to take out 628, seeing them pass them up is that priority. And since 628, Alpha7 is so close, that is going to be the deal for them. So I'm not surprised we just don't see them go for nutty eliminations to try to catch first place. It's too risky.
Yeah, definitely. When it comes to the money that is still on the line for second place, it's very important. Twisted Minds, they're going to start making some move through the south here. Already, they're kind of passing Falcons. Already knocked. Big spray coming out from the up. Will be able to take one down very, very swiftly. That's a good start, but reinforcing shots come in, and 6 knocks him.
Falcon punch. Oh, Falcon dodge. Wow, barely dodging. Oh, he does it again. And he is weaving and hopping with the hot jukes right there. Unfortunately, they do or cool down as Easy picks them up. So yeah, Team Falcon, some nice moves, but you know, not able to pull it out.
Is that why you're called Hot Jukes?
That is exactly why.
Because you're able to dodge things really impressively?
In-game.
There you go. In-game.
In-game.
But not out-game?
In-game.
Okay, in-game.
That's right.
In-game. We got Twisted Minds also moving on with Crypto, trying to get towards rejects here, and realizing actually there's just too many angles that he's being hit from, so has to move away.
Yeah, Reject Tokyo trying to hold down this quarry area. And you can see some big rotations coming out, especially from a team like DRS, all the way up the side. They're in 11th place, trying to climb up the leaderboards, but they're going to be running into some major teams. Meanwhile, keep an eye on Twisted Minds, all the way down in 14th place. Yeah, at a certain point, they know that it's pretty much done and dusted here, but how much more money can they grab? That's always the question.
That is definitely so. Rules has found himself a little spot in these fields. He's going to have to wait until Kitsune comes along across this hillside. I think he might have seen him on Hillbug there, but, you know, whatever. And he'll be moving on away and rendezvousing with the rest of Gladiators.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and see Kitsune was hanging down there on that radio tower up top for a little while, just in case. Next zone does go on up.
Ooh.
We're going to see a northern shift. Is he going to go down to Alpha7? You know that they want that. Meanwhile, we're taking a look here as Vampire down to 2 players.
Okay.
It does center up.
I'm very surprised that 628 hasn't taken or at least scouted out the hillside east of them that I was talking about earlier. Nobody's there at the moment, though there is Infinity IQ south of it, but that location overlooking the field south of Gatka is extremely strong.
So strong.
I'm surprised nobody's there, Hot Jukes.
I am double surprised. I think they think it's already taken. We're seeing Reject Tokyo with the full send, and they are going to be able to secure it for free. Meanwhile, Infinity IQ are just a little bit further south by that, right by the Wizard Tower, which is a good spot, but I honestly, Reject Tokyo's hill is the place to be. You'll see how well it does for them because it looks like Vampire have the same idea.
I set on it here, but look at Ravenclaw's on such low health, and also his car is smoking. You got to get out of there and move away fast, blow it up yourself, use it as cover, and get healed up, man. But yeah, so Vampire, it's all salvage here for Ravenclaw. He can exist down here for a little while, but it depends on the angles.
He's a Vampire player. Those guys,
they're invisible.
Those guys turn invisible. It's so crazy. And I will not be surprised if we see Ravenclaw survive for a ridiculous amount of time here. But we'll see though.
Let's see. He's throwing down smoke, so he's really kind of drawing attention to exactly his position.
Yep. That is basically a hello, I'm right over here.
Throw the nade
Throw
here.
the nade here, please. As we see this next zone about to pop. Where's the zone going to go? That's going to be the question. Alpha7, you can see them right there on the bottom left of your map. Going to be creeping in here in a second, but it's a big battle right here between Gladiators and Box Gaming. Two teams very close together on the leaderboards.
Charging up the nades across this little ridge that they both find themselves on. Box taking a bit of damage against it. Doesn't go quite far enough. Just a little bit overcooks that nade. As Kitsune is going to lob another one as well. The Boxers, the rest of them have fanned out. They realized that they were way too vulnerable to nades, so they did take alternate angles and alternate locations. Very important. Good one to start things off against Matic.
Duck with a beautiful nade on the Matic. That's going to open up the fight. We're going to see some pressure being applied from Box Gaming. I think we will, especially as if a knock does come down. McHugh, though, with that huge off angle, picks up 2 players for Box Gaming. Gladiators with a big comeback. Oh, the drive up, Kitsune. Does spot him out. Oh, Duck's in trouble. Duck. Goose, baby.
He's gone. He's gone. Meku, man, he put in a shift and a half there. As Fox is still here, though. Meku's going to have to run away for a moment.
Meku Shark goes down to Duck, and now he's going to get thirsted as well. Good job. Confirm that point. Kitsune coming for the run, and he's going to go ahead and hop on out. He does get hit in the process. Got to hit these shots against McHugh. Cannot make a mistake here. Great shots. Beautifully done from Kitsune, but man, Gladiators lose 2 in the process.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, as much as Meku's already had 4 eliminations this game, surprised he committed as hard as he did for that complete send forwards without the reinforcements of his boys here, trying to move it forward. Twisted Minds, though, meanwhile, going to smoke up the road down towards the south. Circle's going to be popping pretty soon, and this will give us a really decent indication of how this is going to go. Either it prioritizes a lot of the fields on the east, which is deadly, or we get the hill still in play.
If it goes towards Alter Ego, this is going to be a disgusting finish.
It's a really strong compound.
That is... Oh my
it's the
gosh.
fields.
It's literally could not be more dead center fields. Folks, right there where Ravenclaw is on down, it is nothing but wide open field. It is going to be a crazy battle, but let's see who's going to win this one. As Top with a nice bounce nade. The bank is open onto Fabian. Forrest trying to catch some angles, but Top isn't done yet. Is he going to be able to get this first nade off? It's going to be close. He's going to be able to get it off at the last second. And he's, actually, no! The Papa Blue kicks in just a little too hard.
Tough, and that action's going to run away from this. It cannot save Top. He has to now go to probably a hay bale, maybe try and play for placement, but there are still a lot of angles that teams will have into these fields, especially eventually where teams can actually crest that hill from that west side.
628, still alive. Looking to put some big points on the board. 628 with 2 eliminations, Alpha7 with 1. Again, like I said, gone. Action going down. That is Stalwart Esports eliminated. That's going to give a lot of breathing room for those teams above them. But like I mentioned, for those teams, if they even want to have a chance of catching that man right there on the bottom right, 20 elimination chicken dinner needs to start right now.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I like what we just saw also from Fireflux. Here's a replay of the Box versus Gladiator situation. But let me talk about the Fireflux moment there that they crash into action. If you see one buggy in the field and you are just 2 guys in a buggy rolling on forwards, generally, it's just going to be one dude laid down, especially if you were able to see it happen. So the fact that you do that, you set yourself up a little bit of an extra car fort to dislodge them the way you do here. Fireflux played that well and understands the situation in the middle.
Yeah, 628 though, man. Oh, they're understanding that they're going to have to do this with 3 players because Steez goes down. That's a tough loss for them. This is that Wizard Tower I was talking about a little bit earlier as Infinity IQ is having to defend it against Twisted Minds. They did kind of a split push here. Not a full commit from Twisted Mind. I'm surprised to see that. And because of that, they're going to get picked apart little by little. Oh, but here comes Alpha7 with the third party.
Cresting the hill here. Very important now as they understand that this fight is in the thick of things. And so many people are knocked here from Infinity IQ. It could be an easy cleanup. They really want to thread the needle when it comes to some of these explosives. Will already take out the guys outside, but didn't quite put the pressure on against them inside. 628 is pushing on this position.
Carrillo. Alpha7 with 2 eliminations, 628 pressing up on here. Gladiators going out here. That's going to be a tough loss for them. Let's see if Carrillo can hit this nade. It looks good. Meanwhile, Infinity IQ still surviving it. Third parties, though, here they come. DRS with some nice knocks onto. Oh, what a nade from Twisted Minds on a Carrillo.
DRS crashing on down here against Rejects. They had this hillside for a little bit of time, but they took the valley and will get absolutely obliterated by the S12Ks of DRS. Very, very nice dislodging there by DRS. They need to either take the high ground or think about what's in the fields.
Man, Huiga is doing work right now for his team, trying to keep Infinity IQ alive. Meanwhile, 628 Sudan with this angle, that nade, it looks real good, and it eliminates Alpha7 off the board. Goodbye.
That's really, really important for these two teams going head-to-head. Meanwhile, the circle did shift south. There is still a little bit of that high ground in play for some of these teams to try and work with, wrestle with. But beyond that, it's all field, Hot Jukes.
All field indeed, with 628 only getting 4 limbs and 1 player up. Oh, Vampire is jumping for joy. Meanwhile, we still have a team like Alter Ego with 80 points on the board. This is their chance to even jump up to 4th place and dislodge Gladiators.
And in that compound, I don't know if they have vehicles still available to them, but there is great positions to cover vehicles in that compound. So there is very high likelihood, we haven't looked at them for a while, that they do still have vehicles. They could set up a car fort in the middle of these fields and play it slow.
Tough to see Reject Tokyo getting to this place early and losing out so bad. One of their top damage dealers was one of their players, but they ended up getting wiped by DRS. Yep, they're going to go ahead and start looting those boxes once again. Meanwhile, Dplus KIA out of here. They are eliminated in 9th place. 8 teams still remaining. Infinity IQ, man, they have done a great job of holding this Wizard Tower with 2 players.
Yeah, Kit's actually trying to flex out a little bit from the 2 boogies that they had and throwing down this smoke. Maybe he got himself a hay bale or something like that. Just trying to separate up the 1-1, but already knocked by Infinity IQ. So they still have a great line of sight on where Fireflux is.
So okay, last one up for Fireflux. He's not going to be able to make it to his teammate here, so it's just him trying to throw on some smokes. Man, Infinity IQ doing a great job of applying the pressure. They got to watch their backs, though, because here comes Sunan crawling little by little up to them.
Sneaky. Well, one thing's for sure, they're not going to be getting the 20-limb chicken dinners, right? So for Vampire, they might be still safe. I mean, Ravenclaw's still alive, so he's getting into the placement points here, which is always decent for them. The big fight that's brewing for me is Alter Ego and eventually Tiamba. Even though they're split 1-3 right now, Tiamba's been popping off, man. They've got themselves 8 eliminations to their name, and it's about time they've been pop off.
Well, Alter Ego needs to pop off here because this is their chance, right? They can make one of the biggest jumps on this leaderboard that we have seen all tournament, from 8th place to 4th, if they can finish this strong. So they are currently sitting with 3 players up. One is knocked. Sunan still creeping and crawling. I think he is opting to just kind of play it a little bit safe as he hides behind this buggy. Does he spot one of the players from DRS? I think he saw something. Uh-oh, Yante actually caught him out. And that is gonna hurt. Sunan has to be real careful. This buggy's about to explode.
Yeah, he's gotta run.
Oh.
And he gets to the rock. Wow. Okay, so actually this might tip off Infinity IQ that he was there. Up until the point where they start shooting in this direction, I don't think Infinity IQ realized Sunan was up here. They were looking all the way into the fields, kind of not really scared about their backs, but now they might be a little bit.
Oh, Rules, he tries to roll up to Ravenclaw, and somehow Vampire still puts up points, and it's on to DRS.
Yeah, he's still keeping an eye squarely on DRS. All you have to do is watch them here for the moment. There are teams that eventually may end up shooting you from the back here. The circle shifts towards Twisted Minds and Vampire. Infinity IQ has an opportunity to also transition down, but DRS now is taking casualties in the field. Alter Ego very much so wanting to dislodge them and try and eventually maybe rotate down from there.
Ravenclaw getting more points on the board. I told you, this guy can flip the invisibility button and just survive. It is unprecedented, the skill that this team has.
DRS got to be aware they're still open from this angle here.
Yeah, to the monster that is Ravenclaw.
And doing a lot for the team, despite usually being the scout, usually kind of the eyes in the sky, as it were. The rest would usually being the fraggers. But here comes Tiamba, now moving up slowly, trying to get themselves still more car coverage wherever they can.
Okay, Infinity IQ looking to put some points on the board, trying to launch themselves out of last place. This is probably one of the best games I've seen from them, and they're doing it with 2 players. Uh-oh, over. He's got the car 98.
Oh, yes.
He's got his eyes on. You do not want to peek this man.
He's going to hit something, I promise you. Oh, he's got a suppressor as well. Lovely sound,
Bust it
lovely
back
sound.
out. Bust it back out. Over. Oh, don't peek, Kai. You don't want to peek for too long because Over is looking right over in this direction. Nice shots.
Nice. Ket actually being able to get back together here with Soul-K. Very important here for them to try and still get this going. They are outside the circle, so eventually they're going to have to try and crawl in, which might mean their demise once they actually have to go for that.
Why do I have a feeling Vampire's going to win this?
No. There's...
I'm telling you.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, let's see if Crazy is in the cards here. It's Alter Ego.
It's Tiamba, man.
Wow. Unable to get it done as we see Killer YT fully standing up.
Nice.
Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw.
Oh, nom. Eating up more eliminations for his squad. Why not?
And why not? Why not indeed here? Ketch actually taking some long-range shots in the distance, is able to almost eliminate Infinity IQ. They're gone out, actually, but it's all about Tiamba. If Tiamba's able to lock down a decent chunk of this field and not fall to everybody, Alter Ego is down as well. Flux has done such a great job of being able to lock down their portion of these fields.
Yes, they have. And we're going to see Ravenclaw throw out all the nades he's got. 1, 2. Here comes a offensive smoke as well. Another nade. He threw out all the utility to try and dislodge Tiamba. And YDD does peek it out and finally takes out Ravenclaw. So who is going to be your winners? Tiamba or Fireflux? Tiamba looking unstoppable here.
Definitely, because they have the room completely. They can stand up in these fields. They know they're up only against 1 or 2 players, as one has already gone down, and this way they can take all the angles they want. It is free pickings here for Tiamba.
Let's see what Tiamba could do as they are pressing up now. Here comes the vehicle. They're about to run over Soul-K, barely missing him. There comes the pop out at Tiamba with a beautiful chicken dinner.
Impressive stuff to be able to get that. They were actually in a complete battle on this eastern side here. And so far, you know, before this, they hadn't done much here representing PEL, but this was a big win for them. 23 points. Wow. Has the opportunity to start try and join that middle pack here and make it even more dense.
More dense, more shake-ups on the leaderboards. Things are getting interesting here. There's only 3 more matches left to go. Oh, this is going to be crazy because, yeah, Vampire clutched it. First place, looking pretty locked down. Yeah, Ravenclaw, just that was the extra nail in the coffin, I think. But for second on down, it's anyone's game.
The fact that he got 8 points off of that game, pretty much completely alone. 3 elims, getting himself those 5 placement points as well overall. It's a real victory for Ravenclaw there. But again, we got to focus on Tiamba. The fact that they were able to do that, and it's not easy to make that happen from the east side of that circle. There was a lot of moments where Tiamba was taking fight after fight after fight in these fields, and when you're doing that, the cool thing about when they were doing that is they were getting to the body boxes of other people somehow. Sometimes that's very difficult in these fields, but they were able to get more smokes on the board, get more the grenades on the board, and then finish it off.
What a match, guys. 3 more matches left to go. Don't go anywhere. It's the PMWI live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا تلمسنا تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة لأن الوجبة التجربة المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and maces. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down.
PUBG Mobile is excited to announce its collaboration with Dragon Ball Super, and we're also excited to hear that that collaboration has finally come into fruition as we've been able to get our hands on and play it. Make sure you guys do as well. Make sure you play the new game mode with all of these sweet little vehicles, items, super modes, and more. I don't want to know what you two are going to fuse into, but we'll see when we get back on camera.
An average height person.
I'll be taller.
Average height person with... Never mind.
Not nice. I mean, I have good hair.
You knew exactly what I was going with that.
Okay. Let's not fuse then. Let's not do that.
No, you'd have average hair.
Average hair?
Oh,
I'd like that.
Step up.
And, you know, if I got in on there too... No, I don't want to be a part of that. That'd be a weird fusion.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Match ranking. Let's take a look at what the teams did here in this match, because a couple of teams could have pushed themselves up extremely high in our leaderboards, considering how close things still are. But first of all, Tiamba, 23 points. We finally get to see the team coming in from PEL, coming in from China, finally have a good match.
Yeah, they were in 14th position at the start of the day, and definitely not something I had today, 7, on my PMWI bingo card, Tiamba Chicken Dinner, but not just breach, 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 actually sending it to smart positions on the south, then the west of the fields, a few little nice ridges to play from, and then they just took full control and sent it in the car to make sure they secured the win. So this is the best mechanical display we've seen from this team, so hopefully a little bit more to come.
Yeah, talking about improvements there in 14th place, Star Wars Esports, 0 points, which doesn't, man, it doesn't really reflect at some of the great improvements that we saw out of them in this game. Because remember, I was talking about, I wanted to see what this team could do when the circle is not close to their drop zone. Well, got a chance to see it, ended up at 0 points. But something that we do need to point out, Max, is that they were rotating a lot faster out of Noble.
Yeah.
I felt like they did end up getting away a little bit with their first push into the middle of the circle. I don't know. I think it would have been a lot worse. Instead of 14th place, they probably would have ended up in 16th place.
I still think that despite them speeding up the rotation, which, as we said, was very important, we did witness down the first day or two that we needed to see them be faster on the move away from Nova, because it's not an easy position to leave if you're a late rotating team. Is there still doesn't seem like there's an end goal, right? It doesn't seem like they're actually trying to find a path into the circle, into smart locations. They're just trying to make ends meet as the circles come up. So early rotation good, but still not an actual game plan in mind, which does hurt them in the long run.
Yep.
Okay, let's take a look actually at a different team. Do you know what team I want to take a look at?
Which one?
Do you know? Can you guess?
There's so many.
Okay.
No, we haven't seen them.
Right, I want to see Tiamba's stats, because we haven't actually done like a focus in on their players and what they've been able to show for us here. We actually, I don't think, ever have looked at it now that I think about this entire event so far, because unfortunately they haven't done well enough for us to want to laser dive in. But we can see here a decent spread of eliminations, to be fair.
Yeah, Ren and YDD definitely bringing the heat here. Able to get himself some decent amount of eliminations, and mostly because they were moving as a pack, which there's a few teams I'd like to talk about that I would like to see do the same thing. But definitely nice rotations overall, and over 7 with that sniper, just eyes locked on to Infinity IQ, and he didn't get any shots with it, I think, but definitely keeping the pressure on so Infinity IQ cannot become a threat later on in the game.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see how they were able to push some of the teams, right? Because they didn't have one of the best places, best positions, I would say, from that circle. They did get lucky, though, in a way, I feel like, because Infinity IQ ended up getting just third party. If Infinity IQ was not challenged at all in that position, I feel like we would have gotten a different story. But overall, Tiamba took advantage of their situation.
Well, you know who also took advantage of his situation?
Schweppes?
No, I was going to say Ravenclaw. I was hoping would predict that, actually.
Ravenclaw, sorry.
Because he was the last man alive for his team. And for some reason, Vampire, I mean, we saw Newsy in. It seems like they have taken their foot off the pedal You can see here his average stats across each individual day, currently sitting at 254 for the first day, his best day, at least in terms of damage. But again, he hasn't really necessarily needed to be the stand-up player on the team, because when you have people like Tony K on the roster, and you have people like Stoned on the roster, Schweppes, he doesn't need to perform well. He just needs to do his role well, and his team will succeed.
But when I feel like when he gets in a position like what we just saw, he showcases why he is in Vampire Esports, why he is capable to be in Vampire Esports. Overall, though, I think that the way he was able to just control himself there with so many teams trying to crash him, I think at one point DRS also decided to crash on him. He was able to defend that, and then he ended up with a little bit more cover. I was with Jukes. I was kind of hoping he would just clutch it up. He would win it.
It would have been possible, but having to cross from his position across into the field, you have that little dirt road, which it's fair to say is pretty much impossible to cross over with the amount of control Chiamba displayed in that game. But yeah, Ravenclaw, just not purely a support, can also frag out from time to time.
Maybe he had an agreement with his team. It's like, okay, guys, you had your moments. Let me have mine, all right? You guys just go die. I'm going to go try to like 1v63 this and try to make something happen. But as we do obviously switch our attention over towards another team, Alter Ego, we were sitting very high in the standings. They're trying to obviously push themselves up, and considering what we've seen in this last match, they might have done just that. But in the meantime, before we do come back and check with their overalls, we actually have an interview on stage with their coach.
Welcome back to the main stage. We're joined by Defiant, the coach from Alter Ego Aries. You know, coming into this competition, coming into day 3, your team sitting in the top 5, a very competitive area of, you know, the leaderboard right now. So coming into today, how are the team feeling, and, you know, what are they looking to improve?
They're feeling okay, not really different from day 1, but like the competition has been tough. And then we are trying to improve from the late game, because we managed to get the late game, but always like only 1 or 2 players. So we're trying to improve like survivability of the player.
سألنا مدرب التا ايجو معنا ديفاينت، قلنا له أن صحيح أن فريقكم متقدم بشكل جدا ممتاز، وما زلتوا معنا في التوب 5 في الليدر بورد زي ما شفناهم مادين بشكل جدا ممتاز. بس كيف جونا في اليوم الأخير، وكيف راح يعوضونا في النهائيات، وشون شلون حتى برضو يقدرون ياخذون الصدارة. فذكر أن صحيح أن جو بثقة برا، بثقة عالية في هذه المنافسة، وعندهم القدرة أنهم يحققون النصر. كانوا صحيح أنهم واجهوا شوية صعوبات في هذه المنافسة ما بين اللعيبة، لكن ثقتهم عالية، وباقي الجولات لسه ما بين حسبت.
Defiant, I want to talk to you about your role as coach, because, you know, it's a high-stakes situation right now. It's day 3. There's a lot of money on the line. You know, how do you calm down the players? How do you keep them focused as a coach?
To calm down the player, I usually use like breathing technique, like 4 seconds up and then 4 seconds out, something like that, just to calm them down, you know, lower their adrenaline and everything. Just basically that.
سألنا مدرب التا ايجو ان صحيح ان الفريق جو في النهائيات اكيد تحت ضغط عليه، اكيد تحت ضغط برضو جدا المنافس حتى برضو في البطوله هنا معنا، في كيف تقدر تخلي اللعيبه عندك مرتاحين ويلعبون بثقه عاليه. قال انه يعطيهم تكنيكات في التنفس، يعطيهم خليهم شويه يتنفسون مده 4 ثواني شهيق و4 ثواني زفير. هذا اللي شفناه منهم، وفعلا دخلوا بشكل اريح وقدروا ينافسون بشكل جدا ممتاز.
So let's talk about today. You know, we want to talk about results, expectations. It's kind of a little bit difficult to think about catching up with Vampire at this point. You know, they've created a significant lead. But you know what? From 4th to 9th place right now on the leaderboard, it's something like 8 to 9 points. So what are the goals today for Alter Ego Aries?
Of course, we are trying to do our best, but like realistically, top 2 is like still reachable with like 3 games left. Like 3 incredible games can get to the second, so like that's what we are trying to do.
سألنا المدرب انه صحيح ممكن خلينا نقول وصولكم للمركز الاول صار جدا صعب، لان الفامبايرز مره بعيدين بالنقاط، لكن شلون تقدروا تدخلون وتنافسون، وايش تركيزكم في هذه المره؟ قال انه صحيح ان المركز الاول بعيد مره، لكن المركز الثاني ما هي مستحيله وممكنه، خصوصا انه باقي 3 مباريات راح تحدد من هو الابطال هذه المره. بيقول ان هذه ثقتهم وهذه منافستهم باذن الله راح ينافسون على المركز الثاني الحين.
Well, we have faith that you guys can do it. Congratulations so far. Thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage, and we look forward to seeing what you guys can bring over the next few maps that remain in the day in this competition. I can't believe it. Let's go over back to not to the main stage. We're on the main stage. We're going to go back to the studio. Thank you so much, guys.
Well, 3 incredible matches is exactly what they're going to need to do here. You can see 6th place at 86 points. But again, 7 points separates them and G Gladiators. They're currently sitting in 4th place, and that's a large bump up in money. The problem is they've got Box Gaming, Flux, Dplus KIA, and even GK knocking on that door. There's a big competition here between 4th and 9th, or 4th and 10th place, actually. Get things settled down to see who wins how much money.
The race for second place is still on and living here, 7. And 6 to 8, I mean, currently with their results, they have not been too lively. No, things can be definitely turning around. So it's still anyone's game for that second place. Or Vampire just keeping their one player Ravenclaw alive, getting a few eliminations is just enough to make sure that we should be good for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and I think for me, I'm going to be looking at Alpha7, G Gladiators. I know those are 2 teams that we wanted to talk about, right? Oh, man, G Gladiators. Whoa. Max, I'm setting you up here so you can rage a little bit.
I'm fuming. I'm absolutely mad right now. Yeah, taking unnecessary fights, taking that 5 versus Box Gaming, not necessary. Push Alter Ego, maybe you win. Who knows?
Yeah, and with Alpha7, I mean, when they decided to push into Infinity IQ, I thought they had the right idea, but they were, for some reason, a little bit too slow. They could have full send it. Come on, Alpha7. What happened to the aggressivity?
I mean, because aggressivity, very important. Because they're not fighting fast enough.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds come in, third party. So
and on top of that, I mean, they also had 628. The solo from 628 also pushing up and finish them off.
Something you guys mentioned while we were watching the games, that stuff like this doesn't work here in an international competition of this kind of scale. But then the problem is, it works in their own regions. So for G Gliders in particular, you were saying, Max, that they're just going to go back and do the same stuff they've been doing. They're quote-unquote sweeping, and it'll work. And it's like positive. What's the term? It's like it's not positive reinforcement. It's like if something works, doesn't mean necessarily right to do if you want to win events.
Yeah, get the idea. So
can't remember the term.
You know it's going to happen.
A false positive? Kind of like that.
Kind of.
I mean, it might work in your region, but the region hasn't won any big international events in a very long time.
I mean, if Gladiators want to be known as a team that dominate your out of pocket again, not really necessary.
No, I already raged once at them. I will not do it again.
Yeah, I mean, for Gladiators, for Gladiators on a more serious note, if you want to be known as a team that dominates Europe, I think that this is enough. But do you really want to be the team that just dominates your region and then you do pretty much nothing, reaching PMWI, reaching PMGC? I'm pretty sure that's not what they want to do, but unfortunately, if you don't change how you approach the game, how you approach these different lobbies at this scale, you're always going to be the team that dominates Europe and nothing more.
I think it's going to come down to take a look in the mirror for G Gladiators and find out if they maybe it's time, change IGLs, change something going on, because even though it is working right for your region, it's currently not working here when we get to international events.
Yeah, and obviously that's what you want to be winning. You want to be winning big events here. You want to be like Nova. You want to be like S2G, then back in December, January.
Hold up a second.
Maybe not now. Actually, that's something we can talk about, right?
Yeah.
Flux. We saw S2G underperforming the All-Star event. Flux, a bit of underperformance here, though they have been playing better today. And I even saw, I believe it was Scott, actually. I was talking to him over on the Turkish talent side, and he was just so sad. He was just like, what's wrong? And he's like, well, the delays obviously make you a little bit sad. And then he's like, Flux. I mean, the thing is, right? Like, the question I maybe propose to you two is Turkey not as strong as we thought it was anymore?
Their fragging power is...
Careful. Remember, they have your Instagram.
Okay. Flux still have the fragging power. That's all they have.
Which we kind of just saw in the last match, right? Flux catch. I think he ended up with 6 elims out of the 7 from the team, which is impressive.
Yeah.
But you know what, Jason? I kind of don't want to answer that question.
Well, they've been at least averaging more damage today, but I think the takeaway I got from when we were discussing it is, I think Blank was there as well, is that, yeah, you can have great fragging power, but that's not going to do it anymore. That's not going to make you the best team in the world in PUBG Mobile. You have to adapt, and you have to have more depth. You have to have better rotations. You have to have a better pace when you're doing those rotations. Thinking back to like early days of PUBG Mobile, you could have that 1-star player on a roster, and that would be enough.
Yeah.
And then the entirety of last year, we're talking about you can't just have 1 or 2. You got to have like a solid 2, 3, potentially a full team of stars. And now this year, it's that full team of stars. Plus, you got to be quick on the rotations. You got to be executing them correctly. And then you need to be able to close out games. So it's just becoming harder and harder for these teams and these regions to stay at the top. And that's why we're seeing, I think, so much inconsistency between events, is that teams can't maintain that kind of level.
In the past, the sweeping meta was really strong, but now you need to be able to have the fragging power to back your plays and have really strong positions to play from. Just being aggressive and trying to push teams out of those POIs is just not going to cut it anymore at this event. So your macro needs to be on point, and a lot of teams, Flux as an example, definitely do not have, it seems, the map knowledge to perform here.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the players, you guys are talking about the position rotations, right? I feel like something that we have seen, especially at Vampire Esports in All-Stars and also here in the main event, is the pacing of the game. Whenever they decide to push a team, whenever they decide to actually allow all the other teams to take care of themselves, and then they decide to position themselves, then they decide to attack. And I feel like that's something that we've been seeing out of Vampire Esports. We have started to see it a little bit too for some matches here from Alpha7 and also 6-8 in times. If we're going to be going into the future, right, like we're talking about Turkey, I feel like we need to start seeing that a little bit more out of those teams. If they do end up with that fragging power, like we know they're capable, like we have seen for Flux, it needs to come down to that pacing of the game. When you take a fight, where you position, obviously, with the rotations, but when you're willing to actually take a fight or maybe just back away from a fight.
And I really hope that we're going to have Flux and S2G coming back to then for the full season back in Turkey and potentially Championship if they qualify, and bring those learnings back to the home region where fragging power is not going to cut it, and you're going to have a few teams stand out from the rest of the region by getting to those central positions, by being just so fast on the rotate, similar to what we saw from Vampire. I want to see some macro improvements from the whole region, not just Flux and S2G, and maybe because of that, we'll see new star teams being born in that region throughout the end of the year and maybe next year.
I'm glad you mentioned that, for the whole region, not just for these teams, because the whole region, pretty much like Brazil, they're known for being so aggressive, right, that it doesn't allow some of the other teams to try out some of the new strats that they might have been able to see here at PMWI. So yeah, it comes down to the whole region being able to adapt to.
Yeah, you got to have two different skill sets to be able to win in what it takes in your region and be able to win what it takes in a national event. But I love how you brought up Brazil, because luckily for us, Hotjukes, he was done casting. You know what he did? Went straight over to talk to us about Alpha7. So let's listen in. When we come back, we'll hopefully have our fourth match of the day ready.
Now, of course, how can we start this tournament off without talking about one of the most decorated teams in PUBG Mobile history, Alpha7 Esports. This squad coming straight from Brazil has absolutely dominated the scene. Now, coming into PMWI, we figured this was going to be a team in the top 3, and that is why they're currently sitting in 3rd place. I got a chance to talk to their coach yesterday, and they told me that he was just shocked at the performances that he's seen for some of these squads. It has been absolute ridiculousness from the get-go. But when this squad gets in that open field and they know what's ahead of them, they're nearly unstoppable. The only team so far to actually touch them is Vampire Esports, and they have a long road if they want to catch them, because going into this tournament, PMWI was what they were looking to get. They wanted that belt around them, and I know they're hungry for it. So if that is something that they still want to achieve, they have to come into today with the ferocity that we saw in this match here. Just hitting shots like crazy. Revo, absolutely untouched. And this nade here from Senatexa, a solid play. But the big struggle that Alpha7 keeps having is they keep losing players early on. If they can kind of hold on to all 4 towards the end, find a position where they just see everybody ahead of them, this is definitely a team that can compete.
Interesting stuff here out of Hotjukes. Thank you so much for that, as we can take a look at Alpha7 and their stats across the day and averages. And I mean, honestly, those aren't really bad averages. Like you take that back to Brazil, and I think they'd actually obviously average more there, but those aren't terrible. And considering they're in 3rd place, you can see why.
Yeah, I mean, when you're anywhere above 5 average eliminations, I think it's fair to say here, 7, that is some really solid stats to have. And they're always making it to the late game too. Like above 20-minute average survival time is really solid from this team. It's just, as Hotjukes did mention, sometimes a little bit split, sometimes losing players. If we see them in the late game as 3-, 4-man teams, they can wrap up games. We've seen it so many times, but now more than ever before, they need to make in those late games to secure those wins.
Yeah, and something that we have been hinting at is not just 1 or 2 players, it's about the whole squad, right? And we're starting to see that now out of Mafioso, and this is for the day too. Mafioso being able to put up the 8 Illims. My player to watch, the one I talked about earlier, Carrillo, 2 Illims. That is just not going to be enough for me. That I want to see more out of him, especially with what I know that he's capable of. I don't know. If they continue to be like this, I don't see them being in the top 3, honestly.
Yeah, and we saw them go back to that kind of playoff career, being sent out in those dangerous positions. A bit risky, so we want to see him back in that safe position where you know he's not going to get taken out early.
And if they are going to be aggressive, fully commit to it. Don't back out also last second. What was it? Tiamba at one point against they won against Alter Ego. Don't pull a Tiamba back then.
I swear, every time I hear this song, I'm going to get PTSD. Now I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night like, are we going to the game? Is it happening? It looks like we're going to be loading in shortly here. As you can see, they're about to load into the plane, which means we're about to load into our commentators, which is a very odd saying. But I do want to get your predictions out of you two, since we're going into our last air angle of the day. You had Dplus, they didn't do too well. You had Alpha7, it was okay.
Stole it!
Oh.
I threw my cue card away. They're going to win it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know who 7's going to pick.
Which one?
Empire.
No.
Who are you going for?
Alter Ego.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to our commentators. It's John Allen and Blank to close out the day.
3 more matches to go, Blank, here today. The final day of the PMWI. It has been a journey, and Vampire have been at the head of this train for a long, long time. But the first games of today haven't been the most stellar for them.
No, and I think realistically, it's okay that they take a break.
That's true.
They slow things down slightly. Ravenclaw also picking up those 9 points last game. Marangle basically just setting the phone down on the table and just waiting things out. It worked out fantastically well. 9 points, you can't turn your nose for that, to be honest. And for Vampire, as even Defy said over on the stage, it's so hard to catch up to them. Most teams are now looking at second place. I think the desk even pointed out that the spacing between 4th and 10th right now is around about 10 points. So the amount that can change in the next 3 matches is humongous, and it's a lot of money in between those positions. It's a huge amount of money in between those positions.
4th place in this final tournament worth 100K, Blank. And then you drop that down into the 40s as you go towards that sort of 10th place. So it is a big, big jump, 60 sort of, in the region of 60 grand, which is a phenomenal amount of money for a 10-point gap. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to shuffle themselves to the top of the deck. The plane path sits on the west of Erangel for our 3rd helping of the map today. The circle, though, goes a little bit further east. Not quite as far east as we saw earlier today, but still on the eastern lane.
Towards farm as well as Potato Hill. Chinky around this area. Twisted Minds picking up that position nice and early. Stalwart heading over towards Novo. Slow rotations out of this team that worked about 2 years ago doesn't work as well anymore. So they're going to have to adjust on that side. At least this circle is towards their area of the map where they start in Novo. So getting that early rotation in shouldn't be as difficult. They certainly have tried to speed things up in the previous matches of today, which has gained them some more points, right? They're getting towards the end game a lot more, which is nice to see. And that's going to be really, really good news for them, just in terms of points alone. Currently in 5th place with 87 points. That's fantastic news for them. Fantastic news for you guys at home that I'm delivering straight to your doorstep is the 2023 PMWI crate, which is only available through from July 15th to the August 15th. The one it's a day to remember, basically.
Absolutely.
So make sure you get your hands on some of those bad boys.
Might be a sad day because it'll be the last day of the crate, but definitely one you do not want to let slip your mind. Heading into this game, we're on board with Alter Ego right now. They're just skirting around near the farm area, just near Potato Hill as well, grabbing those vehicles, getting looted up nice and early. Central on the circle, 2-2 split right now. Falcon close by on the south side of Potato Hill, playing as 4. Fewer vehicles available to them, but they'll be able to grab a couple more on these roadsides. Close by to Alter Ego, actually. Could see a little bit of a scuffle. Shots coming out from Alter Ego and returned, but it's Fnatic to deal the first blow. And that's a really solid knock. Potato might just try and roll this one over, but Fnatic's running up with that M16. The turnaround from Falcons. They want to try and re-engage on this, and in fact, they will find Octa. Going 1-for-1 right now on the trades. Axa falls second. But they are, again, trading back and forth between these two rosters. Falcons have lost a 3rd. There's the first flush coming through, and Rosemary's moving up to the buggy, looking for this res potentially onto Fnatic to get them back into fighting form.
Rosemary, though, he's a greedy player. This guy will immediately go for a little bit more action. Potato will run down King, confirm that one with only a micro Uzi as well as a pistol. Rosemary will confirm it. After all, the Infinity IQ underneath them just rock up. Looks like Rosemeat, again, is going to go for some more eliminations. He does not care about the rescues whatsoever. This guy's all about the frags. The Ferrari's behind.
Protecting Potato from the roll-up of two players here. Ferrari trying to control the tree, but it will not go his way. Bensu now, with a turn of attention over to Potato, will be able to keep his team from falling down all the way, but Teek's still around the corner. Blank, that was not great news for Alter Ego. We talked about how volatile that 4th through 10th place is, and if you're going down early like this, in the 16th match of an 18-match set, it is very, very bad news. Those teams around you will eat up that gap.
Yeah, there's certainly a chance there for a reset on the engagement to go for some of those reses. Unfortunately, Roseberry was just way too fixated on getting those eliminations. And he did look very slick in the process. Very, very cool, pulling on the sunglasses and then just rotating 360, unleashing bullets everywhere, getting a fair few knocks in the process. I don't think Infinity IQ expected such a defense coming out from that team there. Alpha7 though on your screen, 5 average eliminations. As Max said on the desk there, if you are averaging 5 eliminations, you are just good, right? That is a brilliant place to be. Anything above 5 eliminations is kind of like that outlier stage of things where you have absolutely blasted out of your mind in this tournament. And Alpha7 are looking to regain that 2nd place spot. Very unlikely now at match 4 they'll be able to catch up towards Vampires without some unbelievable matches ahead of us. But they certainly would like to go home with a 2nd place. So many people were thinking Alpha7 coming into this tournament were just going to take everything away from how they've been playing throughout the year, which has been, quite honestly, terrifying.
We did have our doubts, though, about Alpha7 after watching them in the All-Stars stage. They didn't really have the power that we'd come to expect from them. They did step up towards the end of it, and even coming into the start of the main tournament days, right? They didn't have maybe the impact that they wanted to, but they absolutely have proved themselves over the course of this set of matches and done so, so well. As you say, definitely that Alpha7 that we've wanted to see, that we were missing before. We are delighted to have them here, vying for that 2nd place spot against STE 628.
Yeah, I think for Alpha7 as well, they've been fairly consistent from both tournaments and All-Stars through to this tournament too. That is, yeah. So this is where you see the outlier, right? Average damage dealt per angle being 1800. You know, we get excited about 2K a lot of times on any particular map. The fact that Vampires are practically doing that every single map. And you've got to remember that we've already played 2 of these Erangels so far, and both times it really was not a stellar performance. So before this day, you know, those numbers would have been highly inflated to get this kind of result. 176 points in 1st place to 125 in 2nd. I think that this has been one of the most dominant tournaments on an international scale we've seen in a very, very long time. Next circle hitting very soon. Right now we're hovering around Farm and Milta and Pachinki itself. So there is potential for an urban finish. There's potential for a really hard south shift down towards Sosnovka military base, which does encompass both the bridges right now. So there's still a chance for these teams to go for the camps.
A lot of teams sent fairly central quite early on in this match, Blank. We had a bit of a glut on that south coast with teams trying to pack themselves in as tightly as possible. Circle just about to pop. Gladiators making their way in from that north side, close to Senatexa from Alpha7. And the rest of them, I believe, as well, trying to make their way just a little bit further west. It circles up onto Potato Hill, essentially, and right on top of this central position of teams. Stalwart from the east side of Novo, going to have to move up that bridge. They've already started doing that. DRS as well, having to leave that. But the decision can be made now, which is the good news for them.
Yeah, a lot of compounds and buildings over towards the coastal side that a few of these teams can pick up early on and start working their way into the circle from there. So there's definitely opportunity for lots of teams to feel rather safe in this kind of circle. There's a few really big points around the map that will become absolutely essential later on. Obviously, covering from Potato Hill is going to be a nice position to get some scouting done. You don't really typically want to take the entirety of it, though, because it's extremely hard to hold as a full squad, typically you'd have 1 or 2 teams over that side. You have the rolling hills up towards the north that we could end on. We also have a load of different types of elevation over towards Pochinki. It's a really interesting circle we can finish in here because the dynamic is going to change massively depending on the next couple of circles.
Vampire still with all 4 of their players alive, which is something they haven't seen into the late game so far today. We've missed it from the previous days. Twisted Minds rolling up onto Box, who have got the pins pulled. They're ready to receive, seemingly. Dammy straight on through, takes a bit of damage, but we're not really going to have too much luck. Trapped in this corner, I'd imagine. DBS in hand, sure, but how many are you going to be able to take down? The answer, 2. Effective to a degree I don't think we maybe expected there, but Crypto has got more in the chamber, pulling the pins as well. Isolating the upstairs, gets a flush and a knock onto Duck. There's only 1 player left now on the inside, but he's vaulting into the fire. He's going straight on in, getting burnt, but he's taking players down with him. Quan puts the shot in with the nade as well and keeps Box alive, but that was a little bit too hairy for their liking. 2 players from Twisted Minds just did that.
I mean, Crypto definitely pulled the hero play, right? He literally ran back into a burning building to help his teammate. And Dammy had done very well. The bullets passing through him like Swiss cheese, which is always good to see. Really quick movement, DBS in hand. Yeah, very much harder than it needed to be there for Box to finish off on that fight. Fireflux off in the distance, very much central alongside with this team. Sloping downwards on this hillside. Pretty open here on out, though. The fair few teams just trying to keep themselves towards these compounds. As we talked about before, there's a lot in this area that you can pick up and stay out of the action for a long, long while.
Teak is just over in Milter Power, having lost all of his teammates early, just sent out, trying to get looted, play out in the blue, try and solo in as long as possible. We saw what Schweppes was able to do with it earlier today, keeping himself alive for Vampire. Circle quite central. Again, on towards Potato Hill, starting to cut out those urban environments, Blank, but this hilltop will prove to be more and more pivotal as time goes on.
Yeah, if we do get another northern shift as well, it's going to mean that we're going to be isolating a lot of these engagements around the map. Obviously, up towards that northwest side, we have a fielded area just outside of Pochinki. A little bit more difficult to play, but some of these teams should be able to just sit around those outer edges. And I think the most interesting thing is Alpha7 coming down from North George, as well as Gladiators from Severny. They have a huge amount of space to play with, but hardly any information to work with going forward, because looking past that down towards the south side is really, really hard from this position to get that information without just being shot at on the rotation. So Gladiators and Alpha7, they've got a very chilled life ahead of them over towards this north side. And they're most likely just going to have to wait for a lot of these teams on the south to move up. But it is all of our teams, well, barring 2, just encompassed on that 50% edge on the south side. It is really, really cramped. And a lot to do with the fact that we were talking about earlier, the huge amount of compounds and buildings and little ditches in this area that you can play in.
6-2-8, a team in a pivotal position, looking to hold on to second place against Alpha7. But they are in much hotter water right now, Blank, on that southwest side. You talked about that split, 6-2-8, right on the edge of it. And they're going to have to try and force their way through, or break far out to the west side and try and swing all the way up north and actually take on Alpha7 themselves. Those are really the early options, and it looks like they are going to break out a little bit further, try and get around the back of DRS.
Yeah, honestly, that there is a good play to make here, which is a really, really wide wrap up towards Church and Pochinki and go through that way. Unfortunately for them, getting caught up in the action versus DRS should make a very quick stop to this.
Leaps on through on the back of the buggy. Will look for more as well. He rolls up, tries to stop those raises. It will go well, but his teammate are falling to bits right now, and it's not good news for 6-2-8 and for that second place hold. 10 points ahead right now is the buffer between them and Alpha7. Going down here fully would be that opening that Alpha7 would have looked for, and given Alpha7's position on that north side of the circle, they can get into this one late relatively simply.
It's massively bad there for 6-2-8, and I think it's sort of unfortunate because 6-2-8 has made these interesting plays in the past where they go for these wide wraps. DRS is the exact same team in that sense of things. I think they were looking to go for something similar on a wide route down towards the south side, which is interesting. But they just get caught up over towards that hill on the west side of Pachinki. And 628 just immediately ripped to pieces.
Ooh.
Circle over towards that western side, though. And now Vampires have a very strong compound looking over towards the east, over the field. So if this circle does move further towards the eastern side, yes, Vampires will have to leave, but they are in a lot of safety for the time being. We are going to see a lot of teams start to go down now because we are moving away from a lot of the compounds. And again, we're filtering teams in past Potato Hill on that northeast side.
This really assuages some of the power and staying ability of Alpha7 and Gladiators on that north side. With the shift as it is, everybody's going to be moving onto that east side, which is their main target of rotation as well. It means that they're going to have to fold back into the fray with the rest of them and try and keep on going. Rules is down in the face of 33Z, and he's looking for more onto Killer. I mean, he's not going to let up, is he? But Gamers8 finally puts a stop to the nonsense on the southwest side. Finally dispatches 628, 125 the mark now for Alpha7 to try and leapfrog. Infinity IQ taking on Stalwarts. At the moment, Action's doing bits, but how much more has he got in the tank here? Trying to burn out the enemy, and he will be able to, but will get knocked in the process. Nerzed gets the final shot over towards Infinity IQ.
That was great from Action. That is the action of the pass, though. That's what you want to see. Really, really amazing hold over towards Infinity IQ. Came blasting towards him. Teak from Falcons. This is one hell of a rocket ship send over towards this side. And will find himself pretty safe in the chopsticks outside of Pachinki. But again, like we said before, these buildings for Vampires have a little bit of elevation that just looks directly down over this fielded region. Teams are going to struggle to get close to them. They have a split that looks down towards the south as well, because I think they're pretty conscious about teams rotating in through that south side. They assume that there will be a squad that will have taken the eastern compound. That currently is both Tiamba and mainly Geeke here, who will be covering that northeast side. So I think for Vampires, they're covering mainly the areas that are going to be the biggest pain points from them in particular. It's quite smart at this stage in the game.
A lot of teams starting to line the edge of the circle blank as well. You've got Box all the way out to the east, Fireflux south of them, just on the southeast point. Reject Tokyo and DRS also trying to just eke their way closer and closer into this circle. But we've got quite a hard shell on this next phase.
Yeah, Box Gaming as well as Fireflux are in two really strong compounds. If this circle was shifted much further towards that eastern side, and I think it's not necessarily bad right now that they sit here, but at some point they will have to get moving. Fireflux has been really slow this tournament, quite sluggish. I think that they need to get themselves a little bit of energy on board and get moving sooner or later. Dplus KIA comes up against Alpha7 as Mafioso takes a tumble.
Far from ideal. Mafioso going down, being a standout player for them today, gets flushed away, and Alpha7
is that it?
Almost, yeah, completely gone. They had their chance. 628 going out so early left them an opening, but that has been firmly shut in their face by Dplus KIA. Gladiators looking to try and third party onto it, but basically no damage was done in response to Dplus KIA.
Yeah, it was a really big opportunity there for Alpha7 to get ahead of things. And thrown away, realistically. Circle centers up towards Geeke's compound on the eastern side of the field. Vampires with their outpost down towards the south should start to be able to move towards Tiamba and maybe rotate through on that center side. Dplus KIA realize this as well, move over to one of the smaller areas of safety on the northern edge of the field. But yeah, around about 50% of this circle completely unplayable, which means we'll be crunching in a lot of teams on that eastern edge. And Gladiators have a very good oversight on Potato Hill currently towards that position. Fireflux, Box Gaming, as we said before, on that eastern side, relatively out of the way. They'll have to get moving soon.
This scrap on our screens right now would dictate who's going to have to push past the Vampires and Tianba line on the south side of Pachinki Fields east. And at the moment, DRS are down 1, Reject Tokyo are down 2. With the res being enacted for DRS, the numbers are better for them. 2 players to face off against, and with Killer back on his feet in just a second, Sarah's close by, wanting to put him back down on the dirt here, but Rules evades the damage from the nade. Duello rotates up on high on top of the hill, and Delta's looking for the flushes. Takes down Sarah in the process, and now it is just Duello. Killer breaks out wide, DBS to DBS, muzzle to muzzle. And it is the Japanese team to take the dip there. Killer finds the final shot.
He's been phenomenal from DRS so far. Real standout for the team. And he has shined in so many different situations. A lot of times coming in to get the teams back on its feet and going in the direction that they need to, shifting
MVP
that bad boy back into drive as opposed to reverse. So just really, really well there. Now, Gladiators have moved down. This is to lock out a lot of these rotations that will be coming through from Flux and Box Gaming. But in the meantime, DRS just swing through a really, really quick rotation in towards the circle. Flux spot this one out, but Delta so quick with it. And only 2 players from Flux down. Again, that slow rotation comes in very important here.
Shots raining in from Gladiators from up on high. Their high ground angle doing so much work against both Flux and DRS. A fast maneuver from DRS gets 2 of them through. Rules and Killer have managed to make it. They had a difficult push to make, so good news to probably survive with 2 at this stage for them.
Yeah, a lot of times for Gladiators, and I think Max was talking about as well, is that they kind of overextend over towards the blue instead of just going for the obvious decision. I think in this particular circle, they haven't moved out too far. They take a strong spot on this ridge side, looking down towards that slope that goes towards those 2 incredible compounds that they identified earlier on. This is very smart play from Gladiators, and it's weird the way they have these topsy-turvy games of just smart things happening and going back to something that's a little bit more awkward. Trong's in is going to really struggle here regardless. The blue will most likely take him down, but this is good. They've sweeped out the majority of the eastern side. It was always going to be a tough game. Well, the amount of points they keep getting here, their run towards second place is now opening a bit further with both second and third place out of the game. This is probably their most important match of the day.
Dplus KIA, what a shift for them on the northern side. They've got that outpost with Seidan on the north. They can regroup Forest of Favian over towards that direction. DRS with their Lone Ranger rules can stay on the north side of the compound, and Geeke going to have to fend off both Tiamba and Gladiators unless there's those wide swings coming through. We'll see if Gladiators are going to go back to that sweeping style that they have held so firmly, sometimes to their detriment too, in these last couple of games.
Yeah, right now, Rules' position completely accessible to the Gladiators. If they go for a quick crash here and don't get too shot out by a lot of these other teams, that is certainly a possibility for them. Rule will require some smokes to get there and probably a further northern wrap to push in towards it. But for the Gladiators, yes, there's been some complicated solutions to some simple problems. And I think that's something that's coming in quite detrimental to the team at the moment. I think that they realistically need to maybe work on that in future because I think they have made things a little bit harder than it needs to be. Again, we're heading down towards Tiamba now to sweep out this team. I still think there's an opportunity where you just let Tiamba get taken out by Geeke and push further into the game, potentially getting more eliminations. But I think they're so cognizant of the fact that they are still a little bit far behind and 10th place is so close. If they can confirm these eliminations now and get that on board, that might be better for their overall run.
Vampire, we're going to wind up and figure out their path forwards because this is not an easy push. What cover do they have to play around? Nothing really. I mean, they've got the smokes, they've laid the groundwork. Now it's time to move forwards. This dip will be in the next circle, so they can hold here for a little bit. Try and wait for those teams on the east to burn themselves out.
Yeah, just basically pushing from trench to trench here with the smokes available. Very well coordinated, and it feels like a lot of teams aren't really looking towards it. This is the play that I mentioned earlier on, and one they had to go for. This type of smoke train, not easy to pull off. So a lot of smokes on the top side to try and keep that back. But with Tiamba pushing in towards Geeke, it provides a great opportunity now for Gladiators to instantly send towards DRS's position. They know that they took out the majority of the teams that came through here, so this has to be a team that is fairly weakened. Geeke would rather hold on to these warehouses, the longhouses on this side, So this is the building they take. Very, very intelligent. And this is probably one of the first successful crashes we've seen in a long time because they've gone for a good setup.
Don't speak too soon, though. There's nades in play, and Gladiators are a little bit grouped here. A nade dropped down the stairs from Rules. There's cross shots as well coming through from Geeke. Meku looking to cook one of his own, spots the ankles, will be dispatched. They are not down, but Dplus KIA looking to maybe take some shots from that northern side. Geeke will absolutely take the shots if they can. Both of these teams firmly in the circle. Tianba now looking to crash in. You could see the smokes train established here. 4 players alive, and in they go. Over out to the right, followed by Tianyu. YDD takes a lot of damage from a nade, but Tianyu goes down first as well, putting them out the back door here. Geeke hold off the first wave of the push, but there's still more yet to come as Vampire crest the ridgeline of their cover and make their way across the field with the undulations their only cover.
Spotting out one of the players from Gladiators as well through the window. They'll have to spend time on that res. But that was a very well-timed push coming through from Gladiators. It looks much more akin to what we're used to from them back in the European region. Oh, beautiful nade through the window from YDD to open things up. It has gone very poorly at the start here. The Tianba tries to repel and rally themselves back into the building. All the while, Vampire is getting free reign of the circle on the western side because all of these teams are occupied with one another at the moment.
You can see the minute ridges in those fields that they're going to have to be playing around here, Blank. Smokes will be their only cover. Vehicles if they're lucky. Shots from Tianba moving them back on in, and Satan trapped in the corner, burning behind the fire. Has to try and keep his feet nice and cool. And Tianba down to 2. Geeke similarly dispatched, dismantled maybe. Another knock sent their way. And the flash comes through. Ground floor occupied, but so is the attic. Kitsune wants more.
This is an interesting play coming from Gladiators. I think that they realize this fight has gone on for far too long. So it must be just dregs of teams remaining. In the meantime, Fathian's actually managed to send a scout of himself down towards the south side on the north edge of Gladiators' compound, which Dplus KIA could most likely return to later on if they can't actually deal with Vampires, who are ripping them to pieces on the top side, and it's Ravenclaw to do that.
These rocks, these hay bales, lifelines in the field, out in the open for Vampire, but everybody on the inside's preoccupied. Ragnar certainly is. A suppressed PP Bison this late in the game. Let's see how effective it could be. Certainly good for one. Not going to be able to get the flush just yet. Gladiators do not want to risk it. Hope hopping around through the window. Can't quite land the shots. Ragnar looks for more, and he goes down, but not before dispatching Tianba. Geeke stay alive, and Hope lives.
Geeke's only hope, really, remaining at this point in time. And Vampires have managed to get across. I think for Gladiators, it's probably a better decision to return to the 2-story and get that elevation to look down towards Vampires as they try to make it in. Schweppes is already down. Newsy in just completely open space. Osal, last remaining player other than Fabian now for Dplus KIA. I take that back, he's gone. But the Vampires are still going, and from what was a really difficult position, timing and really well-coordinated pushes from them have taken them further in this game than they have any right to. And with the circle moving over towards the west and the reses coming through, perhaps this game actually can go back in the favor of Vampire.
They have the opportunity now. They've established the firing line. The smokes were burnt through on that train that we saw from Gladiators earlier. It's going to be hard to find those resources. A lot of crates should be littered around them. Hopefully they can find something. Hope has squeaked out a window, and he's been spotted. And Vampire will not let that one go. Picking up another point there. 5 eliminations. Remember, Vampire right on the cusp of breaking the chicken dinner record here as well. If they're able to get just this one more.
It's been a crazy game here for Vampire because they have essentially tried to remain as patient as possible while still just taking some stabs here and there at the teams in the building, leaving them wounded and bleeding, which is the main thing for them. So they could never really retaliate onto this position, and both Kitsune and Tixie are both down, just 2 players remaining. Matic opens with 1 over towards Vampires, but right now it's not looking like enough.
Crossfire from Ravenclaw out wide to try and slow Matic's roll. The bullets are landing, the shots are hitting, and Vampire shut the jaws on the camp that they've been able to find themselves. They move over the top in over-contested territory, through the fields, through the fire. And Matic now, the last barrier to their victory, to breaking the record here at PMWI. And the roll down is there, but not going to be able to land it just this time around. It will be good for a second. The spray is good. And Vampire return to form with a massive, dominant play over the fields of Pachinki.
That's got to be the most casual, most dangerous looking win I've seen from a team in a long time. In the fields, just pushing across here and there, just taking some swipes at the guys inside the buildings. So preoccupied with one another, they forgot about the vampires over on the western side. And it was the cloak to envelop them all. They were left blinded at the end to the real threat out in the field.
Nobody else tried to move through Pachinki or past them. They were just able to sit there and wait it out, force the fights, and strike when the moment was right. They did exactly what they needed to do, all four of them surviving to the end, controlling the ground. And this is the team that we haven't seen in the first 3 matches of today. They have broken that record that they set for themselves last year.
But the big setup here for us is the Gladiators with 628 as well as Alpha7 out very early in that game. That was a really good opportunity for them to pick up some more additional points. Getting a second place is great. Yes, it's not a first, but they got a lot of eliminations in that match, and that should bring them further towards what they needed.
Phenomenal. Vampire take home a chicken dinner. A record-breaking performance from the roster. And let's head to a break. We'll come back with the desk.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up in. Let me ready to bust in. Take every day, leave 'em with nothing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Vampire PMWI. No, it's actually just PMWI as they secured themselves a chicken dinner, and also meaning they broke another record, getting themselves $25,000 to add to their potential $400,000 to add to their $125,000 from the All-Star Stage, to add from their performances in solos, to add to all their records they've already broken so far today. Welcome back to the show, everyone, as we still have 2 matches left to go. But before we actually break things down here, I'm going to talk about our Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. Not giving you a chance to do it this time because you guys have sucked. Last time I did it, you guys missed the turbo. You just said X, and I'm like,
that's the most important part.
That is the most important part. Thank you so much. Able to pull that off, though. What a match yet again. It almost looked too easy. It's like they're not even trying, and they can still pick up victories. Take a look at the match rank and see how many points they got and how much further they lengthened their lead against other teams.
Yeah, I like how Blank mentioned it at the end of that game. The most chill, aggressive, scary game on Vampire Esports. I mean, it seemed like a walk in the park, 7, a walk in the field, and securing another 20 points, which pretty much just secures their first place. 100%, no point to contest it away. Now it's truly a fight for second position, but those angles at the end, impossible to take it away from Vampire Esports.
It really was, and we got to keep in mind too, something that we really haven't pointed out as much, especially here on the desk, is that Newsy is playing. He's currently replacing Stone, and for them to still be able to get this chicken dinners, that's definitely impressive. One thing we got to keep in mind too, second place and third place, when we're talking about Alpha7, 6-8, currently with those 0 points, which is going to allow some of the other teams, right? Even though we have already seen, what was it, 4th place all the way down to 10th place being so close, it's going to allow second place and third place to be even closer too. So even though we, in a way, kind of have the champion already set with Vampire Esports, a lot of these teams are going to be looking to have good performances here in the next couple matches, and Alter Ego, I believe I might have cursed them, Max.
I feel like you have, actually.
Yeah, I think I did.
That's your fault.
Sorry, Alter
What's been going on? I mean, they were in a position to contest with top 3. Has not been working out, though. Gladiators, it's too late, maybe, to bring these big changes to the table, but they're still able to compete for one of those top 3 positions, potentially. They regrouped, they pushed away Box, pushed away 5 Flux. I am very happy. Do more of that, please. You still got 2 more games to give him more points.
It only took them 5 days.
Well, yes. Yeah, because they did All-Stars too, so it's even worse.
Yeah.
You guys have a lot of hand movements right now. I am quite jealous because I've got... No. No. Save that for later. Save that for the other show.
Degeneration.
We have one more of those later. Come on, guys. Let's take a look, though, at GK, though, up against Tiamba, because there was a crash as GK, as we saw, holding on to that compound. Very center zone, very dominant compound to be in. But I want to take a look at their head-to-head here in this last match, because we had Tiamba won't get a victory in the match before. So we can see the damage going to favor GK as they were able to survive out against that. But I wanted to take a look at these two just to see how the fight kind of broke out. How it ended off, I should say.
I just want to say, GK has actually disappointed me so far today. I mean, I was talking about how first day, Satan, right? Second day, it seemed like the whole team was actually able to start stepping it up. And then here on the final day, I mean, they started off with 13th place, 16th place, 15th place. That's just not the stats that you want to see out of a team that was actually being able to hunt within at least the top 3, I thought, at one point.
Yeah, definitely a little bit disappointing throughout today, though. Tiamba, a team that has impressed me a little bit more. Not just like the C position, maybe free, we don't know, just fully breach, and if it works well, unfortunately, we're dead. There's a lot more thought behind those breaches, especially, I mean, their chicken dinner earlier on the angle just before this match. There was really smart execution, and here they understood the value of GK's spot, fully breached it. It didn't quite work out, but at least there was an idea behind the breach, which I can always appreciate.
Not even that, just more decisiveness too. Whenever they were actually going to go for the breach, they did. Now they actually go for it. They're not like, oh, you know what, we got hit once, let's just back away.
Dplus, wow, okay.
So I have a challenge for you, a challenge for you, Seven. I don't know where the issue came from. Remember the other day, yesterday, when Hotchukes was the voice and I was the visual, and I was just mouthing to what he was saying. I'm going to issue you the challenge. I'm going to put a solo shot on you here, and I'm going to see how well you can do before we hop into our next game.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what's coming?
No idea.
Okay. Well, let's get the solo shot on him and see how we can handle this. Seven, no pressure.
Like
Here we go. The Psychophage crate available now with series new PDP set. And we are excited to announce that the crate contains an advanced supplies selection pack, so you can get it to choose one of 3 mummy-themed sets. Also, the crate won't give any duplicate mythic and ultimate sets until they are collected. Enjoy great designs from PDP creators. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Max, the judge here, what do you got?
Yeah, pretty decent.
I was just counting to 100.
Oh, not as good as Jason, so I'll have to give it a solid no, 6.5.
You couldn't even give him the on-brand result. Okay.
I did it on purpose, not giving you the 7. No.
Not bad. I like the way you think, Max, but we are getting moments away here from our 5th match, which means we're also transitioning over to Miramar.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are you thinking what?
I don't know. I'm thinking
You
quesadillas.
are thinking what I'm thinking. 6 to 8.
You didn't hear what I said, did you?
No.
Good. We'll move on. Go ahead, 6 to 8. Let's talk about him.
Yeah, if they keep doing well, Alpha7 could be losing potentially their top position to contend for that 2nd place. So they need to bring the heat right now heading on to Miramar. Otherwise, 6 to 8 might just be solidifying their position in top 2.
Yeah, and I mean, if we were to look at the stats from both teams in Miramar, I feel like 6 to 8 has been able to edge them out. Both of the teams do have a chicken dinner in Miramar. It's going to come down to who's going to let the pressure get to them and who's not. And these are the stats from Miramar, and this is what I was talking about. Almost double the damage of what Alpha7's been able to do. And I want to see how that translates into Helms, and you can see it perfectly right there. Definitely more than double.
And the fact also that yesterday's games on Miramar were just so horrendous circles, I think it's fair to say. One over to the eastern coast, one over to the western coast. That shows that no matter what you throw at 6 to 8, they are able to find something that works. They have a formula for success over on the sand dunes of Miramar. And I want to see if Alpha7 can go back to those glory days of when they used to dominate this map, because 2 more games, that's all that's left right now before we see who can potentially contend for that 2nd place between those 2 teams. And Alpha7, if they don't do it maybe in this 1st game, it might be over for them to make it up at the top.
Yeah, Alpha7 is going to be thinking about yesterday's matches in Miramar, and they're going to be like, you know what, let's act like that didn't happen. Let's just stick with what happened in day 1, because yesterday's Miramar matches, I mean, out of them, they ended up what? 13th place, 16th place, and they weren't able to back it up with those elims. I think they only ended up with just 4 elims for this team. So it comes down to the circle too. It comes down to how they're going to be rotating. And yesterday, especially in Miramar, is when I saw Korea starting to be a little bit too confident and a little bit too loose from the team, and that's just not going to fly
just
right now.
Especially
if they're going to try to push for that 2nd place, if they want to get to that 2nd place.
Just got to be careful on the early drops and how you're going to be rotating on your phase 1, phase 2 circles, because that's what caused their demise. If they go out early, might be GG, game over.
Yep. Looks like we're about to load into our penultimate match here of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational 2023 live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And I believe it's time to head over to our commentators once again with John Allen and Blake.
The desert awaits us, Blank. We are ready to go. We're staying nice and cool. We're staying hydrated because you need everything on your side for the treacherous terrain of Miramar. Certainly this deep into the tournament, the race for 2nd place seemingly now all but locked in. But the 2 teams that were vying for it before have reduced the buffer that they had behind them. Plenty more at nipping at their heels.
Yeah, Gladiators are sweating, essentially, today. And I think we had Kitsune over on the stage yesterday. If you didn't catch it, he had an interview with the beautiful Barney, who was saying, you know, actually, look, we're not a day 1 team. We're not even a day 2 team. We're a day 3 team. They always come in clutch right at the end. And yes, they stress me out because it is always very last minute. But they're here now. And the last minute Andes, they're bringing it through. That's the main thing.
But the question is, and I mean, they talked about it on the desk, is that good enough? You know, is that good enough
for a 2nd place? Sure.
Sure. I mean, maybe for a 2nd place, sure. But you're looking at coming from those PMPL regions where you're playing those longer form tournaments. You have that time to gain momentum. You need more power out of the gates in order to be considered a contender, especially when you've got someone like Vampire just sort of shrouding the rest of the lobby, right? It's kind of unfair at this stage to judge them against a Vampire, but still, you do need a little bit more speed out the gate, I think. And so there's definitely things to work on there. Good news that they have managed to find a little bit of speed here towards the end of day 3.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, you can pop off day 1, you can pop off day 3. It's just a bit more stressful on day 3, but maybe that's what they like. Maybe they love the stress so much, which I cannot imagine. Goodness me, I would be very, very unhappy with that. The adrenaline pumping through my veins. I might need some of Defian's breathing techniques to help me out in that situation, 100%.
Keep it going, mate. From that last game, by the way, not only did Vampire break their total winner-winner chicken dinner record of 3, bringing them up to 4 now in this tournament, which earned them 25k USD, but they have now tied the record for top 3 finishes, which is a further 15k. Blank. One more top 3 finish from Vampire, and they just add to their prize pool. are they going to win literally the entire thing? They won the most exciting walkout as well for another 10K there. They've got most eliminations. They're sweeping the whole board here.
Yeah, Vampire are just taking it all home, and I think it is fairly unbelievable the rate at which they've picked up these prizes and these rewards, as you can also pick up those prizes and rewards from the 2023 PMWI crate. You've heard me harp on it enough by now, so we'll get straight back into the game, because this is our penultimate match before we will finish things off over on the final Miramar of the day on match 6. It is practically confirmed at this point that Vampires will be your champions of PMWI once again. But still, that second place is a huge amount of money, John, a huge amount of money.
Yeah, 200K.
The jump up is large, right? So I think these three teams at the top, Gladiators, A7, and 628, three very, very good teams from different regions. You know, they're all vying for it. And I think that if you were to ask people at home, you know, who do you think you should win? I think there'd be very divided decisions there, because I think there's a lot of fans of Gladiators, a huge amount of fans of A7. There should be some really big fans over the PEL for 6282. So I think that it's really anyone's to take at this point, and Gladiators currently are on pace. But as the desk was saying, 628, they shine the brightest, blindingly bright over here on Miramar.
But then again, so do Alpha7. And in fact, the last time there was a final circle with Alpha7 against 628, we know who won. It was Alpha7, right? They were able to claim that one. But only one game, and it's still, you know, could be, you could argue either way, but I still think Alpha7 do have the chops for it. The time has long gone where Gladiators were considered, I would say, massively dominant when you consider this tournament on Miramar. They have had previous showings here where they just absolutely swept the board, so hopefully they can channel that as well.
Yeah, I think that when you look at that team, they are making some better decisions. Not the best decisions, but better than what we've seen before from them, which is a case of just those speedier rotates in that end game, just picking up the obvious spot a lot of times and fighting for it. You know, the smoke trains were a really good sign to me last game. They were looking for something more, even though it was just one player. The fact they were able to think to themselves, you know, let's challenge this. I think we have to if we want a really good placing in this game. They do go for it. It's slightly difficult for them here on Miramar because the distances are a lot longer. They have to make much more rotates, much more micro rotates on this map as well. So towards that end game, they might still feel a little bit of that, just still feel quite uncomfortable making those endgame rotates where it feels maybe just a little bit too scary to go for them. Maybe they're not confident in that crash to make that one happen. But they want that second place, they want that big jump up in cash, they have to go for it now. Similarly, 628, they just need to keep doing what they're doing here on Miramar, which is absolutely blasting off with just 3 players, of course. They do need those 3 players. The 3-player buff is real.
Hopefully able to enact that here. Miramar stats for Vampire on the left-hand side of your screen. I think, what was that, 7 point something average elimination. So we talked about the prowess of 628, of Alpha7, of Gladiators as well. Vampire have just been chilling. To be fair, it's sort of similar story just across the whole of this tournament, right? Yeah. So it's kind of, as we said before, a little bit unfair to measure them up like that.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to be even more unfair and do some more measuring because they have 46 total limbs on Miramar. They have 2 less limbs than Tony K has total on Miramar. I think that's pretty crazy. Wow. Honestly, I think that's really crazy. 33Z, though, getting taken down is a big deal.
3-player buff.
3-player buff is unleashed, though.
They have activated at the cost of a player, though. This is good news for Alpha. Joking aside, this is great news for Alpha7 for their chase. This is good news for Gladiators that 628 have lost one of their players this early on as well. When you consider their position, they are likely going to have to face a couple of pushes coming through from the teams out on this western side. So, I mean, losing that player severely, as we know, diminishes that strength, that power you can hold on that western edge.
Yeah, there's really quite a big issue at the moment, though, for Alpha7 is that they have headed down from El Pozo on the western road. Very typical rotational path for a lot of teams. But Tiamba's behind them in El Pozo. Twisted Mind's just past Monte Nuevo. Team Falcons are in front of them currently, and there is quite limited rotational paths through Minas del Valle, right? So I think for this team, they've got to be very cautious, remaining behind these ridge sides. You know, you can rotate in very interesting manners in this location, but it requires you to scale these large mountains at the end of the day, which isn't always the most fun for some of these teams. And I think right now, what Alpha7 will try to do is gather as much information as possible, but I do think that they're at the front of what is becoming quite a large queue.
Circle, the largest percentage shrink we see in PUBG Mobile Esports, just about to pop phase 2 of Miramar. Los Leones a major feature in this current zone. We'll see if it does take us that way. In fact, it keeps Los Leones in, but it also encircles La Bandita, and the hills to the north of Los Leones will be the major focal point.
Yeah, the wheels will be spinning furiously on Gladiator's vehicles right now. There will be burnt rubber because they are most likely going to take a very different approach to this game. An eastern shift over towards Minas Generales. This is a really smart move from them if they want to head towards La Bandita Crater and play from that top side. The Infinity IQ is one of the only other teams heading down towards Impala into that location. Obviously, the eastern side of La Bandita is pretty open, but playing on that ridge edge towards La Bandita Crater is still a smart move. And I think at this point in time in the game, with this being such a hard shift over towards that northeast side, Gladiators, obviously coming live to you from Riyadh, they should be thinking to themselves that, you know, a smart move would be to head towards that northern side. It's unlikely there's going to be a lot of teams there. I find it surprising that 628 have actually managed to make their way up towards this location before Gladiators have pulled the trigger on the decision.
3 players, remember, for 628 though, so maybe a little bit less of a roadblock than maybe they would have otherwise encountered. Still, as you say, a fast, direct approach from 628, and that's what you like to see, is what we've praised teams for so far, for adapting and developing into over the last half a year or so. And making sure that you're getting these down pat is so important. For 628, seems like they've nailed it.
Yeah, I think for Alpha7, they're pretty happy about this one because you can see on your screen at the moment, Twisted Mind and above them, Tiamba, both had the exact same reaction that I did to this circle, which is break east, quickly, just turn the vehicle around, let's make over towards this location. So Alpha7, who took a very rickety approach over Chumacera, feels unnecessary for them at this point in time, but it has removed a lot of teams that would be pushing them forward at the end of the day and bustling up against them. Down towards that south side, we do have Fireflux. Solke jumps over to the other side of the party bus, will take shots, and that's one down for Team Falcons straight away, who are ahead of them on the rotate, but losing one player like that will weaken them significantly.
Fireflux are in the main peloton of teams in these crucially placed spots, right? The points so close, separating between them. 3 points for Fireflux. Well, actually only 1 point now when you add in the eliminations, behind Dplus KIA. 6th to 5th place, blank. That's a $15,000 jump. So that's 1 point separates them right now. Every single team in that peloton is so primed and ready to go. They've only got 2 more entries to make themselves known, though. Only 2 more shots in the chamber. And you've got to hit as close to the mark as possible if you want to challenge off against some of the top teams in the world here at the PMWI.
Ooh, I do not enjoy this circle. I think a lot of the teams won't enjoy this circle either. Over towards our eastern side, we have pretty open ground. It is playable to an extent. You most likely will want to just stick on the edges, though. For Gladiators, they'll have a comfortable time over towards the north side on La Bandita because they can play on these ridge sides and peek over the top. In the meantime, Vampire, Ravenclaw looking for a little bit more here.
See, what's happened here is they made the mistake of going near Tony K and have taken a knock for their trouble. Sarah does get rezzed, however, for Reject Tokyo. Stalwart catch some bullets, stray across the way. Cheeky little headshot there. Ravenclaw still firing out all directions. Vampire on the south of this next circle. The hills, where they've been able to stay for quite a while, doing quite well for the Vampires.
Yeah, they are in a position that is surrounded on all edges by teams looking to break the 200-point mark during this game, which is pretty unbelievable to me. And I think with the point sponge they've been, it's what has created this ridiculous amount of points that splits 10th place up towards 3rd place at this point in time. It allows anyone to just have a really good game and immediately jump themselves up by $75,000. Team Falcons, however, go down in 16th here on the 5th game. Here on Miramar, Rosemary on the roof gets taken shots at here by Regiocio.
Back to the garden. Rosemary drops off the top of the roof there. Will not get knocked though. Stay safe. Box Gaming, however, not so lucky. Duck through on both taking the knee on the far side of the road from backup as well. Really, really hard to go for these reses with Forest peppering through as well. You've got to imagine that you're just going to have to let your team be cut in half here for Box. A difficult position for them to be in the defilade they hold currently. Luckily, there's no players up in the buildings to their back, but that's more than likely going to change very soon.
Yamba tucked away towards the compound on the western side of La Bandita. Most teams will struggle with La Bandita with the fact that they allow teams to get a little bit too close. It has been what has caused a lot of problems in the past. Right now, Gladiators are looking to take as much space on the northern side as possible. Before Dplus KIA takes a nade over that side, and Fabian goes down, but 2 DBSs crest the ridge side. Just Quan G takes another nade, and it pops just a bit too short there.
Res needed onto Fabian to keep themselves up as 4. Fireflux are just over that ridge. They don't need to overextend here for Dplus KIA. They've already done the damage, but Forest steps too close. And Gosu recalls his teammate. The slowdown is good. It forces Dplus KIA to take their time to regather, and that means that Gosu can get back on his feet. They can have 2 nades getting cooked at the same time and try and instant burst someone.
Catch now. Fireflux spots Gosu. Quan G as well with the DBS. Immediately tries to get into cover, but I think Ketch already spotted him before. Pulls the pin on the grenade and looks to end Quan G's life.
Reject Tokyo chiming in with the third party onto Dplus KIA as well, but Fireflux in the dominant position on this fight. Box will be eliminated. 15th place on the match. 4 eliminations now on the cards for Fireflux. They are in that peloton too. They will look to try and push towards the top.
Dplus KIA, a pretty big opportunity now for Fireflux with the knocks that come through. They need to be a little bit quicker with this. Maybe push up. If they can find one of these knocks on the cross, it'll be absolutely massive for them because Dplus KIA is directly in their path towards a circle. Not finding that and now allowing Dplus KIA to reset has really slowed Fireflux down because all the heals will be coming through. All Solus can do is try and get further up the road here. That's the smartest decision. Whilst Dplus KIA go for the reset, Ketch gets a little bit closer and will start unleashing smokes towards these windows.
Fireflux want to push for more. Get through into this circle. Dplus KIA's sightlines getting systematically denied. Solus from the high ground will be able to spot out Osal's window for Dplus KIA. And Vampire do have some cheeky little off angles. We've seen Reject Tokyo also chime in onto this position. So potential for this to get very messy.
This was really well done from Fireflux. I think they realized that it's taken a little bit too much time, so smoked out some of these windows, smoked out some of the sightlines, moved further up the road here into position. In the meantime, Alpha7 sending over towards GK now. This is a really important fight for us to look out for. Alpha7 has had pretty good performances here on Miramar before, and they've been slowly edging their way into the circle for a long, long while. They will start to unleash. Ragnar's already down. Revo gets through. Dangerous opposition now gets too close for comfort for Geeke.
Molotov to isolate the fight into one side. Satan and Hope both going to be able to train their barrels that way. Slowing down the fight, though, is the only effect of that Molotov in the end. And they'll have to give ground here to Alpha7. Mafioso takes a little bit of damage from a nade. The air burst is there as well from Geeke, but they're not getting knocks in response. With Ragnar falling fully, the southwest side opened up for Alpha7. The push looking good. Over the top, another, not quite finding the mark. Molotov forwards. Geeke tried to stem the flow.
They've just splurged too much utility at the start of this fight, have Geeke. Everything was sent through right at the beginning, and they could have slowed things down massively. In the meantime, Dplus KIA actually get the better start here versus Fire Flux, but already Soul-K takes a little bit of damage, but a refrag has been found here onto Dplus KIA. Seidan, one of the biggest clutch players coming through from All-Stars, looks to try and get something similar, but look at this, 2 players down. It's KIA and Revo. These are the players you do not want down on their knees.
Mafioso, though, has been performing today, and he'll need to try and channel that for the rest of this engagement here. 2 players, and one of them descending, 3 in fact, on the top floor, forced up there, but now they can start to try and get these flanks. Mafioso catches one, falling, catches him sleeping as well, and wants to put more hurt down range. The reses maybe being enacted here for Sedatexa, but in Mafioso goes, finds a second, needs to find the third. Where is he gonna look for it? Behind him? No, it's upstairs still. And has got the backup from a teammate. The res did come through. Alpha7 are still all alive. Satan, last standing for Geek8. Mafioso, Sedatexa, both on the ground floor, both pushing together as a team, as one. Alpha7 trying to slow it down, but will not be able to stem the tide of Alpha7. Geek8 fall, and Alpha7 4 points on the board, crucially on their chase for the spot occupied by 628.
Mafioso, the virtuoso, with the M4 there, really hits the decent sprays as they jump out the windows. They thought they had wings, but they were quickly clipped by him. And it's really, really important that he came up clutch there, because Revo is their close range specialist. The fact that he'd gone down with KIA is such bad news. And Mafioso's had his ups and downs during this tournament, but he had to be up there. That was the most important moment of this tournament for this lad, and he has performed absolutely brilliantly. They are going to be clapping him on the back because they needed that one.
Fireflux clawing their way up the rock face of the tables here. Having lost Lutz, though, will take the momentum out of them somewhat. 6 eliminations found already on the game in their scrap on the southeast side with Dplus KIA as it continues to boil away at their resources. Fireflux trying to spread out here. Solus repositions out wide. Fabian will see this, will spot this fully, but can't take the shots just yet. He's out in the open, does not have the cover to take it.
Yeah, send him forward there, allow him to have an anchor point. The rest of the team to get towards, and Fabian doesn't want him to have that whatsoever. 628, they'll arrive.
Ooh.
And just as they arrive, they depart from the lobby.
That is big news, Blank, for second place. That puts Alpha7 6 points behind 628. And they'll want to find those this match. This is their opportunity from the south side. They'll have to cross further. Soul-K down, knocked. Dplus KIA trying to trade it off. Vampire have still got oversight on all of it.
The fact they're currently 5 eliminations strong at the moment is ridiculous. They did have a strong position at the start of this game. They continue to push through. There's a lot of ridges over on this terrain itself towards the middle that you can play in. It's going to force a lot of teams closer together towards that end game. In the meantime, Gladiators are doing a really, really good job at isolating this push that has come through from the Infinity. The Gladiators knew that this would come through at some point from one of the eastern teams to try and find some kind of refuge. You move directly towards the west side. Alter Ego, who's set up in the ridge side, as well as Fireflux or Vampire, is just going to take shots towards you. So this is a very good play from Gladiators. Yes, they've taken themselves out of the scenario for quite some time, but it's given them a very good amount of space towards that north side. Next circle, though, will define a lot. Currently, DRS would have one of the strongest positions if we move over towards the western side, with a huge amount of open ground around them that they can play from, but we head towards the middle. And what an interesting place to finish out this game. This is going to be a lot of mechanical skill required from these players, good utility remaining, and a lot of teams have spent so much getting in towards this position. All you can hope for Gladiators in particular is that they've been able to pick up a huge amount of utility of their own, and that might just be the kicker in the end game, John.
They need to keep that pressure on, take care of Ferrari from Infinity IQ, and then they can play that ridgeline on the southwest side of the La Bendita crater to move forwards, to gain information, which is what they will be lacking from isolating themselves away from the lobby to get that scouting done. They get rid of Ferrari. The nade does find the knock on to Meku, though. That should be easily enough. Resable on the northeast side. You can see that ridge line now spanning out in front of them. That they'll have to summit and start to peek out.
Yeah, I think for Gladiator as well, and purely just in terms of the utility, talking about that again, with the ridge size you can see, you can understand almost straight away that grenades are going to be of such importance. So a lot of times these teams will just be hiding around small ridges. There's no windows, there's no doors, there's no rooms to avoid those types of grenades. So you can just go for these massive nade plays on towards these positions. Cao Dailan does avoid that one because of the building, but this one around the side should get him.
Yeah, that was just a couple of the pickups that Gladiators were able to find to get rid of Infinity IQ. The Thorn in the side, Fire Flux. They are getting torn to pieces here. I think it's just Ketch now on the east side, close to Vampire.
That's huge.
Very difficult. Very, very difficult to last long under the gaze of Vampire.
That is massive from Gladiators. Picking up Rosemary from Alter Ego, having to move down towards that eastern side. That is a big, big pick-off coming through from Gladiators. Now they can comfortably move down towards the south, but Mafioso still going strong. Finally gets taken down, but it's DRS off in the distance, just taking these pot shots at long range.
Only one player now, Carrillo, for Alpha7, to try and keep them still alive in their chase for the second place, but they are taking bullets, and that will be it. Stalwart put a stop to their run. They're 5 points behind 628, but Gladiators are still in the game in a prime position on the northeast side. Blank, they've already got 5 eliminations, and they are only 3 points behind where Alpha7 sit currently.
Ravenclaw spots out Ketch, and it's just 3 points, but Potato's able to pick up one of them. And Gladiators right now with this circle, they can look down towards the southwest. This is really good map knowledge at the moment. They understand that there should be teams in these locations they scouted out earlier that will just be sitting in here. Because as we said before, DRS, around that zone, it is just open plains. It's so difficult to get towards that position. If we continue moving towards the western side, even if DRS's compound comes a little bit outside the circle, by that point, they should have done enough damage to finish out this game.
Twisted Minds have put in a shift today, Blank. We've waited too long to see it, unfortunately, but they've had some somewhat decent engagements. We saw their Sanhok, they took down Vampires. They've managed to stand up to teams that we thought they wouldn't be able to. Maybe this is a little bit too tall of an order, though, to push past Tianba.
This is what I'm talking about, man. The circle actually just shifts over towards the western side. Yes, it doesn't 100% encompass DRS's position, but a lot of teams are going to be having to crunch themselves towards the eastern edge now, unless you make one hell of a crazy push over towards DRS's compound and manage to get up towards the wall. It is so, so difficult to assault this spot. Fnatic, though, finding Ravenclaw down towards that south side. Meku constantly is checking towards this location of the map as well, holding on the east, whereas Gladiators were just poking towards this engagement between Tianba as well as Twisted Minds. Rollkiss moves forward.
Trying to get a little bit closer to the fire. Warm the hands, get ready for it. 7 teams remain now, Blank, in our penultimate match. The first of 2 Miramars that we've yet to see. Another top 3 finish, remember, for Vampire would break another record for 15K extra added to their prizes. And that's what they'll be looking for here. They're in a good spot for it. Crypto goes down first as Ren opens up with the auto shotty. Looking for more as well as a second knock goes over to Easy. YDD picks that one up, and it's just Rockis remaining.
Gladiators move away from this position, taking a little bit too long. Rollkiss last alive, and Tianba able to get away with it, with 4 players all still left alive here as well. Really important. Stalwart all inside the fielded area, and Tony K sending the grenades over the top.
I was going to ask if you think this nade hits, Blank, but it's Tony K. He gets something done. Top very, very low there, needing the rescue from the teammates. And Schweppes gets spotted by Potato from Alter Ego, who are moving in a little bit further north. Another nade over the top is on target. Now Potato has drawn the ire of Vampire Esports from the south.
So, so difficult to play this position. Eventually, you're going to get pushed out into open zone. In the meantime, Alter Ego doing a really good job to keep Gladiators back at bay. Matic moves through. Meku has a nade in hand, looking to send it over towards Alter Ego, but all those shots towards Tianba, that's made them very angry. Now looking to finish off the rest of the Gladiators squad. Nade goes through, and that's just it.
That is disaster for Gladiators. They were looking good to try and chase up towards that second place, but it just stayed too long. They did not make that push.
Stone, though, A massive nade over the top, completely dispatches the members coming through from Alter Ego, and DRS maybe get a little bit too big for their boots as they get close towards Stalwart, and nades come through that way. Rules maybe looking to return to the back to the rest of the squad as Delta takes a knee.
Will go down. Very difficult to get the res as well. 3 eliminations and 4 teams remain now in the final. Stage 8. Vampire with 3. They have lost 1.
Vampires here looking to get into that top 3. If they hit that now, that's another 15k underneath the belt just from the record break alone. The top 3 finishes, but Rules gets put down. Goodness me, Action moving up now, just running across the field. It's the best he can do, and hoping that Gante cannot hit him because his legs are swinging so fast to get up towards this truck.
Gante behind the hay bale. Smoke blooms to give him a little bit of leg room to gain that speed.
Way. That's cheeky.
No way they haven't figured out that he's in there. They aren't taking shots out that way either. But with Nerzed playing up close to the monster truck, Action just gets it out of there. Delta's down in the meantime, and he can go for the rundown. Action bursts through, and Gante gets caught up in it. Vampire put a stop to the carnage, and Killer's left wondering what just happened. They roll straight on through, and Vampire ladder up an extra 15k under the belt for their 9th top 3 finish. Guaranteed now, Blank. Vampire have done so much this tournament. DRS with 1 player left standing, and Tiamba looking to try and close out their tournament in style after a disappointing first couple of days.
Yeah, really big step up from Tiamba so far. It has been a fairly quiet game, but YDD with 4 eliminations. What a fantastic result. DRS similarly trying to bring things back into the fold. They've been much more aggressive. It's what we requested from them day 2 in the All-Stars. It's just taken them a while to adjust to the level of teams here. DRS step up, down goes Schweppes, and Vampires are now in a bit of a struggle bus situation. Not in terms of tournament, but certainly this game.
Maybe they should have let the monster truck run a little bit more wild, because they lose a player to it. The Killer goes down, and Stone steps up for 2.
Wow.
Gante falls to Tiamba on the off angle, and now Vampire want to put another chicken dinner up on the board, maybe, if Schweppes can get back to their feet, but they're 2v4 right now. Tony K still in action. Nade over the top, gets the flush on Stoned. Molotov over to Ren, but he's already passed it. Tony K has more in the barrel, though. Will find 1. Now has to trade on for a second. Gets a second pick. Now it's just 1 player, and it will not be enough, though. And Tianba finds a second chicken dinner on the day.
And it looked hard as well towards the end there versus the 2 players, Tony K and Stone. Probably the most fearsome duo right now in PUBG Mobile, not one you want to go up against. And they still look happy about it. They just broke a record and the 200 points barrier in this game that no one else is going to come even close to at the end of the day.
Not since 2019 with Bigatron taking a massive win back in PMCO. All back then have we seen a performance this dominant on the global stage. It is incredible what Vampire have been able to do so far. And with 1 match to go, Blank, they've locked it in. Tiamba, they have stood up today in a way that we did not expect from them. We have not seen it from them so far, but they're doing the PEL proud in their final day 3 performance.
You know, if you ask me, what do I think about Tiamba now, I would say they are a resolute team, right? They are determined. And even on that last day, I think that's the hardest point when you've got to stand back up again. But in the meantime, we're going to sit right back down and head over to a break.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas, with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
you down, down, down. Living with vultures and maces. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no
The Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor's self-developed GPU Turbo X, has allowed Vampire Esports to break even more records. They get another top 3 finish, meaning they have won another $15,000. On top of that, Schweppes has also broke the total rescues barrier and won another $10,000. So let's add that $25,000 to total chicken dinners, which is $25,000, plus $125,000 they won for the All-Star Stage, plus the $30,000 they get to be here, plus the $400,000 they get for winning the event if they finish things off, plus the money they won for the intro, which is another $10,000, plus the money they won in the solos match. Vampire Esports are going to go home very rich boys.
Can I get a loan?
The International Bank of Vampire Esports.
They have broken 1, 2, 3, 4 of those records.
They didn't break.
However,
yep,
there's one team who could break a record and make this a not all Vampire Esports affair. Tiamba,
a surprise team too.
If they can get one more chicken dinner, they will have won themselves 25,000 extra bucks.
Yeah, and I don't know what's happened with Tiamba, but they just started doing really good late game calls, going for really strong positions, really strong compounds, and having nice controlling splits at the end, and fighting against Tony K and Stone, one of the best, if not the single best fragging duo. Was it Schweppes?
I think it was Schweppes. The caster said Schweppes.
Okay, but yeah, Tony K, and they're all really good anyway. So one of the two that they just completely overtook them.
Yep.
So Tiamba have the punch to get himself some chicken dinners.
It's just
like
the punch is like this. It's like, no, what?
What? Oh, you doing? I don't know what you were going for.
Why would you do it when I just said the punch is like?
I was on the camera, so it didn't see.
It's just like. Match 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ah! Why are we...
I don't know what we were doing.
Why are you punching me back, Max?
I don't know what was going on. Why were you counting? Okay.
Match rankings. Let's get those up there. I don't need to look at this man anymore. 21 points for Tiamba, 11 eliminations, and with the chicken dinner, a fantastic score. Not to mention, moves them up the rankings even further to earn some extra bucks on their side. But Vampire Esports have basically closed the door behind them, completely slammed it, and no chance any team can catch them. But Alter Ego, 10 points. You didn't predict them this time, 7, and they didn't get knocked out first.
Yeah, I didn't want to curse them. And then on top of that, guess what? 6-8 This was actually, I feel like, one of the biggest surprise for me, Max, considering what we were talking about 628 when we were talking about Miramar. One of their best maps that were not able to perform at all. And something to keep in mind, Alpha7, even though they weren't able to fully take advantage of 628 being eliminated so early, Alpha7 did end up with at least 5 points.
Yeah, of course we know that Alpha7 don't know at which time 628 do get eliminated in the game, but it was their one golden opportunity to set a lead. They just got, what, 5 points in that game, I do believe. So unfortunately not quite able to distance themselves, or at least try and catch up to 628. But we're still not seeing the Alpha7 of Miramar of old, which we needed to see today. And now it's down to the final game, which puts a lot of pressure on the shoulder of these teams to try and make an impact on the last game and try and hopefully get some extra cash on board.
Speaking of cash here, let's take a look at the prize pool. Remember, it's $2 million. Now keep track of this because it's 400K for first place, 200K for second, 125 for third. But this becomes very important when we transition into our overalls because this is the last chance for any of these teams to earn some extra money. And it's coming down very close between quite a few teams. Tianba able to get themselves into 9th place now at 94, but legitimately, they could jump to 5th place if they have if they get 6 points. Like, this is actually extremely close. Not to mention, G Gladiators could take second.
Yeah, it's so close on that first side of the table, on the left side, should I say, right now. But Tianba, with their performances today, are now in reach of being able to actually breach around top 5. So they could get a significant increase of prize pool today.
It's insane to think that Vampire Esports have scored more points in this event with much more difficult teams than in the All-Star stage.
That's ridiculous.
That is crazy. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It is finally time to end out PMWI 2023. Our final match is kicking off, and I couldn't think of a better duo to close out the show. John Allen and Blink, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jason, and the rest of the desk, the rest of the crew as well. It's all led up to this. Vampire have all but won it, Blank. Let's be honest here. But second place, as they've talked about, so volatile, as is every single position from there on down. With one more chance to test their mettle, the teams here today at the PMWI have to make it happen. Tony K has absolutely dominated this lobby.
Yeah, man. Good luck breaking his records next year, by the way.
Didn't even think about that.
That record will stand for eternity. It's going to be so difficult to break this. And honestly, the record breakers, prize pool is really cool. But I think Tony K has basically broken half of it because it will just be unusable unless they go for a complete reset.
What if we go for knockouts? No, 40.
Yeah, it is silly stuff, as is this circle. We've not seen something like this in a while, but this is our last match of the day. And as the boys on desk were saying, Tianba jumping up to 9th place with an opportunity to hit 5th. What is that all about? Twisted Minds, though, do not fail us now. You really had a good step up, and now the Infinity IQ dropping directly on their position. The Winnie comes out, but Ferrari, with the Ferrari peaks coming around the side, skirt. You liked that, didn't you?
I don't know. I'll have to think about that
So
one.
I actually wanted to say something else.
Yeah, I thought you did.
And then I was like, I'm just going to have to go for a car noise. It's all good.
Nyam.
Nyam.
Anyway,
we brought it back to basics. It's all good.
Crypto's gone full Wild West here with the Winnie and the double barrel shotgun, but it's working for a limited time only because the rest of the time it's Ferrari driving down the driveway and rolling over Twisted Minds. They're out, and that will finish their tournament.
Yeah, it was quick. It was quick. They went around the corner. No, it's not skirt. It's a skirt.
Skirt.
Yeah, it's a very...
That's a Clutch problem, that.
It's a large car.
You want to get that one checked out.
In the meantime, though, we do have a couple more positions. And you can see on the leaderboard on your right-hand side just how close this is. These teams are basically shoulder to shoulder in terms of points at the moment. 99 points in 5th place. 7th place is 98. 8th place is 96. And Tianba, who's had a real hero run today, 94 points. Easily breaking up to 5th place with that.
It is crazy. Not only that, but they have that opportunity to break a record. Blank, the record for most chicken dinners in a day was set last year. It was matched, I believe, by Vampire themselves, who held that record previously. I don't even want to talk. You're pointing at the stats. 8.4 is nuts. But anyway, Tiamba could break the single-day dinner record, which stands at 2. They've had 2 today. A third one in this last match would break that record, earning them 25K.
Yeah, you know, I'm hopeful for it, actually. I'd be happy to see it.
I think it would be cool. I'd
be really happy to see it. Obviously, a lot of pressure taken off these teams trying to get first place because it is impossible. It's genuinely not doable at this point in time for anyone to get first place. It's over. We are fighting for second place, and Vampires are doing as Sir Tanny told them to do at the start of this tournament, which is just to have fun, which they certainly have this time around.
So you're looking at me. I'm doing some maths to check if it is mathematically possible or not.
No,
and I think you're right.
It's over 80 points.
Actually impossible.
Yeah, it's
which
impossible.
Is very, very rare for it to happen like this.
There's a lot of times where you can be like, it's very improbable. In fact,
it's possible,
almost nigh improbable. But this time around, Vampires have put a stop to all that. They've put their foot down, and they've gone for an impossible scoreline. Here in PMWI, no one expected that coming out from them. We expected a good team, but the PMWI Main Tournament has been the Vampire show the entire time long. So get your Vampire fangs out, get your cloaks out, because we're repping them all the way next year.
Favorite Vampire of all time?
Favorite Vampire of all time? Tony, the Energy Vampire.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah.
He doesn't sparkle in the sunlight, so that's a correct answer.
Exactly.
There you go.
Obviously, Tony K is the opposite of that. He just energizes the rest of the team.
Absolutely. He is an incredible frontman.
Yeah.
A dominant force, a terrifying presence, a threat to anyone who steps into the plane with him.
100%, other than his own teammates, of course.
Well, yeah,
and even they're afraid of him.
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised.
Stop making us look bad. We have 3 players on the top 3 elimination list. Yet we look terrible because you've got 51 eliminations and we've got 30 and 28.
Right? It's absolutely nuts coming through. Mafioso is the closest on eliminations of a team, of a player that isn't on Vampire Esports, sat on 27 eliminations, which is a really good performance, by the way.
Yeah.
But Tony K has 51, so it kind of just doesn't matter.
You know, it's really good you bring that up as well, because Alpha7, for a long time, kind of built off the backs of like players like Carrillo as well as Revo. Very, very good players in their own right. Really good clutch factor on both their sides. I think Mafioso, for the long time, kind of sat in the dark for the team, right? He was a good player, he played solidly for them, he was great support. And the fact that he's had this turnout of an improvement during the PMWI, I think Alpha7 will be happy with how this tournament has gone. If not anything, but the wealth of experience the players have been able to garner and absorb during this tournament itself, because I think, you know, Gamers8 have put on an incredible show of teams here. Like, I would want something similar to this coming into PMGC. I don't know if I'm going to see something similar to come into PMGC, but I hope I do.
I don't know, man. I mean, well, as you say, we are just going to have to wait and see for that to be brought to bear. But this is an historic tournament, Blank, for sure. Given the dominance that we've seen here and the point sponge that has led to this calamitous volatility.
Absolutely.
It's legitimately from like 12th place up to, I mean, pretty much 4th place could just completely change this whole map.
It's very easy to switch things up in terms of prize bullets at this point in time. So I think the only people that aren't stressed are Vampire and Max, who is screeching loudly over in the green room. I think it's actually a laugh, to be honest with you. But everyone else is properly stressed coming into this one.
It is so nerve-wracking. All of these teams who have driven so far through their regional stages to be able to qualify for this tournament. Some through the All-Star stages as well, like Gladiators, who have managed to start to gain speed here in the final day.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been a long, long time coming. Box Gaming opens up towards Favian from Dplus KIA. We expected a lot more out of these guys. We just did not find it. The next circle We'll see the shift there. Infinity IQ obviously getting their 4 elimination points over towards Twisted Minds, who have been sent back to the lobby for the last time. Circle moves down towards that southwest side, encompasses a very interesting finish. Over towards the western side, there is a massive amount of high ground, a huge mountain that will block out either side. It's a very, very fun finish for some teams, as we see a lot of them head over towards that massive high ground itself and start taking shots downwards. Fireflux look to be leading out that way with Infinity IQ directly next to them.
You've also got that Crater Fields high ground, currently occupied by 628, that northwest side of this circle that we normally see Gladiators on. 628 got there first, and the Gladiators have to play backstop, which they have been denied a couple times, so we'll have to wait and see if they're able to execute there. Again, a very solid high ground position, but it's quite close to the edge of the circle here, which means it's not guaranteed to be in these next couple of phases, and likely to be maybe a little bit of an overcommitment if you want to stay there for more than like half a minute to a minute.
I think the thing is, though, that you take up that position earlier on because it's not likely you're going to get a chance to have it again later in the game. So you pick that one up, and if it moves hard over towards that eastern side, you can just tumble down in a buggy and get moving from there. So I think a lot of teams would like to take that high ground nice and early just to have it, right? 628 certainly have gone for something similar to that. They've got one player in 33Z up towards that northern side on Crater Fields. South side of La Cobreria. Alpha7, though, look to be hunting over towards Gladiator's position in La Cobreria. They're directly behind them at the moment, and this will be an engagement for the ages, as this could settle whether Gladiators make it into a top 3 or not.
You have the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place teams all on the northwest side of this circle blank. Alpha7, as you're talking about, swinging through La Cobreria. They are going to get backed off, turned around, and we'll have to reroute. This is, as you say, a brilliant news. Kitsune, the outpost, the backstop, the IGL, the brains in the Gladiators camp, sends them packing.
That was very, very well done. You know, the amount of times he's sent up towards this location and done nothing from it. But he has, time and time again, consistently sent towards this spot. For this reason alone, is just a spot of a team. It's careening through La Cobreria, and at this point in time, that rotation will just come in too late for Alpha7 to make their way in. They will just get cut up. So really nice play there from Kitsune to send them back, because that would have made things very uncomfortable over towards the south side of Crater Fields for Gladiators. Remember, they're playing for that 2nd place right now, as are 628 towards the center of the map, and Alpha7 sent up towards that valley on the northern side. But DRS, we know how good they can be with those long-range shots here over on Miramar, so they'll definitely have to be careful with this. They need a strong fight to start this off, get a good crash inwards. The circle moving further down towards that south side does encompass that massive high ground that Infinity IQ picked up nice and early.
Can they convert that into points, into ladder-ups? We're looking as well, remember, at Tianba. If they can continue their power of today from that south side of the circle, they might just be able to stand a little bit taller on those tables. 9th place right now for them, but we've spoken about the volatility enough for you to know that it is very possible for them to earn a whole heap of money this time around and break that daily chicken dinner record. DRS on the northeast side will have to push in. Alter Ego just a little bit ahead of them. Alpha7 out to their west, so difficult choices to make. They could even swing around the east side of San Martin if they want to cross that road, which splits this circle in half blank.
Stalwart, 6th place right now, 98 points. 1 point behind Alter Ego in 5th. A very rough start to their tournament. Well, not their first game. The first game, it seemed like Stalwart were about to take everything home for themselves, but after that, things went very much awry. But they've definitely brought things back up to speed here. I think a lot of that has been just the case of any points that you get on board will take you further into the game. Nice little spin out from Tixie. Stops them dead short there. Messes up the bullets coming through from Team Falcons as they swing for a wide sweep down towards that south side. King just cannot hit these shots. He just needs to get one of the buggy's wheels, but they're already into cover. Looking to head down towards this compound that has been very strong in the past over towards this western side. Fortunately, will not be in the circle, but does give them an actual opportunity now to get in towards the rest of the zone.
Shots just not landing onto the Gladiators rotation. Towards the south side, they regroup, reassess, take stock, and plan their way forwards. Vampire on the east side, with the tournament locked down at this stage. Just looking to bleed it dry one more time. Box Gaming to their south. Do not want to be embroiled with this. Not given their current standing. They're towards the back of the pack when it comes to the spots that they can ladder up. So they do want to have one of the bigger games of that set of teams.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it.
They spent a lot of time rotating as well, John, so they're lacking a little bit on supplies. Not hugely to the point where they're just running through. They have nothing on them. Still working out fairly well. Gladiators, though, heading over towards the east a little bit more, and Geek should have spotted out on this position. You can see towards the north of them, there is Flux holding alongside the warehouse. Pretty decent position. Next circle will pop soon, heads down towards his south side, in which Geek's compound now becomes a veritable fortress for some of these teams to try and pick up. Kitsune swings towards the south. Tiamba also in this location with Ren, just trying to scout out a little bit from the north, south side of Power Grid.
Alpha7 up to the north with DRS on the overlook. It's a sticky situation, and having already lost a player. We'll see what they can do. Alter Ego, though, into the fray with Box Gaming, but handled business so efficaciously. Barely a trouble to be seen for the Alter Ego position. And now it's just Gosu wanting to get the res onto Duck, but they're still on 2 maximum.
Yeah, nice little swing there downwards. Yo-yoed it in and quickly picked up 2 players, which is very, very nice. I think for Alter Ego, it's holding on now. It was a central position along the roadside. A little bit more dangerous as you do have those long sight lines that are available towards that position, but in the ditch right now, this should be okay. And Alpha7 just been hunted by DRS. They know they have to leave at some point, and they'll spring the trap.
They are biding their time. Not willing to leave this ridge just yet for DRS. Carrillo preparing for the battle to come. Alter Ego shooting out. Spot players from Vampire. On that southeast side, Geek close by. Could be a little bit of a pinch here for Tianba as they do sit furthest towards the edge with no hard rotate routes out.
Ravenclaw takes a couple of pot shots, but not too much. Geek has sent a lot of their resources over towards the northeast side. Kitsune breaks down towards the south to scout things out just a little bit because there is an entryway over towards the east, and Alpha7 quickly break wide over towards the west here, but it is absolutely packed of players, and Alpha7 could be just rolling over towards a wasp's nest.
Revo on fire in the vehicle there, goes down to the explosion. Does he have the cover to stay alive? Mafioso in the monster truck, clambering, scrambling up the hillside here to the cover of the rocks. Will be able to get away. Revo not so lucky, will be flushed. And now Alpha7 sit on 2. Oh wait, hang on a minute. No, he wasn't flushed. He did get spotted. The smoke can drop, and Mafioso actually looking to pick him back up. Alpha7 might have just made the cross.
Tiamba sent really far up towards that northern side, in which case Vampire's found at least 1 knock over towards them. Box Gaming cowering over towards their side in the dip. As Alter Ego spun them out of the way. Carrillo goes down. As Axa from Team Falcons also gets involved in Alpha7. Their run might be ending pretty soon as Mafioso takes a nasty hit to the head.
Oh, only Revo now remains. Mafioso burning down. Will not be resable here. And it goes over to 6-8. Not good news for Gladiators. Trying to make their run for that second place as well. Revo with the DBS close to the Falcons. Has 4 of them to worry about. 6-8 as well with 4 players alive. And Infinity IQ holding in this position for a while. The arbiters of this fight.
6-8's position is very dangerous though. It's open. on their run out from their buildings on the northern side across the road. They're immediately sending for cover in the ridge side towards their south. DRS don't take too many shots towards them, but they're close to reject. Gladiators move a little bit closer over towards GK's spot. Realistically, they just need to close down the run-outs coming from the south side, then can play from the road. But again, Alpha7 likely not in a position to get too many more points here. 628 already found one elim. And 10 points behind is difficult, but definitely doable right now for Gladiators. They still have 4 players, and 628 are in way more danger than they are currently. And this will be an incredible run, sprint for Gladiators towards the end of this tournament. The last minute men here.
Will they be able to push for the line? Get across as Yang falls first for 628. 126 points with the elimination that they've been able to get this game. Yang, a standout player for them. Going down here could spell disaster, but they have managed to move into position to look for this res. Infinity IQ might have a couple of sightlines over their way around the headland. Reject Tokyo sit ahead of them. Their main barrier right now for the forward push. The team from Japan currently sat in 13th place. Might decide the second place fight.
Reject Tokyo just setting themselves up now, as you say, versus 628. This is such an important engagement for the rest of the lobby. Alter Ego finding 4 eliminations as well, trying to chase up towards those positions in the top 3. Will be a much harder game for them, but currently they hold a nice spot on the roadside. Regiosio still concerned with DRS off in the distance. And now the Infinity IQ actually rock up towards 628's position 2. They're able to get Yang 1 back up on his feet. A stun grenade sent out.
14th and 13th place teams surround 628 right now in second place. Will they be able to drag them down? An orb in the hands of Lufa. Terrifying to hear that echo across the hillsides of Miramar. You step your head out for just a second too long, and it's already taken off. As you say, DRS, the main threat that is currently concerning Reject Tokyo, and in fact, they're just going to fully disengage, get across the road, and crash onto Tiamba's position.
Yeah, push straight down, and Tiamba, they lost a couple of players earlier on and should be easily enough taken out.
Hang on a minute.
They rock up towards that spot. 628 still holding in that position, and the circle heads towards the center, in which case Tiamba's spot very influential, and Reject Tokyo just picked that one up. Matic should have heard the engagement on that side. The entirety of Reject Tokyo is not over towards that position as of yet. Vampire also gets taken down, so Gike is further occupied on the southern side. This could be an opportunity now for Gladiators. In the meantime, the Infinity IQ still looking to go for pot shots to find these bits of damage over towards 628.
Now comes the push. Infinity IQ with Bentsu to the lead. Looks for 33Z. Ferrari down, and it's traded. 1-for-1 on the engagement so far, but damage inflicted to the back lines of Infinity IQ, and more still to pour on in. One player now stands. Bentsu in the face of danger. 2 players to dispatch. Yang 1 breaks out. First will be the one to take it down as well, and they stay up. They stay alive, and they get 5 points now so far, extending the lead they have against Alpha7 and leaving Gladiators getting further and further into the dust cloud.
5 eliminations is way bigger than it seems in this engagement, in this match, with Gladiators finding absolutely 0 on the game so far. It makes the lead out really, really big here. Revo gets taken down, so Alpha7 dispatched by Gladiators themselves.
And that is a massive potential ladder up for Gladiators. They started very, very close. And that 3rd to 2nd place ladder up, 75k. The 4th to 3rd, 25k. All matters all the time, but Xing takes a knock and the flush as well to DRS on the northern side. The chance for Gladiators might have just represented itself. Fire Flux taking heavy bombardment from Falcons. Dplus KIA are eliminated. Teams are starting to fall like flies, and Fireflux need to try and stand tall if they want to push up those tables. But unfortunately, their team are just not able to stand in the face of Falcons right now. Just Solus remains. And the flushes are coming through thick and fast. Around the corner he goes, but the DBS, faster than lightning. And the Turkish roster taken out.
Team Falcons wrap their talons around the turkey and remove them from the tournament. Now the main thing we're looking at is Alter Ego. 7 eliminations so far found. Looking for a little bit more, 8 total. DRS also looking over towards 628 as they get a little bit closer, but they're also dealing with Alter Ego in the meantime. 33Z looking to pick up some more points to the team. Up to 7 eliminations now. Trying to, as you say, leave Gladiators in the dust, in the wind mirror.
Killer, the MVP from the Allstars Stage, cannot stand up to 628. 4 eliminations for Yang1, 33Z with 3, 8 on the game. They may have just solidified themselves in that second place to play second fiddle to Vampires, an honor in its own right.
The Gladiators are running out of players to eliminate at this point in time to get those points on board. Yang1 still doesn't fall. Another nade goes their way, though. And still, it will not find that knock. Slippery fellow.
If 628 go down to Alter Ego, it's bittersweet for the Gladiators. Sure, 628 go down, but Alter Ego get more points and they get closer to the Gladiators total.
Circle centers up towards the roadside and the ridges that appear as we move out from the northern edge. Yang1 with a nade of his own, Fanatics down, and 628 looking to push even further in. They have been stellar on Miramar.
They crest the ridge, they draw the attention with a buggy, and Rosemary's next to fall. Tony K wants the blink, and Octa reversing down the hillside. Falls prey to it. Tony K picks up the point. Why not? Give him more eliminations. Make that record even harder to break. Schweppes goes down. Won't be able to add another revive to his tally, but shouldn't matter. He's still head and shoulders above the rest of them. Gladiators. They just haven't been in the engagements to get these points on board. And with a 20-point difference between them and 628, 19 when you add in the Gladiators' 1 elimination, it is slipping through their fingers faster than they would like.
Still, a top 3 finish would be really good on an international stage like this, where this is probably one of the most difficult international tournaments we've seen in a long time. A massive accolade to be found. At 6-8, their run hasn't finished yet. They're looking to pressure the #1 team in the lobby of Vampires. Stone trying to get Schweppes back up on his feet here. Does finally get the pickup. The rest of 6-8 roll on in.
Up to the ridgeline, the roadside crossed. Tony K on the crate. Schweppes and Stone reposition in the buggy, just about able to get out of dodge in time. Vampire stay up as 4, 6-8. The threat is 3, but we know what a buff that could be to them. Losing Singh earlier on. Tixi knocked. Playing close. Meku really risky to go for this, as Geek have great sightlines onto this cross.
Good
should
molly.
he want to go for it. Sara for reject Tokyo. Under pressure as Kitsune leads the charge in. Damage pouring in from the back. And the Falcons take it down. Gladiators want to keep themselves all alive, but Tixi is bleeding out fast. And the nade over the top to seal the deal. Kitsune also falls. The shots from Axa make their mark.
GK towards their eastern side as the Gladiators have stayed alive as quite a few players for a long time. The Falcons equally will be pushed in, and the Gladiators just trying to get towards the next position. The 3-player buff strong for 6-8. They did not want to finish out this game without a bang here. They're looking to take down Vampires in the last match of the tournament too, to solidify their second place in this tournament.
Tony K goes dangerously low, but stays alive crucially. The Gladiators fighting tooth and nail to ladder up into this third position. A 25k pay jump as Asa falls down first. Meku plays forwards but gets knocked in response, and 6 able to pick up the slack here. Only 1 player now on the front, Kitsune. The IGL as Geek push in behind. Kitsune under threat, and what more can he do? The palm tree to give him cover, sure. Can the Falcons stay up in the face of it? Popping the Sims, and Kitsune, the last hope for Gladiators to ladder up. Tony K is down in the meantime for Ravenclaw to go down second. And 33Z up to the bat against Stoned will fall. And the Vampires claim another victim. 6-2-8 go down, but they've done enough. The second place will go their way. Gladiators still clinging on, but finally fall in 4th position. Now Kike try to assuage the Falcons' push across the road. And they're doing good work, but will it be enough?
Hythe on this side for Team Falcons. What a way to win the tournament for themselves if they can get this win, but it's unlikely with the 4 players from the terrible squad of Vampire looking to finish out this game strong.
4 players stand. Champions in their own right. Dominating and finishing it out strong. If they want to convert here, they'll need to control 6 on the off angle at the back. Keep him away and descend these hillsides. They have 4 sightlines. They have 4 players, each more terrible than the last.
6 drops the smoke to get across. Ravenclaw gets himself 100% with the med kit. Been holding on to it for a while now. As a scout, he wants as much HP as possible as he moves in. 2 nades available. Ragnar creeps over the top side with the UMP, and Ravenclaw instantly steps up, but luckily Ragnar's able to get the better of him, leaving Vampire at 3 here.
An opening for Falcons to move up, but Ragnar will hold them out as well. Looks for more challenge. The UMP no match this time around, but with Ravenclaw down and Tony K looking for shots here, they need to find something. Schweppes falls next. 2 players for Vampires. Can the Falcons close out strong? Stoned and Tony K though, a very big hurdle to summit. Stone goes for 1, cannot find the second. The man, the myth, the legend, Tony K, the top of the tables. The damage will not be there this time around. The Falcons finally slay the Vampire threat, but they have done enough. A momentous occasion. The Falcons take the chicken dinner, but the Vampires will take home one of the most dominant performances we have seen in years, Blank. It is unrecognizable, this team. 4 times they've stepped up in Riyadh. 4 times they have crushed the competition.
A shadowy miasma that's just giving off an oppressive mood here as they consume every single little bit of prize in the prize pool. They look happy with the results. Sertani's happy with his boys as well. And why wouldn't they be? They're going home with 400,000 from the main tournament alone.
Goodness me. This is a roster to fear. We'll be talking about this one for many years to come. And Vampire Esports close down the day, the 3rd day of competition they've seen in the main tournament, the 6th day here in Riyadh so far. And every single time we see them, they gain momentum, they gather speed. Where will it be that they have to stop?
Vampires are your PMWI Main Tournament champions here in Riyadh. And there's no denying it. There was no denying it from day 2, John.
We're heading down to the stage to check out the winner's ceremony. Vampire, take it home.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are at home or if you are in the Gamers8 arena, give it up, make some noise for your 2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
And as John Allen said, one of the most dominating performances in PUBG Mobile history. Vampire Esports, I swear I'm having deja vu here, watching them pick up the trophy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But hell, we knew they would win basically after day 2. They deserve to win after day 2. And they deserve every single set they're taking home with them.
I have never witnessed as dominant a performance on this type of stage, PMWI or PMGC included, at this level. And really they just stood out every single day, and even their bad days were so strong, Seven, and really even just making history here and making it tougher to see next year who can beat even their records.
I'm just impressed at Vampire Esports. I'm impressed also at Tony K.
All right, we're gonna head back down to the stage. I believe we have an interview here, most likely with Sertani, brought to you by Banks.
Sertani, come and join me over here. You're becoming part of the furniture now, aren't you, over here at PMWI? Congratulations once again, 2-time PMWI champions. What an unbelievable feeling it must be. Your team have been so dominant throughout both competitions you've taken part in. I just want to quickly ask how you guys are feeling.
Yeah, it's been very hard because we play 6-day stretch. It's very stretch and it's very tired, and yeah, we're really glad to defend our champion again in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So just thank you so much, guys, to all the supporter, and thank you, Saudi Arabia, for having PMWI again. So hope to see you guys next year again. Thank you.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، فريق فامباير حقق اللقب للسنة الثانية الحين معنا، وسألنا المدرب كيف شعورك بعد ما حققتوا اللقب هذه المرة الثانية. ذكر فيها قال أن الشعور جدا عظيم وجدا مبسوط، ولو أنها كانت شوي متعبة لأن لعب 6 أيام كلها كانت متواصلة ورا بعض، لكنه جدا مبسوط على هذا الإنجاز، وشكر فيها جميع الداعمين وكل الحضور، وشكر فيها المملكة العربية السعودية على هذه الاستضافة العظيمة.
Can we just quickly talk about the fact that Vampire Esports came into day 3 of the competition 60 points clear of second place? What was your guys' reaction to that? And, you know, approaching the final day of competition, were you guys just really relaxed?
Nah, it's not too much because we think every game we must have a point to get far from the second place every game. So yeah, we have to focus on what we have to play when we have to get a point. And yeah, we think we can do it. So yeah, thank you.
سألنا المدرب إن شلون قدرتوا تدخلون معنا في اليوم الأخير، خصوصا أنكم بديتوا في هذا اليوم وأنتم برضو بعيدين بأكثر من 60 نقطة عن المركز الثاني، فهل راح تكون سهلة بالنسبة لكم؟ هل دخلتوها بأريحية؟ قال لا، للأمانة أن لعبنا كل مباراة على أنها كأنها المباراة الأخيرة، وكانت بالنسبة لنا تهمنا أن ناخذ فيها النقاط ويهمنا الفوز في كل مرة، ما استهلنا في كل المباريات ولعبناها بكل طاقتنا.
I just want to ask you, you know, what's next? What's next for Vampire Esports? What are you looking forward to in the future of this organization?
Honestly, we don't have the trophy of PMSL and PMGC, so I hope this year we will get both of the trophy back to the Vampire home.
سألنا المدرب إنه صحيح بعد ما أخذتوا اللقب الحين إيش المطلعين عليه في المستقبل؟ قال بإذن الله مطلعين على بطولات أكثر، والبطولات العالمية الجاية أكثر وراح يحققونها. كل التوفيق لهم. أعزائنا المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، أعطونا تحية أخيرة لفريق فامباير إيسبورت.
One final thing from us over here. I just want to hear from, you know, one of the players, you know, if they have anything that they would like to say to the community, fans, family who have been supporting them throughout this entire tournament, you know, what would they like to say?
พูดภาษาไทยเลยรู้สึกไงกับแฟนคลับอยากบอกอะไรกับแฟนคลับ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ตามเชียร์มาตลอดครับผมทำได้แล้วครับ
Well, thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get you to do it one more time. Give it up for your 2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
You know, something that stood out for me there with what Sertani said is this has been hard. And you kind of forget about that when you see the kind of lead they have compared to everyone else in this tournament. They had to play not only these 3 days at this kind of high level, they had to do it 3 days prior. And to maintain that level of focus, that level of composure, to go home after the matches are done and review what you could do better and what you need to change, that is no easy feat.
Yeah, what an endurance from this team. And what's crazy too is we usually tend to see a bit of a fall off from teams, right? They're usually not able to keep up this type of gameplay. And you mentioned it earlier, we've been talking about it. For them to be able to score even more points in this All-Star stage, in this main event than they did in the All-Star stage, that is just so impressive out of this team. And I gotta like tip my hat to Tony K, because that was one of the best performances we have seen out of a single player. It couldn't have been better for him to be in the Vampire Esports roster at this moment, because everything was set up for him to just be able to excel and showcase his skills.
Yeah, one of the most impactful, if not the best player pickup we have ever witnessed in PUBG Mobile Esport by far. Yeah.
I mean, gentlemen, their 2 worst matches that they had this entire event were today. A 9th place finish with 0 eliminations and a 9th place finish with 2 eliminations. That's it. That is the worst games they had. That's probably the best game I could ever have. And that's a true testament to this team. But obviously, this event isn't just about them. Take a look at the overall standings to see where other teams did finish. We can see 628 have locked down the 2nd place finish, but also Alpha7 have fallen from 3rd to 4th. So G Gladiators able to overtake them at the very end here. You see Alter Ego as well finishing off at 5th. Even Fireflux at 6th place. Good to see. And of course, you got to give credit to Stalwart here, able to bounce back on this day and get themselves into the front page.
Yeah, wasn't too sure what to think about, some of the PL contenders coming into this. Jumba had a little bit of a rough time, but man, 6-8 bringing the heat in particular over on Miramar. Yang had a great moment, especially on this final game, so they brought some really strong clutch factors that I'd love to see, and I hope we can see more of this 6-8 roster in events to follow.
I do hope we get to see them more. And in regards to what you were saying there, Jason, Alpha7, I kind of hinted at it earlier in the day. If they were to continue with that kind of gameplay, they were not going to end up in the top 3, and so it ended up happening that they end up in the 4th place. A big surprise for me, though, is G Gladiators. We've been talking about them. We've kind of been criticizing them pretty much the whole event in regards to how they've been able to play, in regards to the splits that they've been doing. But they were able to do just enough. They were able to be as consistent to get that 3rd place, and that's actually impressive.
It just felt weird, though, G Gladiators, because there were so... Okay, to be fair, right? Vampire was impressing us so much, it's hard to remember when G Gladiators was playing well, because it almost seemed like every single match Vampire was. But when I look back on this, mentally, I feel like G Gladiators isn't necessarily deserving of 3rd place, because I never saw like them have that many outstanding plays to get a 3rd place finish, But obviously, with Vampire soaking up so many points towards the top, it became really difficult to lock down a position anywhere else besides that 1st place position. So, I mean, credit to them. They did bounce back. They looked much better over the course of the event. But, yeah, who's going to stop Vampire, man? Who's going to stop Thailand?
I mean, right now, clearly from what we saw here, these 15 teams were not able to do that.
Yeah.
And I think I've never witnessed a tournament where the sponge effect was taking more effect than any other, because we saw it was so close between a lot of the teams in the middle of the rankings to try and climb up, which is why Gladiators got a little bit more success on this 3rd day, but an earlier change would have maybe allowed them to make it in 2nd, and who knows, maybe compete against Vampire.
Yeah, talking about how close it was there, especially for the top 5 teams. I mean, at one point, you had Alter Ego go from 5th place all the way down to 10th place, and they were able to recover in a nice way back to 5th place. And I feel like this is a team that I kind of want to give some props to, because there was some big question marks, right? They do have a brand new roster coming into, from PMGC coming into PMWI. So there was a lot of big question marks, considering that they don't really perform that well in PMGC either, right? But this is a huge, huge plus for Alter Ego. And also for Indonesia. We didn't really get a chance to see BTR here, but I'm pretty sure some of the other teams, especially Lexi and Suxy and their new team, currently looking at this like, you know what? I think we would like to be there in PMGC.
I think there's a chance. I mean, we'll see. Indonesia can be looking really strong, but the roster changes and they seem a lot more aggressive, which is what we needed from them in the last PMGC. And maybe with a little bit more time, to grow that team synergy, maybe PMGC, if they do make it, could be a little bit more of a bang for that roster.
And then you go a little bit on the opposite of that, right? Indonesia. Now let's go to Turkey. They really didn't. I think we expected a lot more out of Turkey. First of all, with S2G not being able to even get out of the All-Star stage, and then Fireflux not even being able to be in the top 5 here, I think that was a big shock, considering that we are going to be having PMGC in Turkey. It's not looking as so good right now for Turkey.
Yeah, it's a bit rough for them. Actually, another team that you could also talk about here is Dplus KIA. I was expecting so many great things from this team after their great show-off in the All-Star stage. Unfortunately, not quite able to transition into the main tournament. I am hoping they can go a little bit back to the drawing board if they do qualify back to these big international events. Hopefully PMGC if it works out. But yeah, not much presence here. We know they can do better.
And then one more, just to kind of close it out in regards to the teams that need to definitely perform better before we even get to PMGC. I'm not even going to call out a team. I'm actually going to call out the whole region, Japan. I feel like Japan should definitely do better. I feel like this is back-to-back international events where Japan has let us down in a big, big way. And we got to see something different.
You know, we're obviously hyping up Vampire quite a bit, but we can't forget, yes, they won the tournament. They won the $400,000, but you also know what else they won?
Our hearts.
That's
I mean,
been
they
a
already
while
won
ago.
it, so
Okay.
An extra slot for PMGC for Thailand. I tried to look at the points really quickly to calculate, like see who would have been second place behind them if they did in fact win the slot in a PMGC. So, I mean, I can't do the math really quickly, but that means another team that was watching from Thailand, they might have just gotten into PMGC because of Vampire winning this. That's huge.
They better say thank you. that is a really big appreciation post, right? They need to be sending to Vampire. I mean, yeah, no, Thailand has been looking good, and we've rarely seen other teams from Thailand. Like we had FaZe, of course, at some point not performing too well. Hyped to see what Thailand can bring to the table outside of Vampire for these big events, because Vampire are definitely the bannermen of that region.
Yep.
100%. You can see all the teams who are getting on stage, take some pictures together. Some PUBG Mobile history being made live here at PMWI. That does lead me to have to ask the question, which I don't even really need to ask the question. It's more of a statement now. The MVP of the tournament, I'm pretty sure all of us out there can guess who it's going to be. And no, Max, it's not Forrest. It's going to be your boy, Tony K. It has to be Tony K.
Yeah. Look at those stats, man.
I want to look at the
790. Day one, yeah, I want to look at the elims too. There was a bit of a drop-off today, but I mean, the first 2 days were just ridiculous. 3, and then averaging 4 on day 2. And I think today, I mean, we got to give them a break too, right? In regards to 3, I feel like 1.5 is still good. And at this point, when we came in today, we kind of mentioned it too. They could have just set out. They could have probably gotten eliminated every single match with 0 elims.
And it would have been enough.
Yeah, it probably would have been enough because Alpha7 and some of the other teams weren't really fully taking advantage of it. And that's why we were able to see the Gladiators come out. But Tony K, an insane performance. And I can't think of any other player that has had the performance that Tony K did in this tournament.
Yeah, really, it's not even just Tony K, of course, it's like the entire team, but Tony K, back when he was playing with FaZe, we remember last year how strong of an individual player he actually was at the time, and I'm glad to see he got picked up by Vampire Esports, and he is in a team where it works so naturally around him. Like, this team synergy is ever present, and I feel like Tony K just found his true place in PUBG Mobile Esports here with Vampire Esports, and I'm hyped to see how it's going to go after that, because of course, like Sir Tani in the interview said, we're already looking for next year because they just set their goals so high already.
What's scary too is Sir Tani told us coming to this event, they were feeling good because they won Thai, right? And they were feeling like their synergy got better. I can't wait to see what their synergy is going to be like in future events.
Just don't let us down, though, man. Don't go into PMGC and don't perform. Like, that's going to break my heart, and that's going to make me so disappointed if they can't replicate this kind of performance. Obviously, not in such a dominating fashion, but if they can't do this in PMGC, I'm going to be a sad boy. You don't want me to be a sad boy. But you know what can make me a happy boy? The KIA MVP of the day. Not going to make you do predictions, so I'm going to let you guys relax a little bit.
Thank you. Okay.
I could see you get a little nervous there. I was going to say a different word. I'll tell you after. Let's see actually who is our MVP of the day as well. Tony K. Okay, I honestly didn't expect that. I thought it wasn't going to be him. I thought it was going to be someone from Tiamba.
No, it's still really good average elims.
I think this is for the whole event.
Okay.
Hold up a second.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Something ain't right. Yeah.
It should be somebody from Tiamba.
I thought there's a high chance, yeah. For today in particular, yeah. I mean, Yang is one that comes out to mind. He did really good. He had his clutch moments, so he was definitely one that I think could be the MVP. But we'll see.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think maybe from there we can move on to our Colonel's Choice by KFC. I don't know if production's ready for it, but I'm ready for it. And not to mention, just saying that name just kind of made me hungry. So
I am. KFC does sound good.
I want a bucket now.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, so this is the MVP of today. So the KIA MVP of the day going to be Catch. We'll get into the Colonel's Choice in a little bit, don't worry. So we do get to see Fire Flux here with some glitter, with some confetti.
Yeah, good times. I mean, it was, the only day where we saw Fire Flux going back to their roots, which is playing hyper-aggressive 7. And Ketch has been, a player that has been MVP contenders so many times in his home region, in the championships of Europe too. So glad to see him being able to perform. It's just, if they started doing that a little bit earlier, maybe Fire Flux would be at the top, but Ketch is an MVP player on his lonesome, so good to see him stand out.
And it kind of goes with what we've been saying too throughout the day, is that Turkey, especially that region, does have the skills, right? I mean, they were able to showcase it when S2G won the PMGC. They just need to be able to adapt to different game styles because it has definitely changed in a big way. And I feel like Vampire showcased that here with the patience, with the positioning. It's not just about your skill. It's about where you are able to place yourself and when you decide to take those fights.
And we talked about it a little bit earlier, right? We're hoping that a lot of these teams, not only Turkey, but can bring those learnings back to their region so the region as a whole can improve, because Turkey, we know what they can do on the international stage, clearly with S2G, but we need to change and adapt to the times. And maybe, who knows, Turkey able to do some good performances in the rest of the year.
Well, that's the dream. That's the hope, right?
Yeah.
North America?
No, I was thinking about... No, we already rip on them for so long. I was thinking about Brazil, man. I'm actually... And I'm pretty sure the players are going to be disappointed that they didn't even end up in a top 3 situation. The only problem with Brazil, especially Alpha7, you know what, let me actually just direct that to Alpha7. It's too much of a roller coaster with them sometimes. They need to find a way to be a little bit steady. I felt like for a second there, they were starting to find that groove. They were starting to find that gameplay that was going to benefit them in a big, big way. But some players were just getting a little bit too away from their team, maybe a little bit too careless or not aggressive enough. They need more decisiveness. They need to stop being such a roller coaster of a team.
Okay. I don't think I'm tall enough to take that ride. Well, we know who definitely isn't tall enough to join that ride. Let's actually take a look at our Colonel's Choice by KFC here as well on day 3 of PMWI. We can see it's going to be, of course, Vampire Esports.
Hey, it's Ravenclaw. Oh yeah, not having the typical Shred Stoned or Tony K. We got actually Ravenclaw getting himself some cool moments. I mean, Ravenclaw was a great initiator in this fight because that off angle further north really enabled the team to just get so much control that Gladiators couldn't really do anything at that finishing moment.
Yeah, and once Vampire Esports has the angles on you, it's completely over, as we've seen over and over again for the past 6 days.
I mean, yeah.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That actually could have been our ride of the day as well. But we're going to be heading into our save of the day, brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. Now, this one, again, I don't think we've ever been able to predict this one across the last couple of days, and I don't think we're going to be able to today either.
He's probably going to be saving me tomorrow if I go HTV riding. Let's see.
That's the first Miramar then.
Okay. Oh.
So far, he's not saving anyone.
No, but this is good because he was able to finish him off and then, you know, get the save. Nice, DRS. All right, see, this is my favorite save so far. Out of the ones that we've seen from the previous days.
I don't know, I like the save you did with me on the new Dragon Ball Super mode.
Oh, true.
Oh, that was a good one,
save.
Yeah. Follow us on social media.
After they just healed up completely and were able to play some decent positions from the high ground. So good on you, DRS. That was nice.
Yep.
Good save. Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib would be happy about that one.
He would.
What about our ride of the day? Brought to you by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. That's another one.
Number,
you look so excited. You look so happy. What's up?
There was one in Erangel from, funny enough, from a Vampire Esports player.
No.
I think it's Chumba, you know, on the
well, there's going to be a lot.
There's going to be a lot,
yeah,
Max.
Remember?
Yeah, but I think that's the one I'm looking at for.
Let's see. What is it going to be? Oh, some Sandhawk action.
Okay. Oh. Destroyed.
Ah, that's the one.
Do the sound effects, Max.
No, wait. What?
Squish. These players are really squishy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, just got taken on for the ride.
That's Max right there.
I'm just waiting for one of them to go just reverse back over.
I'm gonna confirm that.
The Max Men special.
That's what we're calling it from now on.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's why I'm never going to France, because I don't want to be run over by Max.
Because that's my place.
I'm never getting in a car with him driving.
Oh.
Or be around him when he's driving.
Yeah.
That's why
I'd rather be in the car than outside of the car, to be fair. Then again, I'd be an accomplice to stuff.
That's why I take the train.
That's why I say
And even then, you're not safe. So. Be careful.
Okay, well, gentlemen, looking back on the event, right? We've had our All-Stars event. We've had our main tournament. I want to hear your highlight. What's your big moment from this event so far? Not so far. The event's over. What's your big moment?
Vampire Esports.
Yeah.
I don't know what else could overshadow what's been happening with Vampire Esports. No, clearly just being able to remain consistent throughout now over the course of a year from last year's PMWI, and able to get these pickups and being so successful, especially, and just able to nurture new talent in their team. And Tony K and Nusi just played every once in a while, which is great to see. But I'm hyped for mainly PMGC because the points that they secured in both spring and fall of this year secures them pretty much 100% a spot in PMGC. So I'm just hoping we can see them not only win PMWI, but also win PMGC. That would be the best storyline ever in PUBG Mobile Esports history. Actually, okay.
For me, you kind of mentioned it. It's the pickups that Vampire Esports was able to do, and now how they've been able to perform too. I feel like hopefully some of the other teams are able to reflect to look in the mirror and see maybe do we need to change something, right? Because yeah, you can be in the top 5 for the longest time, but ultimately, they are competitors. Ultimately, you do want to be a champion, and if it is going to be a move that you have to make within your roster, even if they've been together for a long time, it will be good to take a look at that.
They want to be the one. They want to own the circle here in the land of heroes. Come on, man. It was right there for you. My highlight, though, actually was from the All-Star stage. It was the very first match, seeing Vampire win. Because I was curious to see how would Vampire come into this event. And the second they won that match, and the next match, we were like, okay, Vampire are here to play. Vampire here to lead the smackdown, as Kalaris would say here on the entire lobby across both events. But again, guys, thank you so much for being here, to Maxman, to Seven Worlds Gaming, of course to our commentators. We got John Allen, we got Blank, we got Hot Chicks, we got Kalaris who stepped in for us, and of course to all the other languages here at the event as well. Not to mention our lovely production crew working day in and day out to make sure we can make this event happen. And lastly, to all you viewers at home as well who have been with us over the course of these last 6 days. But we have a lot more PUBG Mobile coming up in the future. We got PMRC coming up here in just a few days' time. We got some PMPLs kicking off around the world as well. Some regions already completing it. And of course, we have PMGC at the end of the year to look forward to see who is our global champion. But for now, I've been Jason Kaplan. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina.
you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch,
I chose on my side, drawing the front line. You want a safe face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side.